shoot me! Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Hicks!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Shockwave, now they jump in, the Super Mega Jack Rocket steals the Dragon! Welcome folks to the Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore Fall Playoffs. I'm Game Innocent, and with me is Hungry Cast. We are taking a look at our top teams playing it out to represent Singapore in the C Championships. And as always, this broadcast is brought to you guys by 100 Plus, the official beverage sponsor of the Icon Series, organized by Alpha, the official partner of Riot Games in Singapore, and with our official chair partner, Secretlab.
Yeah, I think you're sitting on the nice 2022 Evo Titan Edition, and we were just checking it out earlier, you know, all the magnets
Lots
and everything.
of features.
A lot of features and very customizable. We were joking about how if you're wearing like a metal bracelet, you might want to be careful because your hands are going to get stuck. But that aside, you know, it seems extremely comfortable. It seems like the new set piece to have for every battle station.
That's true, and I think it's been industry standard. As you take a look across all Riot titles and competitions, you always see that Secretlab chair.
There is that label at the back of every player,
there's no chair gap for those guys.
There is no chair gap, and on your screen you can see the new Secretlab Titan Evo 2022. Of course, if you guys want to win a chance, or rather want a chance at winning one Secretlab Titan Evo 2022 League of Legends collection chair, you have a very good shot this weekend. All you have to do is try to spot a backdoor victory, a pentakill, or a dragon or baron steal. And if you want to join in, like and follow the following pages, the Versus Asia as well as Secretlab pages on Facebook, and reply to the post with the Twitch clip of the playoffs play. So 3 opportunities, very nice, ways that you can get your hands on these chairs and hopefully find yourself with a bit more comfort in your life.
If last season is any indication of the odds you have, then there are plenty of opportunities for you guys to get a clip to submit your entry into this giveaway, right? Because last season we saw pentakills, drag steals, backdoors, baron steals, anything you can name it, right? Plenty of chances there. And let's quickly remind our viewers what's at stake for the teams playing in the playoffs, because it's a 2-day playoff bracket, and once you're done at this, you get to play for the lion's share of a little over a $5,000 prize pool, I believe, right?
Yeah, no, I believe it's 20k prize pool, and the first prize. The first prize is 5,000. Yeah. In addition to a Secretlab chair each, I believe, as well as 3-month supply of 100 plus.
Yeah. It's 12,000 as the line for the lion's share of a little bit over a 20,000 prize pool, because it's 12,000, then it's 8,000 for second place, and then 2,000 for third place is 22, so a little bit over 20k.
A lot of math going on.
A lot of math going on.
It's a bit too early for all this math,
Is it though? Is it though? Look, I think it's about time.
It's okay,
it's
close.
About,
it's close.
It's about time.
We both had our coffee. The brain's starting to wake up. The math is coming online soon. Again, we're super excited to see the teams play, because our first match for today is going to be Team Banana versus Reformed. And you were joking about how this team, a fruit basket of sorts, comprised of League of Legends PC pros coming together. Of course, not everyone playing their original role, but a lot of experience, a lot of veteran leadership in that squad. And Team Reformed, the name kind of betrays what they are, because this is a mix of players from the meme team back then, Chickens Can Fly, and Celestials as well. So we have the jungler from Celestials as well as XCP, the mid laner from Chickens Can Fly, not to forget Eagle from Chickens Can Fly as well. So we saw them play, I believe, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, when you and Omo were casting, and they barely managed to squeak through the lower brackets to qualify for the playoffs.
Well, I mean, most important thing is you did manage to get through. Now let's see if they continue that, because after their match, Team Banana and Reformed, the winner will go up against Alliance.
That's a tough one.
So yeah, this is some strategical sandbagging going on here. Drop down the lower brackets, bypass that, come back up later. It's like, hey, I'm still here. Top 2 team, right?
We're not recommending that you do that, but there is some tactical advantage to that point, right? I think when we talk about Alliance, we have to mention the fact that they had this off-season roster swap, a lot of changes coming in. The bot laner Rich and Golden Feet have departed. Thank you so much for your time. This kind of thing. They make the appreciation post, and now they've brought in Azora Vecchi, who used to be the mid laner for Bajaya Dragons, and the jungler from Amihan, Jelson.
Right.
It's an insane lineup, because Jelson was the player that basically 2-0'd Alliance during the Summer Super Cup. He swept them. He showed Shinsekai how to jungle, and now he's taking Shinsekai's rice bowl. Shinsekai's going back to the barrel lane. It's like, nah, this role isn't meant for you, man. It's meant for me.
Bringing in some different flavors and new strategies and some higher aggression, right? It felt like when Ozorveki was by himself, he couldn't really showcase as much as he had the potential to. He had some moments where you could not believe he would escape from, or he made a play happen. Now, hopefully with a team that is a little bit more well-rounded, he might have a better chance. But for now, we're going to focus on Banana versus Reformed, our first BO3. So, starting the day off, we always look forward to seeing strong wins to start off the competition, because that kind of gives them indication and a little bit of a mental boost when it comes to the game.
Yep. And to note, Team Banana was the team that qualified through the first playoffs. They went, I think, almost undefeated. They only dropped the game to Renatus 2-0. So Team Banana as a whole is a very strong, kind of way to showcase the strategies for today. We are playing on patch 2.4A, and this is the one with the new items coming in. You have your Solari Charge Blade, you have your Essence Reaver, Navari Quick Blades. That's going to change up the meta entirely, right? And as far as I know, Thresh should not be allowed, because the 2 weeks are not up. So for the bot lane itself, there are a lot of questions that I want to be answered. I want to know if Lucian is still top of the priority list after all the nerfs coming in. I highly suspect Xayah is going to rise in popularity as well. Your old, classic flavor picks like Kai'Sa has dipped down a little bit more as well.
A couple of changes in dynamic towards the Dragon lane. I want to quickly talk about Baron lane as well, because we harped a lot about this. You didn't get to be here for the second week of the second qualifiers, and so Reform now bringing in with Leroy, has slightly different with a slightly different team. I didn't really get to watch the stream. I'm not sure if he did for the second qualifier, so I'm not sure how, if any, communication was going on there. And that's something that we were critical about. You know, you were supposedly with Leroy's team, we were expecting stronger shot calling, stronger decision making, and that was supposed to be the game changer for this team.
I think the lack of display or the inability to pull a team together for Leroy is what was really in question during our first qualifiers. And if he wants, to proceed on to the C Championships, he needs to pull that out right now. And he, we're not doubting him. He has the experience, he has the knowledge. It's whether the team can come together as a whole. And against someone like Banana, who all, with pro player experience, they should technically all be on the same page. It's like unspoken at this point. Like a well-oiled machine, you say go, everyone just moves at the same time, right?
A lot of them have been on the same team before.
Exactly.
Right, so getting some experience together, and this is supposed to be, and I don't want to go as far as say an easy match, but this is a match they should be expected to win, right? And they are favored as the winners for this match, and perhaps even as the second place, the second seed going into the C Champs. I think first seed, no doubt in our minds, it should be Alliance.
Yeah, nice job, Brandon, with the suspense building. I love how you're like, we're probably thinking Alliance is gonna be first, so I love how you just sold that away.
So let's think about who could be second, who could pull that away, and if any team has a chance to pull a game away from Alliance, I think Banana is gonna be one of them. Let's take a look at some of the intro videos for our teams participating in the first set of our playoffs.
Hi, my name is Jervis. My in-game name is Scarlet Petal, and I play support for Team Banana. My other team members are Vendetta, who is my jungler. Ex-pro player from our Reef, he just recently came back. He's my mid laner. My ADC is Taylor Swift. Not literally Taylor Swift, but his in-game name is Taylor Swift, yes. And he's my ADC. And my top laner is Iron Nitrogen. I don't know what's his current name, but yes, he's my current top laner. And they're all ex-pro players from LRPC, and that's how I got to know them. I have no idea. I just, when I came into this team, they just decided, okay, our team is just going to be Team Banana. And ever since then, when we were looking for screams, our team is usually called Team Banana. And honestly, I think that's why we are not able to find a lot of screams. So, honestly, don't know what's the origin. Okay, for this team, when I joined them, I was actually the last member that I joined. From what I know, the other 4 members, they've been friends for a long time, since from LPC times. And I think for them, for their recent lives, they've been quite busy. I think right now we have 3 people in NS, including me. So it's pretty hard to keep up in LPC, and I think that's why they moved to IL Wild Rift and trying to make a professional career out of it. And that's basically how they formed together. And they needed a support, so they just came to look for me. Although my bracket is against, okay, I'm literally fighting Alliance after my first match, but I would say the most team I'm excited to fight is, hopefully if I get a chance to, is Relentless Gaming again. I don't feel really good losing to them. We're just trying to make the most out of quantity, which is the quantity of screams and solo kill. We are doing our best to just find as much screams as possible, to improve to any last minute improvements, and solo kill to brush up on our mechanics and skills. And hopefully it will be enough to bring us far in the tournament.
As most people know him, he's playing the top lane. In the jungle, we have Desmond or Desirius. In the mid lane, we have XCP. In the support lane, we have EGO, as well as Brian's QYS. And as a sub, we have Sylvester Bai. Initially, we were called Team Papega in Qualifier 1, but then due to some roster changes and people leaving the team, we decided to reform the team for Qualifier 2, hence the name Reformed, which kind of, I feel that represents all of us, not as just individuals, but as a team as well. I feel that we were very unlucky during the bracket drawing for the seeding, but we will definitely try our best. We'll put up a good show for the Wild Rift community, and hopefully we perform in playoffs. The team that I'm most looking forward to playing against will definitely be Team Banana. They knocked us out in qualifier 1, and right now we are given another opportunity to go against them. So this is more like a redemption for us. Besides individual training, we try to allocate some time from our busy schedules, so scrims a few times a week, as well as we do a lot of discussions about team compositions and strategies. Thank you guys for supporting us, and hopefully we don't disappoint you guys. Please do continue to support us regardless of what happens in the playoffs, and this will not be like our final competition. I'll just say that.
And for our first match in the playoffs, it seems both teams kind of take this as a stepping stone.
Yeah.
They just want to get this done and over with, move on to the next stage of competition, play against their favorite opponents. I know Team Banana, they want to get back at Renatus.
It's revenge for them.
It's revenge for them, right? First, they got to get past the raid boss. Right. But you have a second chance. You have the campfire. You can spawn back again.
You talked about tactical sandbagging. Maybe dropping against the Alliance isn't the worst thing, I'll be honest, for Team Banana. The funny thing that I heard during the interview with Scarlet Petal was because their name is Team Banana, it's difficult for them to fight scrims. I was like, that's such a pro player thing to do.
Right.
Knowing all of them for so many years and casting their games from League of Legends PC now into Wild Rift, I'm like, that's such a Singaporean player thing to do.
Come up with a terrible name and no team can take you seriously.
Yeah, exactly,
it's like,
right.
Who is this Team Banana?
Here's a suggestion, guys. Banana Esports sounds a lot more serious, right? And then maybe you get like 10% more scrims. Just a suggestion.
Just slap esports onto anything, right?
I'm excited to see this because, like we talked about, Banana and even Scarlet Petal himself said, a lot of experience. They've been friends for the longest time, and he's coming in as like the 5th man. After departing from Impunity, and that in itself brings a lot of questions because in our previous playoffs for summer, Impunity was the clean kind of second place team. They were destined to take the spot after Alliance, and now that the team has kind of broken down and everyone went their separate ways, there's this power vacuum, right? And we were debating within ourselves which team is going to step up to fill that power vacuum. Is it going to be Team Banana? Is it going to be Renatus? There are so many rosters here with the improvement over the seasons that it looks like a very difficult question to answer.
It feels like with Team Banana, they have solid fundamentals. They know what it takes to be a pro player. Now their goal or their job is to forget everything they thought they knew, right? And reforge themselves from the ground up. Because sometimes you can still see they have tendencies that are built and brought over from League PC.
Right.
That things that may not necessarily be the most effective play in Wild Rift.
This is true.
And bringing over those tendencies and then refusing to adapt has cost them matches where they could have otherwise won. And this is, I think, the advantage that Reformed have. The fact that they are Wild Rift endemic and they view it as it is. They come in fresh, they come in with an open mindset, are able to learn and adapt faster.
On a final note, before we move into Champ Select, on that point, a very clear example of this is when League of Legends PC teams like forget the respawn timer is so low. They use all their ultimates just to win a fight, and then they stick around too long, and they get caught and they lose the ensuing fight and the objective as well. So that's a bad habit that a lot of them have because they just don't take that into account. Hopefully they fix some of those bad habits and they're able to move forward with a stronger attitude, stronger overall team dynamic, and we'll see how this one goes as we are ready to jump into Champion Select, I believe.
Kickstarting things off, we have some expectations. This is going to be a bit of a ebb and flow. You get some power in certain lanes and you give power away in other lanes. It just really depends on which side you expect to do the best in. Reformed, the fact that they have Leroy back up in the Baron lane might be something that indicates the Camille pickup because that's something he's very comfortable on, and it's one of their main initiators and combo pickups.
The Fiora is also a Leroy classic, so banning out the Fiora and Camille seems to be the play here for Banana on R1, R2. You should ban out the Gallo here if you are on the Reform side. Rengar receiving some nerfs in the past patch in 2.4a. He's a lot weaker, but he is still this strong powerhouse early aggressive jungler that doesn't scale too well, right? So what Reformed is signaling now is they want to remove all the junglers that have early initiative, early priority that can impact the map. Lee Sin out, Rengar out. They might remove Jarvan here too if they just really want to target out the jungle pool.
That's really interesting, right? Get rid of this early aggression that they could otherwise have. Xin Zhao could fit in a similar branch, right? So it does feel like Reformed is trying to push Banana in a specific direction. Now, can they punish this is the question. The fact that they ban out TF is going to be interesting. Getting rid of a potential control mage in the mid lane kind of pushes up Ziggs in priority. Orianna perhaps to some degree as well. But I think Banana is quite flexible with what they want to go for. Now it's going to be the Camille. Honestly, it feels like 2.5 bans spent for Leroy.
Yeah, a lot of focus spent on Leroy because you said the half. The Gragas can still be played in the Baron lane. It's a very stable lane. It's hard to die solo just purely off of his stats. He becomes a bit of a monster in the late game when it comes to team fighting as well. First pick here should be Galio because it was left open, and the response here from Banana. Now, there are two ways you could go with this, right? You could go for your AD carry in the form of Lucian and then pick your support and just seal your Dragon Lane duo and have nothing to worry about when it comes to the solo lanes. Or you can pick up an early solo lane power pick in the form of Renekton, which is still open.
See, going for this early marksman pickup in the Baron lane, now going for the Rakan, you talk so much about how Rakan might not necessarily do the best against that Galio.
With Xayah, it's just OP.
Right, but then with Xayah, suddenly it ups the power level of it. You get a lot more control in the lane, and so they get a little bit more space around that side. But now it's given Reform a chance to go for the Ziggs, as well as potentially paired with something like the Jarvan that can still function similarly to the Camille and give them this early game strength.
I think it's Ziggs mid. There's no way you play Ziggs Galio Dragon Lane just
Yeah,
because
no
you
way,
get
right?
slept, right? The Lucian Galio is actually pretty strong against the Xayah. To talk a little bit more about this is me with the numbers coming out, right? Previous patch, Lucian got a nerf to his overall AD per level scaling, so instead of 4 AD per level, he gets 2, but they gave him 6 base AD buff, right? So if you work out the numbers, from level 1 to level 4, he's actually stronger,
right?
And then he starts dipping off as the game goes on. What this means is
done ruination, taking away my AD.
It just basically means that he's better in the Dragon Lane than in the mid lane, because when you pick up mid lane solo EXP, you hit that power, breaking point for power even quicker. It's better to just abuse the time you have from level 1 to level 5 in the Dragon Lane and try to make use of the early numbers. Kha'Zix and Diana is going to be the choice here. I do like the Kha'Zix as a response because once you've taken out all the early initiative and early priority junglers, Kha'Zix just has this ability to scale very well into the mid game and scale into the late game.
I have to wonder if Reformed actually have something in mind, because Xin Zhao does feel like something that can go aggressive in the opponent's jungle regardless, because you've banned down Lee Sin, Rengar. Now you should have expectations. It's either likely going to be the Kha'Zix or the Xin Zhao. You have to be prepared to play either one.
Didn't like the Xin Zhao here, and I'll explain why. It's because there's anti-synergy with the Galio as well as the Ziggs, right? The way they want to work is they want to have this concentrated area of control. Xin Zhao's ultimate just defeats that purpose. The Jarvan would have been the better choice, like you mentioned earlier, and now slotting in the Darius as well. There's not a lot of synergy when it comes down to how they want to play out these fights. Very low ranged. A requirement to gap close and force fights before they can even get anything done. Whereas for Banana, they have a lot of tools right now, right? Between the Xayah, she can self-peel. The Kha'Zix, Diana, and Renekton all have gap closes of their own, which makes them very powerful in these skirmishes.
Darius has been one of those champions that Leroy has been known to play when the Camille has been removed, but it doesn't seem as effective for him as the Camille. You know, when he's been relegated to the Darius, there are times where he gets overextended or he might get soloed out, faces some pressure from the jungler, and then he just falls apart. This could be one of those situations. Of course, I don't want to discredit him entirely because he's had some time to
We're saying, you know, if we remove the nameplates and that kind of situation occurs, it's very difficult too.
Exactly.
And the other problem we take a note of is when you're playing Darius into Xayah Rakan, you are never getting near the Xayah, ever. Like, as long as this Dragon Lane duo from Banana plays it properly, you are never going to get in range of apprehend.
Flash, Hex, Rocket Belt.
Yeah, you just try and zoom in, right? But then the Xayah still has the response in the form of the Feather Storm, and you're not going to be able to pull her in. That's the big problem. And with the new items coming in, to explain why Xayah has risen to popularity and so has Lucian. In the past, you would always go for like early Infinity Edge, Static Shift, these kind of big ticket items. But the small pieces that build into things like Essence Reaver right now in Solari Charge Blade is so strong, right? You can start with a longsword, base with 700 gold, come back with the Call Fuse Warhammer. You have 80, you have Ability Haste, and then build that critical crit cloak into an Essence Reaver. You're never out of mana. You're always going to be able to push your lane. And then once you collect the Solari Charge Blade, it's this very smooth transition in terms of power that allows you to team fight at one item, allows you to team fight at 2 items. There is no gap at all in terms of your scaling.
And pairing that pretty well because you look at the mid lanes for both sides. Ziggs for Reformed, Diana for Banana. It feels like the Diana would have done better going into Reform's composition, having some form of synergy with the Galio like you mentioned. So now it kind of feels like Galio's main role is just kind of to provide additional support.
He's like artillery, right?
Yeah,
cover.
he's artillery. He comes in, provides some cover, provides maybe a little bit of shielding, some crowd control, but that's about it. He's not going to be that big secondary initiator to pair up well with something like the Diana. And this feels like it's removed one of the big win conditions possible for Reformed. Instead, it's come down to they have to be able to win their lanes and get control with the Ziggs.
And they can do that because Galio is a very good answer towards Rakan. If we watch the lane in detail, you'll see that every time Rakan tries to go in for a knockup or a trade, Galio will just stun him on the spot and keep him locked up, right? That's the way you kind of do damage across. But if you are the bot lane of, or if you are the dragon lane of Banana, you can just opt not to fight and scale because Xayah scales a lot better than Lucian, and we already made the point about how his AD scaling got cut in half. Lucian does not feel as good when it comes to that, 9-minute mark as the game goes on.
Speaking about the game, we're moving into game number 1, the playoffs of the Singapore C Icon Series Fall.
It's a party!
Playoffs.
Banana with the 3 men in mid. They want to get this early push against Ziggs. And pop quiz, why is this happening? It's because it's a range versus melee matchup. So Diana's going to get shoved in if she doesn't get the assistance. Needs the help of her team to get the first wave and collect a bit more security as we see Reform's bot lane going very aggressive.
Yeah, walks into the face, Scarlet Petal, lays down the damage along with Tails, and Harley can not really get much done there. He's actually optimized for the exhaust, knowing that he's likely going to be in situations where he's split pushing, playing the 1 to the 3 and 1. Because like you said, he's short range. He does best when he's just trading out and dueling somebody else. Exhaust helps him so much more in those angles.
Oh, another engage coming in. Banana actually playing a bit too aggressive, I think. But they do have the level 2 early, so it's a bit of a risk that they're willing to take, knowing that they have this kill potential. Looking at the junglers right now, they're kind of matching each other in the opposite direction. You can see that Xin Zhao started on the top side after stealing an opponent buff, and now he's going to be making his way down.
Split sides for the junglers. Just both sides trying to grab a Scuttle Crab here, and they're kind of splitting control a little bit. Yeah, nothing too crazy should be happening. Xin Zhao generally does seem to be more of an aggressive jungler once you get in the enemy jungle, but with the way that it's kind of panning out and with the Kha'Zix, it looks a little bit too risky. He does position to steal away a camp though, which is going to be quite nice.
Nitrogen has to be careful here. He is level 4, does have some form of maneuverability, but if Leroy hooks him in, oh no, what was that dash?
Dashes onto the creep instead, will not feel to find much more. When becomes lightning, gets a little bit more exit damage. I think he was trying to get the click off, but the auto aim.
Oh, good taunt in on the 2 members, but I think he might just die here. Good knockup as well!
Lots of damage coming through. They find a reverse knockup back onto the Xayah. Tons of damage coming out. Tails escapes, but a skin of his teeth. And the conflict moving down towards the bot side as well. Harley has to be careful about stepping forward. Is under turret, but can only get so much done by himself.
The reason they lost that is because they didn't have the Ignite. They had Exhaust and Heal, which, yes, is good in extended fights, but when the burst comes in for Banana, it's nothing you can do to deal with it. Ignite is true damage. Exhaust does nothing to remove it. XCP holding his own, but with level 5 already collected. Another attempt onto iNitrogen. Here we go.
Darius back up into the Baron lane, moves on to iNitrogen, and Reform come in, and Yoro, or should I say Leroy, gets on the board.
It's a 1-for-1 now. A lot of attention paid towards what we would consider the captain of Reform, Leroy in the Baron lane. Still, it's 2 ganks already. We have to see how Banana answer and responds because the bot lane is the one that's coming out ahead. And as this Xayah starts to scale up, we need to keep track of her items. She's already picked up an early Confuse Warhammer and the Cloak of Agility, so should be moving into that Essence Reaver versus the Lucian with the same items, but I feel like diminished power when it comes across in the mid game.
I just want to quickly point out as well, Vendetta coming by and missing on that Crux camp just by a few seconds. It may not seem like a lot, but the gold difference and the EXP difference from losing a couple of camps can compound to quite a bit. If you clear out the entire side, that is about a wave and a half in a lane fully dedicated to yourself, you know, and with Kha'Zix wanting to get power early, having optimized for the serrated duck, that's what we're trying to look for. So far, it looks like Xin Zhao is going to come up a little bit behind.
You can see that Banana is playing super aggressive because Essence Reaver is already completed, and so is Rod of Ages, right? So they can fight here if they want. They're just contesting the Scuttle Crab first. They need the manpower. Two members of Banana decide, nope, we just want the Rift Herald instead. We're going to give up this Inferno. If Leroy can't interrupt this Rift Herald, it's going to be big.
The Serious looking to go pretty low here. They do manage to find the first knockout. Jumping in. Scuttle Petal tries to deny it. They do manage to secure it, so he heads over the Revolve with the Dragon. So, flash to the back of the wall. Tails steps forward aggressively, trying to take down Harley first. He dashes over the wall as well. Scuttle Petal might just go down. The Feather Storm executes the Lucian. XCP tries to trade back, taking Tails down low. And with the Winds of War and the Satchel Charge, one Mono Tank should find it. But despite that, Tails pulls back with a double kill.
It's actually a win for Banana because they also got the Rift Herald on the top side. So yes, they lost the Inferno Dragon, but they cleaned up most of the kills in the bottom half, and they still got the objective in the top half. It's wins on both sides, and Banana will start to control the pace of the game with this Rift Herald, which is very important because they're playing against a Ziggs, and he clears the way very quickly. Abusing the Rift Herald to get structures on the map, open it up a little bit more, allows Banana's jungler to be that much more aggressive when it comes to invading.
The Serious back up into the Baron lanes, waiting for his opportunity. High Nitrogen. He smells something. Alright, peeks his head, comes through, which becomes lightning, plus the charge. Crescent Guard doesn't give him much more. Leroy goes down first. The Serious looking low as well. Vendetta jumps back in. The last turret shot will not be able to secure the kill. But with the Galio coming in, it's a nice taunt. Stops them in their tracks. Banana lose 2. And looking for the last kill, the Super Mega Inferno Bomb. Can't quite find it, but still a big 2-0.
Greed is never good, Grandin. They went too deep into the jungle, and the rotation came in from XCP as well as LYY to make sure that they get the cover down. Banana, they just overreached there. They should have just played for the early kill and then maybe the structure with the Rift Herald, but they decided to opt for the dive and they get punished. If the taunt connects, it might be a window in onto Soul. Now remember that Banana's strength right now is in the Dragon lane. Xayah is the one holding majority of the gold, so they need to be playing to Tails. They shouldn't be overextending in the map. You can see he's zoning his opponent away. Harley, no chance to step up.
I'm sorry, I can't take that seriously. Banana strength? It sounds like a new kind of metric.
Right.
How much horsepower do you have? No, wait. Tell me how much banana strength.
Banana strength.
Leroy tries to trade back. This is so important because he gets the ultimate off. iNitrogen does not have his ult, and if he had that flash, that was going to be a solo kill. But he gets in control towards the Baron lane. Now the Serious rotating back up. You can see how much emphasis they're putting around the Darius because they recognize if he gets ahead and becomes a split push threat, then Harley gets space, and then they can start to put pressure on Tails instead.
And this has been the game plan since the start for Team Reform, just sending as much attention to the top lane or Baron lane as possible so that Leroy is able to gain control and shove iNitrogen away. Unfortunately, they have lost some prerogative in the Dragon lane and mid lane. As long as iNitrogen doesn't run it down, you know, he just needs to hold even. His teamfight prowess should still be very strong. And the next Dragon coming up is going to be the Cloud. So we see that Reformed are already grouping up. The quickness already being off.
Yeah, looks for the Grand Entrance, sets up the domain, but look at the damage of the Ziggs, puts them down low. And they're set packing and running. Scarlet Petal barely survives. Banana almost loses too, so they have to make a reset right now. Just a little under 70 HP there. They get some control towards the mid lane. Now this is so important because Banana, despite the fact that they had the Rift Herald, haven't been able to find a good window to use it. So much more control coming through from Reform. They get control of the lanes. Without that, Rift Herald becomes a lot less valuable, and suddenly that Dragon fight heads to Reform instead.
30 seconds on the Dragon. Like I said, it's going to be Cloud Drake, so they need to make use of this Rift Herald right now to force Reform into a lose-lose situation. Either you lose the Cloud Drake or you lose the mid-tier 1. They need to start setting up for this. Vendetta has to rotate the mid, and you can see that Scarlet Petal is also making the journey down. They need to drop the Rift Herald and start preparing for this fight.
Make their preparation known. Scarlet Petal has been moving aggressively forward through these angles, and LY tries to pop the Righteous Glory, walks forward, but it's a little bit too late to get the catch there.
Drop the Rift Herald, but a little too late because Reformed already knew what the plan was, right? So the choice now is actually win-lose. Banana decide, if we're going to run it down mid, we'll give the Dragon over, get as much as we can with this one charge off. The problem is the collapse is coming. Darius is here, but the Renekton is not, and Banana have to be careful about the re-engage.
So acknowledging that that could potentially happen, decide to back away. LYY once again tries to get the taunt off, but will just barely miss out. Banana playing right on the edge of the engage from Reform.
You know what this is, Grandin?
Yeah.
Banana's bad habits coming from League of Legends PC. The decision making, not quick enough, right? They arrive in mid, they understand the logic. We need to drop Herald and force them to defend while we take the dragon. But because they're like, 5, 7, 10 seconds too late, Reform are the one that are endemic to our Rift. They know we'll just take this dragon, and the Rift Herald won't be enough for mid to go down, and they are the ones that come out ahead of that play.
This is one of those Bane moments where it's like you were only what
you thought you were molded by the darkness. I was born in it or something like that.
I was born
right?
in the Wild Rift. I was made for it. As we do start to see some interesting optimization come through, right? Rakan going for the orange sensor, whereas LYY has gone for the Deadman's plus the Righteous Glory, gives him a lot more engage potential. And this
just wants to run in.
This is kind of the adaptation that Reform have made because they recognize, we don't have something like the Jarvan. We need Galio to kind of set up for himself.
Yep.
So going for this kind of itemization gives him a slightly weaker team fighting potential, but he has team fighting potential because he's the one engaging in every team fight.
They've managed to kind of respond with or answer their weaknesses with this itemization, which is really smart, right? He does not need to survive the full fight. He just needs to get a good taunt off, because it is instantaneous if he gap closes onto someone like the Diana and they manage to blow up first, or even the Kha'Zix for that matter. They have no answer. They will not be able to respond, and now Reform, they're the one playing super aggressive because they know they have the initiative. If LYY jumps someone, he is moving onto item Nitrogen right now.
Finds the taunt off, and Sensor Charge comes through and becomes lightning. Forces the flash away from Nitrogen. They lose the mid-side turret though. Not the best exchange they could have had, but still should be able to get the Baron Lane turret. We'll have to see if Banana are able to convert this into more. Will make their way down towards Dragon Lane as well. 2 turrets for 1.
Bit of a pity that they found Nitrogen instead of anyone else. The Renekton is the worst choice because not only did he have the mobility, he also had the health boost coming in from the Dominus, so you could see how he survived through that gank. But the idea was there for LYY. It's the execution and the target choice that could have been more optimal. Looking at Reform right now, they are behind in terms of gold. A lot of Banana's gold, as you can see on your screen, is stacked towards the mid lane. It's stacked towards the AD carry, and that is where all the power is. Surprising that Soul on this Diana opted for a second item death cap despite it being less efficient than last time. I thought the play would have been an instant infinity orb, but he values that heavy AP burst, so he's going to be picking up that second item death cap first. Oh, good taunt!
Nice taunt onto the side. Should still have the ultimate to get away. Scouter Petal takes a lot of chip damage from Reform, then not the best spot to be in. They lose some control here, and this is important to talk about because, like you mentioned, he went for the Rabadon's death cap early on, but without any of his teammates or not really being in these team fights, he hasn't been able to get a good angle to find the ultimate. Mostly that death cap is only going to be good for the Crescent Strike, and what really is that good for?
And credit to Reform, they've been the ones pulling the trigger, right? When they yank you into these fights, they don't allow you to get the ideal engage off. And the moment you think, oh, maybe we could fight this, there's always cover coming in from LYY, there's always cover coming in from the Sirius. So I think it's very tricky for Banana to find the ideal fights. They are still looking for this though as the taunt goes off.
Here we go, Scarlet Petal goes down first. Reform find a pick off. Banana just have to kind of respect this. They're walking towards the Baron. I think this is a call. I'm not sure.
This is not the play.
And this is what they want to go for. They started up. Redemption used early on. They're waiting in the bus trying to get some information. LYY walks in, but instead he sets up for his team. Banana walk into their own demise. They pull back with the taunt. They pull back with the feathers, but it will not stop them. Reform take a team ace.
It's not the play, Grandin. They set in the Fnatic bush, trying to set up an ambush, but you have to remember that LYY, his job is just to taunt and not 1% up. If he dies after that, his team is gonna have space. And Reform, they pick up the Baron because it was the Galio checking the bush. If it was anyone else, it would have been good, but no, it was the Galio that went in first.
Really smart play for the Galio to be the one to move in, and then setting it up. You see Ziggs with 3 items at that point, being able to drop them down low off of a single ultimate. And then being able to convert that into the Baron. I think Banana had in their minds, if Reform get this pick, we're going to go Baron because they are definitely going to go Dragon. But I think they underestimate once again how small the map is.
You know what that is? That's a bad habit carried over from League of Legends, right? Thinking, hey, they're going to Dragon, we can just move over to Baron and burst it down. But because in Wild Rift, the map is so much smaller, they walked up in like 10 seconds and they were on Banana before they even knew what hit them. Oh, good culling. There's a lot of damage on 2K. Also going to taunt in the back line, immediately eviscerating the Xayah. And now the second of all is going to be the support. The Lovers duo is down, and now they're chasing on in for more kills. A double kill picked up by Vendetta as they chase on into Soul, who's going to dash out and get pulled back in by the Apprehend. In the middle of the turret, members of Reformed are just collapsing. They want to clean up the kills. They don't care about the objectives. They just want blood. As Vendetta jumps back in onto the Sirius, members of Reformed now fleeing the scene. They decide to back out, but the damage has been done here. A 2-for-2 trade as Reformed overstepped just a little bit.
Banana do manage to barely defend the mid lane there, get some control back, finally find a little bit of space to breathe with. But Reform still get control. They still have the Baron moving towards the Dragon Nyx. It's not the Elder Drake just yet, so they can still afford to give this one away. But Banana are now pressed to make a move, and Reform are more than happy to take that position.
We haven't seen a good Diana ultimate throughout this whole game. And when I say good, I know it's a subjective term. Catching the Prime members, right? It's always been LYY starting these fights, and it's forcing them away.
Looks like Soul's gonna go down. Goes Golden first, but will hit down to Harley, who claims the first kill of that fight. The rest pull the trigger back away. Now they're moving towards the Dragon. Reformed quickly pick this one up as Banana walk back towards the mid lane, trying to find an angle to reset, to defend the turret, but can't really do that against the Ziggs.
Yep, there you go. Tier 2 will fall to the Satchel Charge. And again, the point here is LYY has been the MVP of Reform so far, just finding these insane angles onto single isolated targets, allowing his team to blow them up. He knows that his job, as long as he can get that one window in and allow Banana to play on the back foot, they have their initiative. They're the ones finding the kills.
That's the job of his itemization.
Yes.
We talked about this
100%.
before. Now he's gone Force of Nature, right? Even stacking on that double.
Oh, 1v2?
LYY, he's home alone. He's Kevin McAllister here, but he will flash away. Banana trying to get a return kill, look to get back onto LYY, gets the flash away, and that will be a big initiator.
Granted, I watched Home Alone. I know how it ends. Kevin McAllister is the one that's dealing damage. He's the one that's holding on as XCP has to flash away. Now the fight actually going really good for Banana.
Banana stop things off, the moonfall onto 3 as they try to trade back, but so a little bit too aggressive. Will be the target of Leroy. Leroy tries to trade back, finds the first execute, will not be able to kill anyone just yet as a triple kill for Tails. Flashing forward, LYY will go down. It's a quadra kill, and in our first game of the playoffs, it's a pentakill for Tails.
Look at that fight, Grandin. Banana are the ones that started up. They are the ones that yanked Reform and said, no, you guys aren't going to get the initiative the whole game. We just need one good fight. And they begin with the Moonfall and end it with Tails getting the Penta. Now they're just running down mid. 20 seconds on the clock until members of Reformed are up. And you know what? This should be game 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Moving on to the Nexus, Banana have something to say. They take it away. I guess Home Alone, this is the alternate ending. Reformed will not be able to take it. Banana with game 1.
And from the clutches of defeat, you know, Banana just managed to pull out this insane team fight, and they were waiting for the moment, right? That's the power of this composition. The moment they get the fight that they want. Soul was able to hit a good moonfall there. We were kind of calling him out like, hey, this guy, you know, has been hitting 1-2-man moonfall. It's not what we want. He hits a 3-4-man moonfall in the final fight, clumps them all up together for Tails to hit the Blade Caller and just walk forward, eventually with the flash to close this one out. And they're able to get this cleanup coming in for the Xayah, who was left completely untouched.
Completely untouched is one thing. He flashes forward aggressively, decides he wants none of it. He wants to get in the action. He decides that this is it, this is his moment, takes them down, and he brings the pain to Reform. First game, Team Banana. Not the best win possible, but the flashiest win possible.
The difference here is we can see, if we're drawing parallels between like Wild Rift and League of Legends PC, is the fact that yes, they still underestimate the time it takes to move around the map, the cooldowns, as well as the death timers, but they understand how to play out team fights very well. When it comes to 5-on-5s, they know how to conduct themselves, they know how to space well, they identify certain windows in these fights that allow them to outmatch opponents who, like you said, are endemic to Wild Rift.
You started this game off by saying, with eyes on Tails, receiving resources from his team, playing in the stronger matchup, should be the one that ends up scaling out
Yes.
control, being the
Better
one to
than
carry
Lucian.
his team on his back. Better than Lucian at least. Scaling better than Lucian with slightly better dueling potential, not the best range. And that's exactly what happened. Not so much emphasis placed on solo, not so much emphasis placed on Nitrogen. Give the resources to your Zaya and hope she hyper carries you in the
Bro,
late game.
I'm gonna be honest, Nitrogen was like the MVP taking the big L there. Apparently, he's just like, yeah, you guys can gank me all you want, because in the late game, Tails is the one that's gonna be popping off, and pop off he did with the first pentakill in the first game. What an insane opening to our playoffs. And you know, Banana, we talked about this power vacuum being left open. I think they're a team that has shown solid fundamentals, ability to play out these team fights. When it comes to macro, they're still a bit, you know, question marky, I'll be honest. You know, the choices that they make on the map sometimes left a lot to be desired. But when it comes down to just team fighting alone and raw mechanical power and coordination, they are on a different level.
Pretty much right up until that point, we saw the game controlled by Rafon. They had an idea what they wanted to do. The Sirius was everywhere on the map that you wanted him to be, got control where he needed to. Unfortunately, all it came down to was these last few team fights. First, it came to that mid lane fight where they got a 2-for-2, which wasn't the worst thing for Rafon, but it wasn't as much tempo as they were hoping to get. And because if they had managed to win that fight, Super Minions would have been crashing in the mid lane, and there would have been no chance for Banana to push in as quickly as they did. So these small fights, while you might be insignificant in the moment, when you look back at it and pan out in a macro sense, you realize they actually make a big difference in the game.
That's the thing about Wild Rift, right? Like, these small micro decisions add up to a lot more. Whether it's, you know, a rotation 2 seconds late or casting a spell 2 degrees off, all of this factors into a big thing. Even your ultimates just being a couple of seconds off cooldown, all factors into a victory or loss. Banana there, understanding towards the end that they were at their strongest point, as you know, as strong as they were ever going to get. All they needed was a good fight, and they took it very convincingly. Understanding to play around the AD carry, who has received majority of the farm. And if you go into game 2, like just looking at the advanced strategies and what both teams will be looking to, you know, pick and ban, I think the Xayah Lucian will still be very high priority. It'll probably be traded, you know, back and forth throughout the rest of the day, just purely off the item set that we saw. First item, Essence Reaver into Solari Charge Blade into Novori Quick Blades, is an insane 3-item spike, because not only do you get true damage from Solari Quick Blades when you activate ability, Solari Charge Blade rather, you get cooldown reduction from the Quick Blade crit, as well as mana return. So like, for all intents and purposes, you don't really need to go back to base. You can just farm as much as you want. Only when you have to buy, then you go back.
And for all the people at home that are watching this, if you guys did not get the memo, stand a chance to win this nice chair behind me. All you have to do is clip what we just saw. Game 1 has already given us a pentakill.
Are you a prophet? You said something along the lines of, you know, if summer playoffs is any measure, then this is going to be another, you know, opportunity for you guys to win. And not exactly this chair that Grennan is sitting on, mind you. It's the EVO 2022 League of Legends Edition Secretlab.
Technically correct.
Yeah, technically correct.
Yes.
Same model, not exact chair that Grennan's butt is on.
Yes. You cannot rip this chair away from me. I'm holding on to this for dear life. But you know, it's a great start for Banana. I think that they did need that kind of ego boost and that kind of morale boost, knowing that they are a team in contention for top 2 in the playoffs. They need to have this awareness that, yeah, we are a good team and we have a chance to win it all. Going up against Alliance Nyx, they needed to know that we have the ability to win.
You need like this buffer, right?
Yeah.
If you get slapped around, you need this buffer in terms of mentality. Like, okay guys, you know, even though we were down like 6k, we can still take one good team fight and win this, and it helps a lot. The reverse is true as well for Leroy, who was holding his team together in terms of like shot calling and macro in the early to mid game. This must be a devastating blow, because they lost it all in one team fight. From this get-go, you could see the plan form around Reform playing towards Leroy, and then once they got that lead, he was able to kind of navigate them around the map. So it kind of hurts, I think, when you lose that one big clutch team fight and you just get slapped, and then you have to go into the next game and think about what went wrong.
You buy the growth. Yeah, you're buying, it keeps going up, and then the second you buy here and it dips, and you're just like,
not stonks.
Not stonks. What happened? Right, as we take a look at our second picks and bans, Reform once again going to be on the blue side, holding on to that blue 1 power pick. You know, this is so important because it kind of shows what they want to get done and what they prioritize the most. Same bans for Reform so far. Lee Sin Ranga removes a lot of the early game jungler agency that we've seen. Banana continue to do the same. They get rid of the Fiora, they get rid of the Gragas, which have been known to be Leroy's favorite picks. And we saw what happened even on the Darius, which is a comfort pick for sure, but lower tier, slightly less relegated than his Camille, for example.
The difference is like when Camille and Fiora get that farm, right? The same amount of attention that Leroy got on Darius, they take over the game. Darius, you could see in a lot of fights, was still very low impact. He wasn't running in like we joked about, you know, Protobelt, Flash Ghost, that kind of thing. It was the Galio that was doing that. So he was unable to really reach the backlines, and as such, is not presenting any kill threat to Tails or Scarlet Petal, as we see Senna as the last ban here for Reform.
Interesting choice getting rid of the Senna. It did feel like Zyra Rakan was something difficult for them to deal with. The Rakan was able to get away a lot of the time in situations where most supports would definitely have died. You know, the Rakan can still get out, right? Especially paired together with Zyra, having such a long distance with his E. So removing the Senna kind of shows that they don't really want to deal with a scaling team as opposed to being a team that is looking to engage.
They understand that Banana is a team also that plays very well late game. We saw how they just overcome their deficits in one good team fight. So the Senna +1, like usually you play Senna Galio, Senna with the Bruiser. It's very powerful in the late game. It's something I think Banana excels at. Ziggs first pick, no surprise here. It's a very strong wave clear champion that does scale well. Zyra Rakan should be the choice here for Banana. Now, the response from Reform though, because the previous game they did ban out Twisted Fate, this time they left it open. I could see Banana playing again to the bot lane, playing Twisted Fate mid with Soul, and just snowballing Tails for a repeat of game 1.
It's one of those champions that can actually respond to the Galleon roaming around the map, which is so nice for Banana because this gives space over to Tails once again. Tails can do what he wants to do, focus on farming up, picking up his items early, because like you mentioned, a lot of those fights came down to the fact that he had completed his Essence Reaver earlier, and having the completed item over 2 components was the game changer. It won them a lot of these early fights. Now Banana and Reform looking to play the exact same composition. Reform saying, that last game was a fluke. We believe with the same comp we can beat you again. This time Banana will steal away the Darius and with Twisted Fate open have pulled it back over to Soul.
The upside about taking Darius here is you don't have to snowball him, right? He is still a bruiser that holds his own in the lane very well. Granted, if you gank him consistently, he falls behind. Does not have the same amount of impact as he would if he was a hit. But it allows you to just leave Iron Nitrogen on an island against the Gragas who should not be able to solo kill him. Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll talk about it really when we get there. If you can leave Iron Nitrogen on an island and you just send Soul to the Dragon Lane consistently every time Destiny is up, we should see a repeat of game 1.
So Irelia, like you mentioned, likely now going to go into the Baron lane. First time we believe we've seen it.
It's a very difficult champion to play still.
Very difficult champion to play, but it does have relatively high rewards. It might not necessarily be the highest, but the fact that it isn't seen that often does give a level of unpredictability. And so for this game specifically, Banana could be caught off guard as Leroy, potentially being the one to bring it out, should be able to showcase us something else.
This is a skill matchup against Darius because of the way the lane works. Early on Darius, when you're trading autos for autos, if Irelia is unable to stack up her passive, she cannot, trade at all with the Darius. But if she's able to get 4 stacks on her passive and close the distance on Darius so he can't get the heal off his outer decimate off, she wins that trade, right? Similar to how the Noxian Guillotine at level 5, interacts with Irelia. If you're able to time your W when the Noxian Guillotine comes in, it's pure damage reduction, 20%. You will not die to a max stack Noxian Guillotine if you time it properly.
Let's talk about this Galio Gragas. Galio Gragas can work together in tandem if the Gragas sets up for the engage.
Yes.
But you also come to the same situation and the same problem you had with the Xin Zhao. The fact that you're playing with anti-synergy with the cast. Nice thing is you have some form of disengage with the Gragas cast plus the satchel charge from the Ziggs. So both of these two things together paired up can give them quite a bit of good disengage for the team as a whole. However, now we're back to the same situation where LYY is the primary engage. He's the one that has to make things happen. And you put so much emphasis and so much pressure on one player. We saw what happened. At any point he makes one mistake, the rest of the team follows through. The game goes to dust and it heads over to the enemy team.
It's a big issue, right? And I think the reason they picked up the Gragas this time as opposed to the Xin Zhao, even though both were open, is that they want cleaner disengage. If you think about Crescent Vanguard from Xin Zhao, it's a very small AoE, right? It's not a full reset of the fight. And the big issue they were faced with in Game 1 was whenever they got jumped, whenever they got yanked into these fights, they didn't have a way to just say, go away, we don't want to fight you, right? It's not a full-on disengage, whereas the Gragas does bring that this time with the explosive cast. So they're softening some of their lose conditions. They're saying, the only way we lose this if we play proper macro is if they just jump in on us and we don't have a way to escape. So with the explosive cast, we can reset the fight and then retake the fight after that.
I love that. Softening your losses, your loss cons, as opposed to increasing your win cons. Because honestly, they knew what they did.
They had a lot of win cons.
They had a lot of win cons. They knew what they needed to get done. And what they need to get done is go back to what worked as we jump into Game 2. Tong comes through with a go card onto the Ziggs. It's the knock up out from Scarlet Petal. Finds a little bit more damage on the XCP. Gives them some tempo in the mid lane, but that should just be about it.
This is a 4-man stack in mid this time. Previously it was 3 in summer. In the Summer Super Cup we saw a 2-man stack. It's getting a bit more outrageous as we go on, Brandon.
Mid stack global warming. Every time we up one patch, we have to see one new player in the mid lane before we rotate around.
Solo lane EXP earlier was given to Leroy, so I think he should be hitting level 2. No, well, Iron Nitrogen is able to collect it, so he's just going to bully Leroy out, right?
Yeah, pretty much what you would expect early on. It's not the biggest loss fight. Really can still scale up. Let's talk about jungle pathing early on, because last game, different type of pathing. We saw the Xin Zhao go towards the blue buff side, as per normal, but this time, Kha'Zix has opted to start towards the Baron lane, going for the red buff earlier on, has meant that they're now starting on the same side.
Moving down towards blue and ending with the dragon lane should be a signal that, again, Banana wants to play towards the AD carry and support. Very important here because they know it's one of their big win conditions against Reform's composition 2. It's even more valuable to have Desire ahead because of the peel ability, because of how evasive she is alone. As you can see, this big contest, 3 members from Banana roaming up to secure this top Scuttle Crab. The Sirius has to give this one up. So he's already behind. There's a chance he might get double crab too, as we see the jump in from the Rakan.
Let's see, they pull the trigger, and it looks like that's going to be the case. Flash away for the Galio. Banana, once again, Tails just has too much control. He's such a menace for him to deal with. They have to be careful about letting the Desire get up control again.
Vendetta getting a double Scuttle Crab start. It's huge here. He's going to get this nice EXP and gold lead compared to his counterpart, and already 300-400 gold ahead. And because there is no flash on LYY, they could set up for this one. As long as they have the lockdown available. Twisted Fate making the rotation in, does not have the ultimate
Wave comes in, they move on to the Galio first. Turret aggro, won't head over to Vendetta. They try to trade this one back. Tails has to flash away. Stun card onto the Lucian. They're looking for first blood, but Soul should go down. The Sirius joins in XCP without mana to follow up. Banana come on the ball, but Reform trade back with 1.
The first blood went to Reform. Banana, however, denied a lot of EXP by crashing the wave in, so it's not the worst thing in the world. And remember, Vendetta was the one that got the jungle lead compared to the Sirius, picking up 2 crabs, able to control the river and make these plays happen before his opponent. Iron Nitrogen now freezing this wave here because he knows that he's able to all-in Leroy if he does not have the passive stacks up. It's a difficult thing about Irelia, right? You kind of need to use your Q to stack the passive if you want to fight, and against bruisers who can zone you away, there's just no window to do that.
Without your stacks, you're not really a champion. With your stacks, you're too much of a champion. It's very
it has been the issue. You just pretty much explained the issue with Riot balancing Irelia.
So very difficult for Iron Nitrogen to deal with. Has to be careful about letting the Irelia get a hit. The good part is they have some decent control now. Both sides spawning at the same time means they have to make a decision. We saw last time Banana focused and prioritized the Dragon West. Reform prioritized the Dragon West, Banana prioritized the Rift Herald. Unfortunately for Banana, they weren't able to find very much value with the Rift Herald. I believe they got a plate or 2 in the mid lane, as opposed to being able to just take it down outright. Yeah, where it did matter though was Banana did ultimately get more turrets in the early game towards the mid game.
You have to be careful about this forced engage here. LYY does not have flash, but the range of the Justice Punch into taunt is still there for the follow-up. You know that Soul did base. He went back to pick up a couple of items and now has the ultimate. He went for the early Rod of Ages at 4 minutes. It's a bit more delayed than normal. But it's pretty average timing as we see them start up this dragon. 5 members are here for Banana.
Yeah, it looks like High Nitrogen gets in earlier. Redemption comes through. Destiny Gate proc. And here we go. Banana look for the engage. They try to jump onto the Sarius. No gold card means they cannot find anything there. LYY tries to look for the re-engage with the ultimate. Will get stopped as Banana move back towards Dragon.
Banana don't have anything here. I don't think they should be fighting. Their disengage already came out in the form of the explosive cast, and that was what I was alluding to during the draft, right? They need a cleaner way to get out and just say nope. And in that fight, it was the Sirius with the explosive cast that was able to do it. Now, they translate their efforts towards the mid-tier 1 because they know they have the inside track. They chase Reform to the Dragon lane instead. Vendetta now is able to solo this, and Reform have no consequence here. They're not able to really contest anything because they would rotate it outside of that path.
Great movements from Banana, going for the Dragon, then moving to the mid lane, back towards the Dragon. They had control throughout. That is kind of one of the benefits of playing towards the red side early on, is you get easier access towards the Dragon, and it feels like Reform could have made a call to head towards the Rift Herald, try to play towards that. But like you said, the key ultimates were Reformed down. It's very difficult to make a good play happen. Banana, once again, will be the ones to initiate and start things off. Rift Herald looking low. They try to jump in. The Sarius looks to go for it. He will hit it with the Harley instead. High Nitrogen going down low as the ultimate for the Ziggs sets it up. Harley will be the one to claim the kill. The Sarius gets out and Reformed take away the Rift Herald.
Surprising that they all just kind of stay stuck inside the pit after the Rift Herald went down and ate that Mega Inferno Bomb. But lucky for them, they're able to pick up what's important and rotate out. They sent Leroy to deal with Tails this time, but he's not going to be able to find a solo kill just purely off the nature of this matchup again. The evasion from Featherstorm and Bladecaller keeps him rooted, so all he has to do is farm. All he can do is scale up and hope to contribute in team fights. High Nitrogen has done a very good job in neutralizing the Aurelia in this island and isolated matchup.
Difference this time being, at least now with Harley being able to match the Zion kind of pace for pace a little bit better, and not really going for these fights where the Zion is ahead means that they have slightly better tempo. But you can see that the difference is starting to accumulate based off the way they're looking to try and itemize. Lucian has to worry a little bit more about his defensive brute item.
Oh, here you go, the TP in. They want to kill Leroy. There's no way for him out. He was just stuck under the tier 1, and because there was a big wave collapsing, they know that they can force that play. Scarlet Petal is going to be able to get away here with the Grand Entrance. And this time you can see Banana shift their focus a little bit more. They recognize that High Nitrogen is having a great matchup against Leroy. So we're just going to bully out the Aurelia, make him a non-factor in this game, and hopefully keep him so far behind that he doesn't even contribute to the team fights.
No Destiny available for Banana, but they will be looking to try and jump in anyway. Quick, this moves on to XCP. They pull out the taunt, trying to buy some space for the Ziggs. Brings in with the ultimate, but over from the back, Tails joining in now. Galio looks to ult, but it will be Zaya countering that as well. Over onto the back, trying to do the best that he can. Harley will be caught alone in between all 5 members of Banana. You ask what Banana Power is? That's what Banana Power is.
That's a great fight from Banana, right? The flank coming from Vendetta, even though they didn't have the Destiny.
A little bit of a tilt play. The Sarius tries to steal away the Raptor cap, loses his life in exchange. He did take it, but you lose your life.
Not like this, my son. Not like this. High Nitrogen, he's just going to sit here in 1v2. He knows that he's able to hold his own, even though he's forced to flash away. He burns the Ignite, he burns the Vanguard's Edge, and that's more than you can ask for in this current stage in the game. Remember that left alone, isolated, he's managed to accrue this massive goal lead. Almost more than 2k, well, slightly more than 2k right now for himself, and he's just this rock in the front line that even LYY is afraid to walk up and taunt.
The goal of the Gragas really has been to just get some control in the side lane. You can play as a low economy Baron laner, but low economy doesn't mean no economy. You still have to get X amount of gold to match your lane opponent, and the fact that Darius has been able to come a hit, problematic for Reformed. A big part of that gold difference for Banana right now is towards this Baron lane.
Yeah. The Aurelia is getting slapped around, only has a Trinity Force to her name, is not able to hold her own as we can see a bit of an engage here, but LYY is alone against a Kha'Zix. I don't think he really wants to be here. Will get eviscerated with the claws and the isolation bonus, and now Soul's on the hunt. Did pop the Destiny, had the gold card queued up, but with Ocean Dragon up, there's no reason to really force this. They just need to funnel Vendetta over to pick this one up, and then look to set up the side lanes here.
When you have Destiny, you see everything on the map, no fear, no worry, you know where exactly the enemy team is. Now Banana take this space to go towards the dragon. They know they should be able to grab this one for free. Pairing this together with their Mountain Drake gives them additional sustain, and this was one of the issues they might have had sieging initially because they
against
were going
the
up
Ziggs especially.
right, against the Ziggs. Now they have bonus magic resist and armor plus health regeneration, pairs that so well to give them the space, the power to siege where they need to.
And because you are playing this sort of spellcaster AD in the form of the Xayah, that additional regeneration just feels even better, right? You're getting mana back from the Ocean Drake, you're getting mana back from Essence Reaver, and that allows you to funnel into using the Solari Charge Blade even more. Every time you proc a crit, you have bonus true damage that does execute percentage damage. Like, it's so difficult to fight against when she's holding that range advantage over you and just slapping you with true damage with every auto attack.
That's so huge. I think they used Rift Herald up in the Baron lane,
Yes.
but I don't think they managed to get a charge off. Banana were there to respond in time, block that.
Soul killed it immediately.
Yeah, so it's now Banana who have got control towards the Baron lane and are shoving that wave out now. Reformed actually looking to ignore the TF, knows that he can get out in time. Instead, they try to get some control around this. Vendetta
Nice
will
jump.
be caught just barely, but manages to buffer the jump in that time, gets out.
It's so good from Vendetta. Just understanding the mechanics behind that lockdown as we see Destiny coming in. Leroy getting janked again.
Will not save him. The flawless duet does give him a little bit more time, but Soul flashes forward. They try to jump back in with the Galio, but I think that just feeds them a second kill. Holly will get caught out. The taunt buys him some time. Look at the Gragas. Tries to join back in. The Sarius has to back away. Banana have too much control, too much fight power. So they get space back towards the buff. Back towards the red buff, back towards the lane, now moving to the mid lane instead.
They can just push this one up. Tails needs to get mid prio here. They can walk over onto the Baron Pit and put pressure down. Now Banana was the one that kind of made this mistake earlier. You know, they sat in the bush and they got caught out, but because they have full control, look at the area that's isolated right now. If they can burst this down quick enough with the Kha'Zix and Xayah, it shouldn't be an issue. Soul is running interference, should be able to smite this, and now they can take the fight if they want to.
Nothing left in the tank for Reform. Banana still have quite a lot. They'll just walk out that one, dodges away from the Vanguard's edge. Gets back to safety, and instead Banana now with this Baron. They had issues sieging before. That issue no longer exists.
I love how they're playing the macro game, you know, relative to game one, because they were very sloppy, right? They were just making, you know, false rotations, not really doing anything with their time. This time they're very meticulous and very conscious about their movements on the map. If we push bot and we find a pick, immediately rotate up the Baron. No questions whatsoever, right? Everyone has a task. And Reformed are the one that
what are we looking at? This is the reverse situation.
Yeah, it's the same ambush that's coming in.
But you cannot bait the baiter. Banana have decided that we're not going to face check that. Scarlet Petal, he knows all your trickery. Walks into the mid lane directly, avoids that angle. LYY wants to pull the trigger, but you still have Xayah getting out. Gets the taunt off. Nice damage. Satchel charge used, but cannot find displacement onto Banana. This means that they just get away for free, get some good damage, and now turrets in the side lanes going down quickly.
Remember that every time LYY tries to do that, he needs like 4 members behind him, right? A solo taunt does not get you to kill anyone. It has to be a 5-man collapse with numbers advantage. So because they weren't able to find a pick, the side lanes are just shoved in. Vanguard's edge out. Soul might die here.
They're moving on to Soul, but it goes golden. Leroy looking pretty low here. They still try to jump back in with the cast now. The Gallant ultimate path on top of that as well. They take down Scarlet Petal, but meanwhile, in the mid lane and the Baron lane, turrets going down. Super minions starting to spawn in with 15 seconds on the Inferno. Banana, I'm more than happy to take this trade.
Big problems starting to form for Reform. They've already, they're already there at the start, but every time they collapse, they need the manpower, and that allows Banana to play the rest of the map. If you collapse 5 on bot, mid and top are going to go down. You open up the inhibitors, and now Reform have to deal with the super minions coming in 2 lanes. No chance they can contest the Inferno Dragon. Banana already setting their eyes on advancing in this upper bracket with this 16k gold lead, and the Inferno Drake in their back pocket too.
Far cry from the first game. You take a look towards Vendetta. 4-1-1. He's a big menace as opposed to his first one, where losing a lot of tempo to the Xin Zhao meant that he was kind of relegated and never really got ahead. Nitrogen jumps in, gets some good damage on the XCP, forces the flash, tries to get the ultimate off, gets taunted, gets knocked out by the body slam, but he flashes in, takes down the Ziggs first. Meanwhile, his team getting some tempo on the other side, pulls through with the double kill. The Redemption saves him, and looking at a triple. Meanwhile, his team looking to end things off with the victory march. They move on to the Nexus, and it's down to Harley and LYY. There's not much more they can do. The quickness flashing forward. LYY will go down for the last time this series. Team Banana take a 2-0 off a pentakill in the first game and a dominant second game win.
You know, granted, one thing you mentioned in Game 1 was the kind of boost to morale after coming back from like a heavy deficit in Game 1, right? You could see the amount of confidence that Banana were working with in Game 2. They were never doubting their decisions. Every move on the map was conscious. They were able to play the macro. In addition to their sick team fighting, that was what really allowed them to get this quick and very efficient 2-0 over Team Reformed.
Quick, efficient, and honestly looking like an entirely different team. They knew what they were doing this time around. They knew what they want to try and go for. They knew the priority that for the objectives that they were looking to get. This time, they got Dragon, they got Rift Arrow. Things were preparing pretty well for them. The Rift Arrow was stolen away, but you could see inklings of the idea. They were in the right position at the right time.
Honestly, from that overall set coming in from Banana, puts a lot more confidence, I have a lot more belief in them, right? Because of this whole question of a power vacuum, like what's the next best team after Alliance? And we were undecided, but Banana, if you look at the in isolation, of course, small sample size, but if you look at the game in isolation, they play out of their minds in Game 2.
Surely, we cannot be doing all this preparation to build up Alliance and Alliance lose that next set, right? Surely that cannot be happening, but that being said though, Banana will be able to take the 2-0 in our first best of 3, meaning they will go up against Team Alliance in that next set. Let's take a look at the highlights to see how Team Banana took this win away. To get some information, LYY walks in, but instead he sets up for his team. Banana walk into their own demise. They pull back with the taunt, they pull back with the feathers, but it will not stop them. Reform take a team ace.
It's not the play, granted. He's the one that's holding on as XCP has to flash away now. The fight actually going really good for Banana.
Banana start things off. The Moonfall onto 3 as they try to trade back, but so a little bit too aggressive. Will be the target of Leroy. Leroy tries to trade back, finds the first execute, will not be able to kill anyone just yet as a triple kill for Tails. Flashing forward, LYY will go down. It's a quadra kill, and in our first game of the playoffs, it's a pentakill for Tails.
Look at that, till members of Reformed are up, and you know what? This should be Game 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Moving on to the Nexus, Banana have something to say. They take it away. I guess Home Alone, this is the ultimate ending. Reformed will not be able to take it. Banana with Game 1. They still try to jump back in with the cast now. The Galley Ultimate Path on top of that as well. They take down Scarlet Petal, but meanwhile, in the mid lane and the Baron lane, turrets going down. Super log tempo to the Xin Zhao meant that he was kind of relegated and never really got a hit. iNitrogen jumps in, gets some good damage on the XCP, forces the flash, tries to get the ultimate off, gets taunted, gets knocked out by the body slam, but he flashes in, takes down the Ziggs first. Meanwhile, his team getting some tempo on the other side, pulls through with the double kill. The redemption saves him, and looking at a triple. Meanwhile, his team looking to end things off, move on to the Nexus, and it's down to Harley and LYY. There's not much more they can do. The quickness flashing forward, LYY will go down for the last time this series. And a nice win for Banana. First game was a warm-up for them. I'm going to say it's a warm-up.
Fair enough.
Banana power comes through. It's like friendship, but fruitier. Banana Power will make sure they pick up this series 2-0, which means they will face their next opponent Alliance in another BO3.
And that's going to be a tough one. For now, they will have to take this moment to prep against Alliance, mentally reset and come up with a game plan, because as much as that Game 2 coming in from Banana was very cleanly executed, Alliance is a team that are no slouch. They will not give you an easy game. You're not going to repeat your same draft and just hope that everything goes well, right? So Banana need this moment to kind of reset and think about how they're going up against the giants of Alliance. For our next best of 3, however, we will have To The Moon going up against Renatus, and Renatus as a team has been this powerhouse that's been evolving from game to game, from season to season, improvement upon improvement, and I'm super excited to see them make it into the playoffs. I want to see how far they've come ever since, they were back when they were Celestials, I believe, in the summer playoffs.
Every time they change names, they become a little bit stronger. Let's see what they might want to come in for us next season. That being said, we're going through a quick little break. When we come back, it is To The Moon versus Renatus in our second BO3 in the Wild Rep C Icon Series Singapore Fall Playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Black Shoe!
Time to strike.
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty. Let's do it.
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore Fall Playoffs. We're moving into our second series, To The Moon versus Renatus. As they move forward in the brackets, we just had an amazing game between Team Banana and Reformed. I mean, that was a banger. It starts off, first game of the day with a penta kill. A lot of expectations on To The Moon versus Renatus. Now, two teams that have evolved a lot, playing through multiple qualifiers in the summer season, now coming into the fall playoffs. It's a bit of an evolution for some of these teams, being able to finally join us in the playoffs for the first time. I think To The Moon and Renatus are not shy, are not newcomers to this table.
They
this
definitely
round.
have the experience, and both of these teams, if I'm not wrong, all fight through the first qualifiers. To The Moon through the lower bracket, and then Renatus in the upper bracket. So Renatus is a bit more of the favorite here in this matchup, I feel, because as I was alluding to earlier, this is a team that has kind of evolved a lot. Yes, they've made multiple appearances in multiple qualifiers, but they kind of learn from the mistakes, right? And they've come to this point where they look very solid in terms of fundamental mechanics as well as macro play. I'm just curious whether they adopted, the newer kind of strategies in this particular patch, and whether they have draft strategies down, because we saw in the first series how the kind of priority picks have shifted away from what we saw in the qualifiers. Right now in the playoffs, there's this focus on Zaya, there's this focus on Lucian, and we see things change a lot more. There's a lot more of this pivot coming in.
Changing metas and updates have been something that we want to talk about and discuss more in depth. For now, let's take a look at the brackets, because in the upper bracket we have an interesting one. Renatus and Banana, the winner of that match, which was Banana, will be playing up against Alliance. To The Moon and Renatus will be playing throughout the upper brackets as well. Something interesting to mention is having seen To The Moon and Renatus. Renatus is a team that we have wondered how well do they adapt to gameplay mechanics, because when it comes to their draft, unparalleled. They are so fast at learning what needs to be done and what is wrong. Whereas when it comes to their gameplay, they might seem a little bit slower to the uptake. Let's take a look at the brackets. There we go. Alliance will go up against Team Banana. Noblesse looks like they've already taken their tool against Team OK.
Yeah, Noblesse starting the day out, knocking Team OK down into the lower brackets, and Aphrodite Gaming also knocking Team Happy down to the lower brackets. So we're trying to, kind of battle this one out and see how things go. Of course, our focus right now is on To The Moon and Renatus. Winner is going to be playing Aphrodite Gaming, or as we refer to them, BDG Reforged, right? This is a team that, played under the team name Big Dirty Golems, had some substitutions coming in, but the core of the team is still there, so hence the term. But it's going to be a tough one regardless of who wins this matchup, because Aphrodite, I think, has also seen multiple appearances in multiple qualifiers as well.
Becoming stronger off of each one, they're now moving into this playoffs looking better than ever, and I think that goes to show the fact that they've got a 2-0 for Team Happy kind of gives us an idea of the power level that we're kind of expecting. To The Moon versus Renatus, this will be, I think, a much tighter match, much closer. But Renatus, that being said, were the team to drop Team Banana down into the lower brackets. They had a lot of control, and we haven't been able to see as much as we would have liked to from Renatus. This could be a very nice opportunity for them to showcase to us just how good they are.
The upside is when you do qualify in through the first set of qualifiers, you have this kind of lull period where you can practice and scrim other teams, right? And you have sort of like a training montage behind the scenes where you're able to level up. And to your question about individual mechanics and whether they are able to step up, I think that should be answered in the series. The draft, like you talked about, is something that they've always been very good at ever since they were known as Celestials. They've understood how to draft well, what is prioritized, and what works well, in terms of synergy. So I'm not too worried on that front. I just hope that they caught on sooner rather than later.
No pressure. Yeah, no pressure for Renatus. I just think that they are the second best team. If they don't win, I will be very disappointed.
Oh, no pressure at all.
No pressure at all. Yeah. But a lot of expectations towards them. To The Moon as well. They are a team that has come in with a lot of experience, with more experienced players, not just in the game but in life in general. And we know how much of a plus point that can be sometimes. So coming into this one, I'm also looking forward very much to see how To The Moon have been able to grow and adapt. Yeah, they are a very tenacious team.
Yeah.
Not one that goes down easily without a fight.
This is a team that also now has some familiar names, Chashu Bao and Sabo joining in the roster, if I'm not wrong. So they were players that we saw in our fall qualifiers, and again, these players making multiple appearances and hopefully learning from each time they match up against opponents who should have a way for them to improve and learn. I think it's going to be very core here, as what is at stake? Because at the end of it, the winner is the top 2 teams will be proceeding on to the SEA Championships, and we kind of joked about how Alliance, have all but secured that one spot. It remains to be seen, but we don't want to call it too early. The second spot is left.
Did make it into the playoff stage of the Summer Super Cup. So I think they do actually have a seat, no?
No, undecided. I feel like I don't want to comment on that. Just in case Shizuka's watching this, he's
I'm
like,
gonna do some research.
Imagine if Shizuka's watching this, like, Hungry Cast said that, we have a spot already, and then everyone's just like, no, that's not right. So I don't want to comment on that.
But top 2 teams.
Top 2 teams.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So Alliance, you better be top 2.
Better be top 2. At least, no pressure again. And we're still looking for that second team, because in summer, the very clear second team, the very clear second strongest team was Impunity.
Yep.
The team overall disbanded. We saw, Scarlet Petal moving over to what is now Banana. We see Wild Boar moving over to another team as well. So it's this kind of people picking up the pieces of Impunity and hoping to fight for second now, as we see. Rather, we will be jumping into an interview with the teams, To The Moon and Renatus. Let's see what the players from these teams have to say.
Right. So for my team, for me I go by Heng. So and for me I play the AD carry. We have Sasiu Pao, or CSB for short, who plays the jungler. We have Sabo, who plays the Baron Lane. We have Ludai, who plays the support, and we have Trox, who plays the mid. I think it's To The Moon is basically, I think it envisions what he has in mind for us, in the sense where, like, we are right now going into these playoffs. We are kind of aiming for top. Basically, for the last season, we had 2 imports. We had Hexus and Cody, who were from Indonesia. So right now, what we did was we took Sabo, who was from, I think, $1 Lanterns, I think. Can't remember. And we also have Sasiu Pao, who wasn't playing competitively the last season, but he only started this season. But because he was a friend that me and Ludai both knew from back then during PC, I think overall, after making the change, our communications definitely is better, because everybody can clearly understand each other. And I think from our team, can expect to see better and cleaner team fights, I would say, compared to the last season. Probably going to be both Renatus and Alliance. So Renatus is a very good brother team of ours, where we always talk to each other and we always play with each other in solo queue. And of course, the second one will be Alliance, which no team in Singapore has yet to take a full 2 games off them. So we are looking forward to that. We have a player who just ended his exam like 2 or 3 days ago, so it's kind of last minute. But right now we're just doing like a couple of scrims a day, because we also have people who are working full time, so we don't have that much time to prepare, to be honest. So we're just doing scrims, we're just talking about strategies, we're just playing more solo queue, duo queue, just generally building up the micro and training up the synergy between teammates. Kudos to whoever wins. There will be no hard feelings between us. It's just whoever's in a better form takes it. So good luck to them, and we hope to see them.
Oh, okay. I'm Pain. I'm playing ADC for Team Renatus. My teammate, I think I go with the previous name, okay? RTS Silver, he's a support for my team. RTS Nico, he's a top laner for my team, Baron laner in other words. Then after that, Kate, RTS Kate, he's my jungler. And after that, RTS Delusion, okay? Yeah, so he's my mid laner. How did my team came together? So they were mostly CSG. And I was from team Noblesse. So after that, I jumped over to team this team because like Noblesse think I too noob, so they don't want me. Yeah, so I'm preparing to smash them anyway. Yeah, so yeah, then after that, Impurity disbanded and we took Silver over. Yeah. Team reform, yeah. Cause I can't see Leroy. I can't wait to see Leroy smashing my top lane, or maybe the other way around. Yeah. try our best, like, cause every teams I believe are very good in this current playoff. So yeah, we'll just try our best and see where we can go. You can find us. You can find us on Renators_GG on Instagram or Renators Gaming on Facebook. Yeah, message to our teams. Those teams that are going to face against us. I hope you all train hard. Stop playing crypto or whatever. You're not gonna win us. And also like, either way, I believe we still gotta win you all. And I hope you all can do well in the lower brackets. Yeah.
No hard feelings to whichever team wins. To the moon, covering all bases, saying we won't beat you, but no hard feelings about it. It's alright.
I love the subtle dig coming at the end of the interview about how we hope you guys train hard and stop playing crypto games. I was like, that sounds like a familiar Noblest player that I know. A familiar jungler and a support from Noblest that I know.
To the Moon and Renators, both quite storied at this point, coming in different iterations, having some changes, but holding on to a core few members. Hopeful to see more of them in the future again. As we get ready to go into our picks and bets, we are looking to see which team will continue and carry on. Renators has mentioned that they would like to face off against Reform. Then how better than to do that than going into the lower brackets?
Is that the tactical sandbagging, maybe?
I don't know.
It still is a grudge match for them, so I kind of want to see that play out just for the storyline, but still, the value of staying in the upper bracket is just too much to ignore, right? You get this width of playing best of threes, and you have a second chance when you do drop down to a lower bracket. So hopefully for Renators, they are able to stay in the upper bracket as we are into draft, ladies and gentlemen. And just to update you guys on some name changes, if you look at the support role, Iggy from Renators is actually Wildboar, who used to be the jungle for Impunity. So there are some familiar names here, and Muri used to be Yong from Celestial. So there are a couple of name changes around, but like we saw in their interview for Pain, most of Renators are ex-Celestials with the inclusion of a couple of members here and there.
Yep. So a bit of a name swap, but for the most part, the identity, the core of the team is still there. Nothing's changed too drastically. And as we take a look towards both sides, we're going to start things off by banning away the Ziggs as well as the Twisted Fate. To the Moon, we'll get rid of the Camille, and looking at the potential center, have to wonder, will Xayah be looked upon? Because we saw how effective it was in the Banana game. Otherwise, we still have some power picks left open, stuff like the Gragas, like the Galio still around.
It's the Lee Sin Camille trade, no, not Camille, excuse me, the Lee Sin Galio trade that's going to be important here. I think Lee Sin, Galio, and Renekton, we'll see a lot of competition here between Renators and To The Moon in the first rotation of picks. And it depends how you want to set up, right? The Jarvan being banned out would signal to me that they don't want Renators to have that combo with the Galio, and they themselves do want to play the Lee Sin in conjunction with probably the Xayah on R1.
It feels like they don't want to constrict themselves. Like, Jarvan is a decent pick for sure, but it's not a tier 1 ban. Instead, they say, yeah, we're going to leave as many tier 1s open as possible so that when we're red side, we're going to snatch them all away. Renators start things off by going for the Olaf. That kind of gives away a little bit of the direction that we're trying to go for.
Right.
This is especially good for Renators because Camille and Jarvan banned by To The Moon benefits the Olaf. No big counter to this jungler here.
Yeah, the Jarvan ban specifically opens up this Olaf, and you can play a variety of things because Olaf has seen this surge now with a lot of enchanters. Even against the Xin Zhao, you're able to hold your ground and duel him pretty well. I do expect Renators to pick up a self-sufficient AD carry here in conjunction with an Enchanter support, maybe even an Enchanter mid, right? A Lulu, something the like. Well, maybe not Lulu solo lane, but the idea is to have the ability to buff up the Olaf as he joins these fights. Corki has seen a rise in popularity as well because of how the item changes have come about. Essence Reaver, although not traditionally a Corki item, he still does like the Triforce. It's still pretty good now.
It's kind of in that spot, right? You're flexible between Essence Reaver and IE. Even before, now especially so, right? And the flexibility that you get from the Corki, you could on occasion pull it to the Dragon Lane. It's possible. Otherwise, it still has a lot of power in the mid lane. So that flexibility is something that Renators are looking to try and go for. They grabbed the Alistar early on, and this is going to be really nice going into against To The Moon. Unlikely to see Rakan move anywhere else, but the Galio does give us us some indication for what they're trying to go for.
Yep, should be the Gallo mid just to hold control and have a bit more map presence. And now you have the threat of a split pushing Renekton in the late game, who's always going to be shadowed by a Galio who has global presence, right? So if this Renekton starts becoming a threat, or becomes, you know, he gets 1 or 2 solo kills in the lane, this is when you have problems forming for Renatus because they don't have an answer to the wombo combo coming in. Riven here is going to be hover. It's actually a decent matchup against Renekton depending on how you're able to kind of space out. You are very mobile, but at the same time, if you do take the lion's share of the Kaldamik and Renekton heals up, you just don't win the trade at all.
I have to worry a little bit about the Riven pickup though, because Riven does not do very well into these targeted CCs,
Yes.
so very easy to load CCs. Then we see stacked across the board for To The Moon.
Between the taunt, the knockup from Rakan, and the quickness, it's really hard to play a Riven this game.
Even if you just look at the Xin Zhao, the second you jump in, he pops the Crescent Guard, you get knocked back. That's about all she wrote, right?
Yep.
There's nothing that you can really get done there. Finally, To The Moon will round things off with the Xayah. I mean, it makes sense. You pair that together along with the Rakan. That's pretty much the power duo bot lane that you want to have in your games. This does mean, though, that Corki goes towards the Dragon lane instead of the mid lane. A little bit more versatility in the mid lane, but like we said, Dragon lane is not a bad place for the Corki to be in.
I think if I had to just remove nameplates, I think To The Moon's draft is significantly stronger. They understand the meta a lot more, and they've got the better picks in terms of value, right?
Right.
So just win percentage, I give them like 70% honestly with nameplates off. It seems like one of the questions I had, like draft-wise, Renatus is a team that understands what's strong, but I feel like they might have failed to pick up on that this patch because their picks don't signal the priority in this particular 2.4a patch.
2.4 patch and game number 2. Renatus versus To The Moon as a mid lane scuffle starts things off. Renatus takes the worst end of that trade. To The Moon 4-3 will come up just a little bit ahead.
Junglers starting on their own respective rip buffs, so Xin Zhao is going to end up on the bottom half, whereas Olaf is going to end up on the top side. But against the Renekton, you guys don't have any lockdown. Like, Olaf is only going to slow you with the undertow, so I don't think they will be able to convert on any kills, which is a pretty bad situation, right? Although Nico is zoning Sabo away, they can't snowball this Riven lane unless Sabo makes a big mistake.
You have to really put a lot of emphasis towards the lane with Nico here, right? And trying to get the Renekton ahead because it's so difficult to get the lockdown when it's very easy for Renekton to pop the stun, dash away. He's one of those champions that can actually match Riven in mobility in a lot of these situations. This is what we want to see. We want to see teams recognize that what you have to do is help your mid laner crash in the wave because then you get so much more control towards the Scuttle Crabs. And being able to confirm at least one is going to be a big goal difference.
He read the play by putting a ward on the opponent blue buff, so he's like, well, Olaf hasn't gone up yet, so chances are he's looking to contest bot Scuttle Crab, so we need to push out mid, take this crab away and force a trade, right? So the map is split right now. Olaf has to play topside after taking this crab and his blue buff and everything, whereas Xin Zhao is going to be playing towards the bottom side. A bit tough to gank the Alistar lane, but he's still going to get control and value after clearing blue buff, Gromp and Wolves.
And you know that To The Moon want to get the Xayah hit. That's why you draft for the Xayah Rakan. You get them as strong as they are. To do that, you have to put their jungler towards the Dragon lane. Make sure that they get the resources that they need, that they require. And because that Saba will be playing towards the weak side, ends up dropping a ward, spots out Cave there, gets a little bit of information. This keeps him a lot safer than he previously was, especially since both sides are running Ignite in the Baron lane. Is much more aggressive.
And knowing that Olaf is topside, this Xayah Rakan is just going to shove in. There's no recourse here for Renatus to even punish them, right? If Iggy jumps in, if he tries to all-in or punish, he's going to get snared up, he's going to get knocked up. So they will have to take a L here in the Dragon lane for now. Renatus, all they hope for is just scaling with the items moving in. Xayah is going to be able to outmatch them, so it's tough for them on the bottom side. Your hope pretty much just thrown into the Riven basket as we see the all-in come in.
Should be pretty okay. You know, this is one of the strengths that the Rakan has, being able to dodge away from a lot of crowd control and damage just off the fact that he's paired together with the Xayah. Otherwise, looking pretty decent for both sides. Neither really having an insane goal lead. It's about where we expect things to be, and this is what we were talking about. These two teams much closer in power. We are looking to see a much tighter early game.
I like the timing here from Trox. Level 5 immediately recall, gets a buy-in, should be the completion of the Rod of Ages, and he's able to now just push up mid and have a little bit more map impact with First core item completed. Against the Orianna though, it's a tall order to ask for. She's going to be able to match the wave flip pretty well, especially phase rush. So she hits 3 spells. She has that mobility, so she's not too afraid. Oh, not even completing the Rod of Ages yet.
Close.
So yeah, close.
But it is slightly behind that window, and so we're going to wonder if he's going to make a second recall right before the Dragon starts. That being said though, there isn't that much of a stat boost to actually complete the Rod of Ages, so even if he doesn't, honestly not the biggest loss. Trunks looks like that will be the case because both spawning now have to wonder which team is going to prioritize which objective.
Heng here did not move towards the Essence Reaver build. He's got a BS Sword and a Stinger. Normally you want to do Confuse Warhammer into a Cloak of Agility. So this is a vastly different build path from what we saw earlier. And I think this slows down his power curve. These are items that he doesn't necessarily need. It's gonna allow him to scale better, yes, but he does not have that immediate power spike from the Essence Reaver or the Solari Charge Blade.
You're absolutely right. I wonder what that's going to build towards. I mean, it doesn't look, it might be towards Infinity Edge, but then that really does gonna wonder.
Infinity Edge is, in my opinion, like a really bad item in isolation. You need more crit items for it to feel good. So I think your first item, Infinity Edge, is very diminished. Yeah.
When you get 2 crit items, it's for pound, like gold for item stats, it's one of the best.
Yeah.
But you need 2 additional crit items to make it that.
Which is why people always buy the crit items first and then they top it off with the Infinity Edge. So I think it's a very suspect choice coming from Heng. We see objectives being traded here as Renatus is going to take the Ocean Dragon, but To the Moon will pick up this Herald and potentially drop it on the Baron lane.
If they do look to do so, could give us some indication that they want to shut down Nico now.
Need to kill him first.
See what they can get done. Baits away the first, the stun comes through, it becomes lightning, plus the strikes against the knockoff, forces the flash away from the ribbon. CSB takes one more turret shot, pumps his ultimate as well. Response from Renatus coming through, and so they are going to look to try and stop this. Have to wonder, could they have held the trigger, waited for Trox to be ready? They pull the trigger in the mid lane, instead force a second flash. This time from the Orianna.
The problem is they're getting summer spells, but they're unable to convert into kills. So there's no map pressure, there's no objective to be taken after the play, right? And you are 100% right on the call, granted, earlier in the Baron lane. They mislayered their skills, which resulted in Riven getting out, was able to flash away. Nico did not die, so they are unable to snowball that with a Rift Herald. Now Cape making the regank up. Sabo does not have Dominus, does have Flash though.
Unlikely to get too much done, as it does look like Sabo is aware something might be happening. And before we are accused of egregiously chasing after kills, we have to explain. Going for the kills means they get map pressure, because against the likes of the Orianna, it's very difficult to siege. Against the Corki especially, but now with the fact that they have to they get the charge off a little bit too early on. To the Moon trying to pull the trigger, jump on the pain. Instead, they lose the jungler. CSB goes down, and Renatus get on the board.
Trox was a bit too late to rotate there. You could see that Muri was first to the Dragon lane, able to come in and help out. Not even using the shockwave, just pure presence. Allows him to convert on that. A good knockup in might just be the kill here for Engi. He has to pop the ultimate.
Shockwave pulls them back to the Moon. Ludai looking low, has to flash away, barely survives. Nice taunt, layered together, moves on to Murai, and without flash this time around, goes down. To the Moon, pull back with one. Nico now into the mid lane, forces the flash, forces the ultimate away from Heng, and they jump back onto the ribbon. Crowd control layered after layer will take down the ribbon, and suddenly 3 dead on the side of Renatus. To the Moon pull back.
Very questionable choices there from Renatus. They were streaming in one by one after they got a very good play off in the bottom side. It's okay to lose your tier 1 if you convert the kills and you're able to pick up gold in the form of tempo. I think To the Moon there were able to just punish Renatus for slipping, streaming in slowly and just throwing the advantages away.
You know, streaming in is one thing. That was more like a trickle.
Yeah.
Right? You can come in as a floodgate, you can stream in. That was a trickle.
This is like when you know, after you wash your plates and you leave the
you forget it's like that one, like it's dripping, and you kind of realize that it's there, so you just, alright, how do I fix this? That's what happened to Renatus then. They had no control, they were looking to go in. Nico overestimated how powerful he was, didn't respect, and like we mentioned, this is what happens against a composition that has so much crowd control against Rift.
Yes, the mobility too is a big issue. You could see that they're trying to like single out first Heng, and then they try to jump onto Trox, but To the Moon cover for each other's weaknesses very well. Solari Charge Blade completed for Heng. This is an adaptation that we've kind of expect if you don't go for the first item, Essence Reaver. So what you do is you pick up the Solari Charge Blade and then get raw AD, right? So you want to be able to still hit like a truck and have that scaling, but you're sacrificing some of that crit damage coming in. It could be a second item Infinity Edge here moving in for Heng. It's a strong second item Power Spike, but in this meantime, during this period where he's waiting for it to come online, he's significantly weaker.
Sabo now, without the turret to give him some safety, is playing towards a much longer lane, has to be much further back. It just gives Nico a lot more space to try and rotate. You could see from the gold difference that Nico was just about 1,000 up, which comes to about a full component. We saw the Vampiric Scepter being a nice addition for the Riven there.
He's been playing this matchup extremely well. He's dodging away from all the counter meeks, keeping his range with all users of the Broken Wings. And look at this, just, you know, animation cancelling and making sure that Sabo's unable to get a proper recall off. Now you can see the Gallows in the mid lane. They might just come in for this fight.
They try and pull away with the Shockwave to set some distraction, but instead over to the back, they take down Ludai first. They move back over on the Cape, unable to convert that into a kill. Sabo will finally get one for his efforts. The rest of his team undecided, don't know what they want to go for on the Dragon while looking for kills. Welcome to the Slaughterhouse. Renatus take them down. They get the Dragon too.
The only person left alive is Heng, and he had to flash and barrier away from that fight. A good TP flank coming from Nico very early on. Normally we don't see Baron laners pick up TP, you know, 9.5 minutes in. They usually go for these greedy Proto Belt, Righteous Glories for the solo, and Heng, oh, hold on, he might just die here.
Forces something, but instead it will be Pain that goes down. Renatus loses their Baron, their Dragon laner there.
If they can keep finding flanks like that with Nico and with Muri just making sure that they're left in chokes, the evasion of this composition from To The Moon, the mobility, does not matter because they're just stuck in an area that they don't want to fight in.
Renatus gets some good control now. They're looking to have 2 dragons, but despite that, 500 gold behind, you look towards where it is on the map, and discrepancy is going to be primarily towards the jungle. Riven is ahead. Unfortunately, Orianna and Olaf are not ahead. They are going to be behind the counterparts.
And one thing we should point out in that previous fight, because Heng did not have Infinity Edge, just along BS Sword and Solari Charge Blade, he was not doing a lot of damage, right? Whereas Pain was just hitting like a truck with Essence Reaver and Charge Blade. So that's the power gap difference during that lull, that power trough. Now that IE is completed, To The Moon will feel a lot more comfortable fighting this, but the issue still stands like you said. Nico is slapping Sabo in the solo lane. There's no one that can really deal with the Riven right now with the power level that he has.
Renatus trying to get a little bit of control towards the Baron side. Unlikely these teams are going to force that, but it is good to have some control, especially knowing, you know, the kind of enemy composition that they have. Heng has a much better time taking down the Baron than Pain would otherwise have. So it is something they have to watch out for. Nick's objective is going to be that Infernal Drake. That's a nice one to grab. And so might need to put a little bit more attention towards that. To The Moon were much slower to react to the Dragon Call, and then they split up. They weren't sure what they wanted to go for, not sure if they wanted to fight or they wanted to finish the Dragon. Instead, they split up. You can see their main damage dealer Heng was in the Dragon Pit while the rest of the team were fighting in that Tri-Brush.
Cape is just shoving the wave out. They want to walk into the jungle to get vision, and in these chokes, it's when Orianna thrives. Like you can see these small corridors, right? Perfect setups for
oh my goodness, you're in the wrong neighborhood. Not sure that was the right call. Goes in early. Instead, Egi soaks up so much more damage. Troc pulls through with the Shockwave. The golden, the Shockwave comes in. Heng goes down low, pops the Featherstorm. Murray still walking in aggressively. Flashes forward, blocks the taunt, blocks the Justice Punch, and comes through with a double kill. Now facing them under turret, Heng looking low. Cape walking forward, wants to pull through with the undertow. Finds it. Teleport coming through now. Sabo tries to join back in, moves on to the Orianna. Cape cannot do anything but watch as his mid laner goes down. Meanwhile, Nico picks up some more space in the Dragon lane and is moving on to the inhibitor turret.
That dive towards the tier 2, a bit finicky, you know, they maybe wouldn't have, they shouldn't have made that play. All they could have done was just move over to the Baron and control that area with Nico moving over, but I'll take it, you know, Renatus understanding the value of these chokes, and I told you, watch out for the Shockwave. The moment it nukes Heng down, he has to leave the fight. There is no way back in for him, and they just chase to the moon down once their main damage source is out of the fight. He's picking up a Blade of the Ruined King next because he knows he needs the sustain, including the Vampiric Greaves. I feel like it's still not enough though when the nukes come in.
It doesn't really do very much in the moment. You need time to actually lifesteal back up, and it's good when you're resetting these fights. Unfortunately, the problem is your composition is a one-hit wonder. You jump in, you either get the win right away, or you're done. You pack up and you go home. Going for some sustain just doesn't feel like it's quite the right answer for them. And Trunks, no ultimate right now, makes it very difficult to contest this.
Reneda's here to setting up. They already pulled the dragon away and they're faking as though they want to commit to this because on the top side, Nico is able to just push and create space, right? They don't have to commit for this objective. They just need to make To The Moon believe that they should contest. And that allows Nico to come in, allows him to push on the map and get space as well. With him TPing in, this should be a dragon secure.
They pull teleport as a 5 versus 5 as they get the ultimate off. It's a great one to pair things up. To The Moon finally get the angle they were looking for. Eggy looking low, wind becomes lightning, almost takes him down in the back. You almost see Trunks go down, and it looks like that will be the case. Facing off a couple more armor tanks, finally will lose his life to the Orianna. But Sabo has now joined in, puts the pressure on, puts pedal to the metal. Reneda's forced to back off, losing 3. To The Moon finally get control.
This is the point where the Xayah feels really good. Like I said, the Infinity Edge spike coming online now, and with one more item, she's gonna outscale. Oh, jumping back in tier 2, they're not done yet.
They're moving on to Nico. Damage coming through for the Xayah. They don't have any response for this. Tries to force him away. Sabo loses a lot of HP to the undertow.
The turret
taking damage to the turret. Flash run for the Olaf. He will get the counter kill, but the mid lane turret goes down at that time. He actually finds 2 with the second on the Sabo.
That's actually a big pick-off because they don't have the AD carry and they don't have the Baron laner. Yes, your jungler is dead, but there's a window right now for you to make this Inferno Drake a reality because you have numbers advantage and Nico is still holding strong.
I can't retort that. They're moving on to the dragon, and there's only so much CSB can get done by himself. He tries to escape. He even has to use the smite just to heal up and top up a little bit. Once again, we're back in the same situation where Trunks has no ultimate. It's too early after that last fight to have something again. Lunai trying to give himself an angle to potentially stall for this. Wait for his team to come back up. Teleports are coming through from Sabo as he tries to join back in. Instead, Reneda's are the ones to go on the aggressive, move on the offensive. Dragon stolen away by Sabo. Pain over to the back, barely survives, has to get out, cannot continue on. Trunks loses a lot of HP, but Eki pushes him back. Kate jumping in, looking to take him down. The undertow connects, and they get the reckless swings, the reckless charge. Hank tries his best to prevent this damage from coming through, pulls back with a little bit more damage. Lunai jumps into his down. It's a triple kill for Kate. Reneda's pull up with 18 to 14 on the score.
And as long as Pain is still alive, they should be able to pick up this Baron here. They have the smite on Cape, so with 4 members up, Reneda's, they lose their Inferno Dragon, but the investment pays off. They clean up the fight with the ace, they move towards the Baron, and this objective is huge for them because Nico can now sit in a side lane and just push it in with the Baron buff. There's no response to be had from To The Moon. Reneda's up 6k.
Pulling so far ahead, Reneda's are now firmly in control of this game at 16 minutes, 6,000. May not be as big of a gap as what we've seen from some other games. The difference in this one is that these two teams are much tighter. They can make much better use of small leads.
Now, even though the Xayah does have 4 items, she's been the recipient of a lot of kills. The Corki still does feel very strong because of the way the kit interacts with Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, and Solari Charge Blade. Remember that the Charge Blade gives you a stack that increases your crit and true damage when you cast a spell. Missile Barrage is a spell on cooldown with a 2-second cooldown, right? He's almost permanently steroided up. This is why the Corki is so strong right now.
Stacking so well, then has a lot of hook potential, has the package to boot, gives them a lot more space to work with. Now, Nico will continue to split push towards the Dragon Lane. They're escorting 2 waves in at the same time. It's very difficult for Sabo to find some kind of re-engage to force them back. They do have all their ultimates though, and we know what happens when they have everything in place. It looks like Iggy going in aggressively. Ludai pulls a trigger, huge shockwave to pull them all back to the moon. Running back into the base. Sabo loses his life first. Trunks the second to follow. They move on to Hang. And there we go. Reneda's will be able to take them down. They're moving into the base. They find the first inhibitor. Moves on to the second. Now they're on to the Nexus with playoffs in their eyes. Renatus grabbed their first win.
They tried to go to the moon, Grandin, but the shockwave prevents liftoff. A massive start to a fight that closes out game 1. And Renatus, my goodness, it looks like on par with some of the teams that we've kind of seen earlier today. The mechanical skill as well as the macro that we had, doubts about being fleshed out in reality for them to play this out. Even though their draft did not demonstrate the priority that we see in this patch, they still look extremely solid when it comes down to the shot calling and how they play the map.
Look at how tight the gold spread is this game. It starts off, Renatus has maybe 100, 200 gold lead. It dips down back to the moon for a little bit, then it goes back to Renatus, then to the moon. And at this point, Renatus starts picking up better and better fights. They start hitting their win advantages. They know what they need to do to get the lead that they were looking for. Eventually, it builds up and snowballs. That's what Renatus, and we're looking to see from Renatus against tougher and tougher opponents, being able to build these incremental advantages and mitigate losses, because that's what's going to be the game changer.
Yeah, I think that Renatus have come so far as a team. We looked at them as Celestials in the summer qualifiers, and they narrowly, or rather failed to make it into the playoffs, I believe, or make it out of playoffs. And now they're coming in with this different form. They're playing things that suit them, not inherently strong in the meta. Like Orianna is a good pick, but it's not a Ziggs, you know what I mean, right? It's not up there on the must-pick list.
It's not the control mage that you're looking for, but it's a strong control mage, and they know what to do with it.
And they play around that comfort pick so well. We saw in the final fight. If it was a Ziggs or TF there, it would be a different situation, but with the ability to hold on to the comfort picks and play to their strengths, organizing around these fights so well, it makes Renatus look like a team and a half.
So just being able to demonstrate this awareness of their own issues in prior iterations of their team, and being able to fix them, work on them, come back stronger is such an amazing trait to have, right? Having this self-awareness makes them so much stronger than teams that might be mechanically good to begin with, but you don't know what to fix. You're just kind of hoping
you win late and just smash the game from there.
Yeah, like time will fix your issues for you, but that's not necessarily the case. You have to be efficient with what you have, because like both teams have mentioned, these guys are living full-time jobs, living normal lives on their day-to-day, and they just have to
they have to carve out time to practice. They have to carve out time to kind of get all on the same page.
Exactly.
It does show in certain cases when the communication is off, or a team is, a particular member is slightly late to a fight, and you're like, well, we should have practiced this a little bit more with the TP flank, right? So completely understandable. Some questions I have for game 2 for To The Moon is, 1, what are they going to do about Nico's Riven? I feel like at this point it does warrant a ban, because against Renekton, who was one of the quote-unquote strongest solo laners during the Summer Super Cup and then ensuing forward, he smashed the matchup. He destroyed Renekton in that matchup, right? 1,500 gold at like the 7-minute mark is no mean feat, and he was able to, gain control in the side lane. That was a big issue coming in for To The Moon.
It's one of those situations where you're the coach of the team, or you're the captain of the team, and you're looking at your picks and pans and you're saying, do we ban the Riven? And your battle laner goes, no, Riven is not a strong pick. We don't have to ban it. I can deal with it. That game was a fluke. No, don't worry about it. But at the same time, you wonder, like, okay, what happens if it's not a fluke? What happens if it's actually a really strong pick that Nico has practiced and is looking good at? Do you just get rid of it at that point and potentially spam the ban?
Yeah, I think they might have to ban it if they feel like they can't play against it in the lane, because the Renekton, for all intents and purposes, should be going even, right? He got slapped so hard in the lane. The second question I have is the itemization on Desire. I think that momentary power trough when you're going from Solari Charge Blade into Infinity Edge allowed the goal to just stay even, right? Normally in those cases, you have Essence Reaver, Solari Charge Blade, and then you start running away with the gold lead because you are at a stronger power curve compared to the Corki, right? You hit your items first, you're able to abuse it more compared to the Corki. But because he did not complete the Infinity Edge, he lost a big fight. They basically lost all tempo in the game, and the Xayah was relegated to just hoping to hit whoever she could find.
Yeah, playing to just deal with, honestly, whatever has slipped its way past his front line, right? Once his front line has kind of fallen apart and then he started running towards him, Hang is just kind of doing his best to deal with what's come to him.
You could see the difference in itemization and playstyle compared to someone like Teos earlier today, who was aggressively moving forward with the Xayah, knowing that if he's able to step up and lay the feathers down, there's cover for his team to chase in because he's going to be able to provide the additional crowd control, the additional damage, right? So it's a very different, it's like night and day kind of difference between the two, and I think itemization had a big part to play in it. Another thing that I think is calls into question is the synergy between the Xayah Rakan, because they weren't really on the same page a lot of the fights. I think when you play the Xayah Rakan lane, you need to have this like inherent communication and inherent synergy to know when the Xayah wants to step forward and when the Rakan can buy space for her.
I will say that I did enjoy how aggressive Ludai was playing. Had some good moments where he was jumping in and sets up for Trox to come in with the Galio. Right. So it did seem like between the support and the mid laner, they had some decent communication and synergy. The issue is, like you said, because the lane is so important, because Xayah Rakan is that power duo, you need to first and primarily get that right. And after that is good and well and done, you move to look to see how else you can pair together the rest of your team. Mid lane, for example, jungle, for example. But otherwise, I would love to see some form of primary engage for Ludai again, and then some form of follow-up with Trox, because they did so well together.
Compared to the Lucian Galio lane, this Xayah Rakan, like, you know, earlier they got the solo kill, right, in the first series. This bot lane of Corki and Alistar is actually easier to solo kill. Like, you're able to punish them a lot more. And the fact that they weren't able to find individual leads in their lane is a statement about how they were just not comfortable with each other, maybe unable to really control and set the pace for the Dragon lane.
So it's interesting to see, you know, the fact that despite having like Corki Alistar, they weren't able to really punish them as hard. But it could also be because we saw a bit more focus from the jungler to play towards Sabo and Nikos' lane. Giving emphasis towards that, trying to get the Renekton ahead and putting the Riven behind, it did not seem to work out in the way they were hoping for.
When you saw the Olaf in the top side, that should be the signal to all in bot with Xayah Rakan and just find a solo kill with Ignite, right? But it didn't happen. And I think, again, that's sort of evidence for this instability, evidence of discomfort here in the Dragon lane. As we go into Game 2's draft, To the Moon are down right now 1 point, and Renatus on match point. If they win this, they will proceed forward in the upper brackets and knock To the Moon down to the lower brackets. Draft-wise, I think the Riven should be a choice here for To the Moon. Like, ban Camille, Riven, maybe Fiora if you need to. I think jungle-wise, if you've seen Kate play the Olaf, you know more or less his role is going to be like the Olaf, the Jarvans, the Vise, right?
Yeah, we've basically kind of gotten a grasp on what the Cape is looking to try and get done. So, like you said, I wouldn't be all too worried about that. Instead, looking to see how you can deal with Murai and Nikos' champion pool. I think Nico is a little bit too much of a wild card. If he's willing to pull out the Riven, he's definitely willing to play anything in the Baron.
This is true.
Right. But Murai, if you can get rid of the Orianna and force him onto something else, because you see the Ziggs ban coming through already, it restricts the pool so much more. So you force them to either go for that mid lane pick first and then potentially grab a counter, or you could force them to go for something else and take away a very strong mid lane pick after that.
Seeing the Camille shows that To the Moon paying a lot of respect to the Baron laner of Renatus here. I think that the Gragas is going to be... Okay, so they do lock in the Gragas. They're going to be, on the Renatus side, they're going to be repeating the same bans. Like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. They're just using the same things over and over again, right? It's up to the Moon now to just adopt and adapt, rather, to their opponents. I don't think the Xayah Rakan has that much priority because it looks like Hing and Ludai aren't as comfortable on it. Maybe they should default into something a bit more lane dominant and easy to execute, so you could go Lucian Braum as well and build Essence Reaver into Solari Charge Blade. It's as strong as the Xayah, it just doesn't scale as well. I mean, it's strong for sure, right? Like, the Xayah Rakan, even in a vacuum, remove the nameplates, is still going to be a strong pairing. And so if it's open as an option in a good matchup, you would still go and grab it. True.
So To the Moon, I think, really should just look to see if their Red 1 and 2 can go for something stronger in place of that, and if it's left open for their 3rd and 4th rotation, to go and pick it up only then.
The Riven Hover should be a ban in right now. What's interesting is both teams left the Lee Sin completely open in Game 1, and I think Lee Sin, as far as things go, is still a very strong pick for setting up for your team. Has very good early control and is a win condition in itself when you are able to connect with the Dragon's Rage to kick someone back. Right now, teams are playing stuff like, you know, the Xayah Lucian, right? If you get a good flank and you kick them in, it doesn't matter if they have evasion, they will still die to immediate crowd control.
And we should mention again, because the winner of this match will go up against Team Aphrodite Gaming, they have to worry about how that matchup will be played out. Giving away too much information early on could potentially spell disaster for these teams. Which
is why Renatus right now, you can see that more or less similar bans in terms of the picks that they want to work with. It's not the Olaf. This time it's going to be the Sinjar picked up. They're not giving anything away, nothing new that we've seen in this series that signals that they have some sort of advanced strategy up their sleeve, you know.
Which could be exactly what they want to go for, right? Not willing to give out too much information early on. That being said, Riven will be left open again, so Renatus might want to try and pair for that. You know, he can't do very well with the Xin Zhao. We had some criticism for the Riven before because of how much crowd control was available to lock him down, but he still managed to make it work regardless of the fact. So to the moon, now going for the Lee Sin and the Renekton, two very strong, aggressive champs. Renatus responding perhaps to this Riven again.
So, like you alluded to earlier, it could be a, you know, decision made by the whole team for Sabo saying like, it's okay, you probably just misplayed the matchup, but you're still, you know, second time's the charm, you should be able to come out ahead. Because for as far as I know, the Renekton into the Riven matchup is actually, you know, pretty even. It's about dodging skills, it's about how you play out the lane spacing. And there should be no reason that you get slapped so hard, so I think that the Riven pick against the Renekton, again, it's a team choice, right? The Galio and the Corki, I think the Corki is the perfect choice here for Pain. He showed that he understands his ranges very well, is able to really set up for his team very well as well, using the package, so it's again, don't review anything that you don't have to.
The Xin Zhao paired together with the Galio, you know, it's kind of like the flag and drag, but a little bit more consistent because we don't hit the audacious. Because we don't hit the wind becomes lightning.
Yeah.
Right. You're not gonna go in, and maybe in those situations you just don't want to go in, right? So, a bit of a fail-safe there. These To The Moon will pull off a very interesting choice for us.
They are all inning their bot lane, right? We talked about how Zyra Khan was not comfortable for them earlier. This time they do Vayne Lulu, and Vayne Lulu, I mean, Vayne has seen a rise to popularity in not only Wild Rift, but like League of Legends PC as well. Just purely
I am a Vayne main right now.
That is true, yeah. And she is one of the few that doesn't really benefit from Essence Reaver or Solari Charge Blade. It's just purely Blade of the Ruined King and an early power spike hoping to fight with Silver Bolts giving you, you know, innate damage.
I have no damage. I tell my teammates, don't look for me for damage until I'm 5 items done.
You're the Vayne in my solo queue games.
Renatus rounding things off, they grab the Rakan, grab the Riven, and to respond to that, To The Moon now steal away the Orianna, so Muri will not have that, instead going to play the Galio, and it's a bit of a reverse situation this time around. Renatus, they pair up a lot more crowd control to pair together with Nico, whereas To The Moon, they have more damage, more fight potential, and it seems like both teams have kind of mutually agreed to switch compositions and win conditions.
The X factor here for To The Moon is the Vayne Lulu, I think. As well as that lane goes, it could eventually just pop off or fall flat on its face, depending on jungle attention, right? So we're expecting Renatus' jungle, you know, to start on the top side, half down, and maybe put early pressure on the Vayne so she's not allowed to just free farm and take over the lane. Once Corki gets Essence Reaver, though, Vayne just doesn't get to play Wild Rift. You're going to be zoned away permanently, you're going to be outranged, and you're going to be poked out.
Battle of the most solo queue possible champions. Which gets a hit first, your Riven or your Vayne, whichever wins.
Just toss in a Katarina mid, we'll be golden, right? With the all-star solo queue kind of, you know, picks.
Absolutely. Katarina versus a Zen matchup,
oh,
right?
Yes,
There we go. Otherwise, it looks like they are putting a lot of emphasis on trying to play for team fights, right? So Renatus, they were the ones to go a little bit more aggressively to grab the Dragon, to grab the Rift Herald, and they weren't in a position to get them stolen away. So this could actually be the windows they were looking for. Unfortunately, because of the way that, well, cooldowns works, cooldowns exist.
Yes, that is the thing, right?
it's significantly longer for Renatus to fight and then reset. And so you could see that issue exists with To The Moon last game. Trox was constantly waiting for his ultimate to come off cooldown, and where they had good angles, they couldn't actually go for because their spells just weren't up.
This is something that we saw a lot in the Summer Super Cup. Teams baiting out Galio ultimates and then fighting after that's down because it's a very long channel and an even longer cooldown, right? It's very obvious when Galio uses Hero's Entrance. So when you put a lot of pressure on a target, the instinct is of course to use the Hero's Entrance to save your teammate, and that's when they back off and they fight with 5 ultimates versus 4. I think this is something that To The Moon could make use of if they've been watching, you know, the Summer Super Cup, or if they have an inclination of how to abuse cooldowns. It would be the best way for them to gain control over these objectives, especially because their team is very fluid, it's very mobile, right? Between Lee Sin, Renekton, and Lulu, you have this kind of way to just clean disengage after you bait someone into using their Hero's Entrance.
They aren't even thinking about SSC anymore. They're thinking they're looking forward to the C champs. Top 2 teams will make their way in. This is the second game in their BO3. We are looking at Renatus up against To The Moon. All the points to Renatus if they want to get this win here.
No stack coming in from To The Moon. In fact, it's going to be a lane swap here. So Heng is going to make moves towards the Baron lane, and holding his own is going to be Sabo. And now they're really all-inning onto the AD carry and support, because we talked about how this matchup for the Vayne and Lulu gets really bad against the Corki. Well, you have a lot more free farm here as the Vayne. All you need to do is just freeze the wave and not die, right? If the jungler comes up, you might be in some trouble, but for the most part, freeze the wave and just last hit, get EXP. The problem comes when you do lose control of this lane.
I think this is actually a little bit worse for the Renekton, right? Renekton suffers a lot more at the oppression of the Corki, and so I wonder if this is actually the best possible scenario for you to switch up to.
Because the trade-off, or at least the logic to me, it's like Nico already got slapped by Sabo in game 1. Like, there's nothing worse that can happen, so he's gonna take the L by playing against, you know, the AD carry and support in the Dragon lane. Meanwhile, we funnel the gold into Heng and Ludai.
So actually playing with that in mind, not willing to give them a bad Baron lane matchup again, forces Nico to play into a 2v1 lane, but you know, at the same time could see them performing a bit of a lane swap To The Moon with a very nice angle, and Renatus with even better response. They come in with the grand entrance and find themselves first blood to get on the board. Renatus, they punish this lane swap beautifully.
Look at how much CS Sabo is missing, and because you don't have TP here, there's no way you're going to get back to lane in time to pick all that up, and Pain, all he has to do is just deny this, pick up the plates, get the ball rolling. He's going to outscale Heng earlier than we expect, and To The Moon failing to respond in kind. In fact, CSB, he's going to be caught out here, I think.
Oh my goodness, Heng takes a turret shot, walks back into the Tri-Brush, gets the safety, has 4 on his team there to provide ensure his safety rather. Sabo level 2 now, and
he's desperate for the farm. He knows he needs this. Like, no matter what, he's gonna risk his life to pick up something. They got the kill onto the Riven, so that's a dive and response and in kind. But Renatus are the ones who made the early moves, have picked up the turret plates, have gotten the Corki ahead. So Sabo now playing on the back foot, has to be careful of this dive.
Level 5 on K pulls off the Crescent Guard, where becomes lightning to find the second kill, and Sabo, the desperation to hold on to the wave will not pay off. He goes down again.
They're gonna lose this tier 1, and then they're gonna lose full control of the bottom half, because all Renatus needs to do now is just bounce the wave back, a flash from Cape to keep safe. Although in hindsight, I think they could have fought that. All they have to do now is just freeze this wave once Sabo bounces it out, and he gets 0 farm.
Iggy's going to be right by his side. Nico gets pushed back by the Condemn, and looks like he's just going to play things out a lot slower now, freezing right in front of his turret, and so they recognize they have to do something about this. They being To The Moon. The fact that they've gone for the lane swap, and it has not paid off, must hurt.
Yeah, it's even worse now because Nico is just going to be able to pick up safe farm under this tier 1 when the wave bounces. You can see he's going to be bouncing back soon. And Pain now, he's holding here. He doesn't have to push this, but he feels like with Dragon up in 13 seconds, he needs to get some control of bot side so they can contest this. Nico, if we bring up the gold difference, I feel like Nico should be about, 600 to 1,000 ahead of his opponent. And that's just, in farm. It's not, the EXP accounted for. Yep.
Exactly right there.
The EXP accounted for, he's a level ahead as well. So this is how insane this matchup, this lane swap has gone for Renatus, and I think To The Moon executed without knowing the proper way to play it out.
And now you're looking at Galio with ultimate, Corki with package, both objectives up. Cape is starting things off first, and there we go. Look at the Corki item. It's going to be an Essence Reaver early start. Just To The Moon, they want to try and force this dragon.
Just fight this. They've got the Rift Herald already. They can come in with the package and force this fight.
They jump on the Ludai. Oh my goodness, quickly to boot. They move on to Heng. He's going to have to back away. Kadan tries to push them up. Pain joins back into the fight, sets up the stage with the package. Valkyrie's back onto Heng, forces Ludai to back away, pumps the flash. Kate walks back in, just looking for the wind becomes lightning. Pairs that together. The rest of his team have moved in position. They're trying to jump back on. Nice polymorph onto Nico. Stops in his tracks. They manage to prevent anything more from happening, but Pain continues to wreak damage in the mid lane.
Moving in, they have to pick up this Herald. No, Chile gets a second charge. That's insane value. I'm not sure why CSP didn't hit the eye on the back.
Just smite it.
Yeah, just smite it, right? You should have just killed it. Now your mid tier 2 is even lower. You have to deal with that. Oh, another big problem to have to consider. It's only 5.5 minutes in, by the way, so that tier 2 should not even be touched, much less down to 2/3 health.
Facing a lot of issues here. They just cannot respond because they're playing a Vayne that needs time to scale up to grab items. I know you mentioned that you have a bit of a power spike with the Blade of the Rune King, but frankly, it just cannot match an Essence Reaver on the Corki. Pair that together with his ultimate, with the way his kit functions, it just does too well in these quick exchanges and can take down Heng too easily here.
You're okay in like a long lane isolated without anyone fighting, and you get your ultimate off. That's when the Blade of the Rune King really excels, right? In these long trades where you're able to chase him down. But in a direct skirmish, in a team fight, the Corki is always going to have more value, just autoing whoever is in front of him and hitting the missiles. You can tell that To The Moon have resigned themselves to playing for late game scaling, right? And this is evident in two ways. Sarah is being picked up by Trox, so he's like, I don't want any immediate damage, no Ludens, nothing, I just want AP to scale. And the Sterix being the choice here for Sabo later on. So he knows me doing any damage is out of the question. I just want to be a frontline tank and hope that my team can bring some form of damage in the form of Vayne and Orianna in the late game.
That is the hope, and that's what you're looking to try and get done. Unfortunately, it feels like To The Moon have lost a lot of tempo, and the scaling that they were hoping for has been put on hold by Renatus. Just look at them walking into the enemy jungle. Pops away, becomes sliding. Shockwave connects on the pay by barely stalls them out. Look at the damage coming through. Renatus, they're going back to front. Sabo will be the first victim. Permits the bodyguard, protects the president, will not be able to stop them jumping onto Heng. Renatus takes them down and stops the recall from CSP just as topping on the kink. They're moving towards the mid lane and the Baron lane again, trying to get a little bit more.
They look at Baron, they realize, hey, it's too early in the game, we can't take that objective, so what we're going to do is shove out mid and hopefully pick up a plate or two, because it's still relatively early. When I say plate, it's chip damage, right, in the form of the mid tier 2. There is still a significant amount of time before any other objective comes up, so although Renatus find a decisive win, they're unable to really snowball.
This is why having lane control is so important. If your lane isn't in position, you can get all the kills that you want. It won't mean anything. Whereas if you go into the late game, if your opponent has the lane and has the wave in position, and you get one good ace, yeah, they were just going to run you down, or you can't run them down. You know, it just goes into so much about wave management. Renatus will be content, I think, just taking a nice fight, getting 5,000 and gold ahead.
Solari Charge Blade should be completed here, or yep, no, he's just got his Slinger and the Crit Cloak.
Just
so
about.
Just about. We'll pick up this package. Still, the Vayne has not gotten any progress done.
What is the Corki
additional
running on right now?
What is the Corki running on?
Yeah, look, it's
hopes and dreams, I believe.
But its feet are moving.
Dude, there are rainbows literally coming out of its butt. Like, I don't think logic applies in the Wild Rift.
Oh my goodness. But like you said, Vayne very far behind at this point. The Blade of the Rune King being the only item completed means it's very difficult to try and find a 1v1 duel in a silent lane. You can see that they've actually committed Ludai to provide assistance to Heng. And because of this, Dragon has been basically donated over to Renatus. They're the ones who started up. Nico will zone away Sabo as well as CSP as the Dragon's already picked up. Package available for them means they pull the trigger, they try and jump on. Yeah, look to pair things up. They move on to Heng. The Wild Rope will give him some shielding, give him some HP, but it does not matter. They move on to Ludai now. Renatus sweep up 3.
They have nothing left on the map to take except for this tier 2, and thankfully Trox is able to clean out the wave, so it's only 3 kills and a dragon to boot, which they did pick up earlier. This is the issue that they were faced with earlier, Grandin, right? They don't have the waves in place, so they're able to pick up objectives after cleaning up fights. Cape is going to move to the top tier 1, but he's surely not going to be able to pick this one up. The best choice for Renatus right now is just to clear out the jungles, take whatever they can in terms of, you know, free EXP and buffs. You can't overstay here. Pain has no mana.
You have to be careful about this. CSB misses out on the Sonic Wave, and so looking to try and jump back in. Forces the flash away from Cave. The Condemn is available. They move on to the Xin Zhao. He should be going down here. To the Moon do manage to trade back onto one as an overstay coming through. They're moving on to Baron now, though.
They can do this very quickly because they have Vayne, but Renatus are not in a position to stop them, so this is a misstep. To the Moon actually have a small window here where they can burn down this Baron and buy themselves a second life in this game. It's down to 3.5k. The percentage damage from the Vayne is there with the Blade of the Ruin King, and it should go to the Moon here.
Absolutely right. No ultimate for Muri means there's no chance for them to jump in. They give that one away to the Moon. Managed to miraculously find a Baron through all that chaos.
It's because they found the jungler and they overstayed in the top side, and to boot, Ludai did have the Ardent Sensor, I believe, so that makes him a steroided up Vayne who does percentage damage against a big, a huge health bar objective. He's moving towards the Solari Charge Blade right now. Every time you pop a crit, it gives you more true damage, so he's going to be shredding through the health bars of both Cape and Muri.
Isn't this what we kind of talked about earlier on? Sabo wants to just be a shield for his team at this point. Unfortunately, we saw what happened that last fight. Sabo and CSB went down so quickly, they lost all their HP to the damage from Renatus. When they pad it together, stack it up, it just is too much for them to deal with. You can even tell from the itemization right now. Very interesting. Look at the Lee Sin itemization. Essence Fever as well as Solari just shows how strong that pairing is. Unfortunately, it means he is a lot squishier.
Yes.
The Renekton has gone for the Gargoyles plus the Sterix, and that's just full meat shield. He's just meatball all the way.
Completing those two items, very, very important just to stay in the front line. And to explain the logic between these item pairings for Lee Sin, it's because he has like 2 casts of each ability, right? So you're able to activate the Solari Charge Blade on a very low cooldown. You always have that buff up because it's 3 stacks back, so it's simple for him to always get crits off. The question is whether he's in range to auto attack. That's the problem, right? You never really want to be auto attacking too much as a Lee Sin, especially against the lineup of Renatus, because being in melee range means you're gonna get taunted up, 3 talent strike knocked up, and poked down from the core.
One side looks like it's a fight. Hang actually gets a good angle back on the Nico.
Nice.
Will get knocked out by Iggy, so loses a little bit of HP. He has to try and reposition back in. Kate comes in with the Vanguards and ends up taking some decent damage back, jumps back onto the Lulu. Lulu goes down. Now they're moving on to Hang. Hang has to back away. Renate is coming in strong with 4. Whip becomes Lightning, gets a final strike back on the Hang now with the Smite. Finds the damage that they need. They take down the turret, the hyper carry for To The Moon, and Renatus find 3 in the bomb side.
That collapse, that full force in. Notice that multiple summer spells were expanded by Renatus to make sure they get that, and Nico will probably die here unless
they really want this.
Iggy is unable to save him. Chashibao here now needs to run away, but he's a Lee Sin. He should be able to get out unless he finds Pain here.
He's dedicated to trying to get away now. Jumps back in with the Sonic Wave and the Resonating Strike. The last auto attack from Pain confirms the kill. But this is given enough time for To The Moon to respawn, and they're hitting back in.
25 seconds at least on CSB, so they know they can reset and then move over to pick up the Dragon before moving to the Baron. There is another 35, 40 seconds on the Purple Worm before he comes back up. And in that previous fight, the big issue was Heng got isolated way too early. He got caught by the engage from Iggy and the collapse from Cape, right? And when you are in those situations, you need to be peeling back, but he gets just immediately blown up.
The Purple Worm sounds like some kind of grunge rock band. Renatus and the Purple Worm coming to a studio near you. Renatus grabbed that Cloud Drake, and so they're one closer towards the Elder. It's going to be a nice win condition, especially being the Inferno. That being said, I wouldn't like to see them make it that far into the game. It feels like To The Moon will be able to continue scaling at that point, and they have more and more opportunities to get back in. If they can, should close it out as quickly as possible.
The items coming in from Trox now is a big issue. You can see he's
on
already
top of
completed.
The wall, like this 4 right there. Oh my goodness, clear
the package.
They jump back in. Hang will be the target. The focus has the QSS, but ultimately will go down. Nico with the last auto attack. Trox is looking to run away for his life. Sabo gets locked down. It's the pursuit for Renatus. It's a double kill for the Ribbon. Nico comes back in. He shows why you have to respect this Ribbon band, man.
Look at the lanes though. They're all pushing up forward for To The Moon, so there's nothing that Renatus can do here. They can't get mid, they can't get bottom, they can't get top. They can try this, but it's gonna be a 50-50 against CSB. At least finishing off the tier 1 is a good start. They need to kill CSB, otherwise
look at how much time he's buying.
They need to 50-50 this Baron. This guy doesn't die, you don't take Baron.
CSB loses a lot of health quickly, goes golden. Even with the safeguard shipping going down, it gets credited to Eggy. And now they're moving on to the Baron. Death timer's still long. How did Trunks die through all of that? Actually shuts down the Riven, so 1 for 1, not the worst thing in the world. Teleports now coming in, but To the Moon are on their way. They're making a beeline straight towards the Baron, but it's a 3 versus 4. I'm not sure how these numbers are going to pan out. Eggy gets hit by the Condemn, but he's back in the pit already. Looks like Baron to Renatus, there's nothing he can do to stop Cake.
It was a big mistake from Trox and CSB to try and like pull out or rather extend the death timers by running around the map. What they needed to do was just stay alive, because the moment Lee Sin is still up because of his mobility, every Baron becomes a 50-50.
Staying alive.
Exactly, right? And they failed to do
That's
that.
all I can say, the rest is...
And they trade 1 for 1 on Nico for Trox too. That's just a big oof. Without Orianna too, like, you stay in the pit, you're not gonna eat a shockwave, you're completely fine.
See, here's the thing. At this point, you expect Hank to be much further ahead. He should have a lot of golden EXP. The issue is because for most of this game, he hasn't been able to 1v1 anyone.
Yeah.
It means that you had to have Ludai by his side. You know, he's kind of the Pokemon trainer here, right? And Ludai's the Pokemon trainer, Hank is the Pokemon, right? And because of that, he's behind in EXP. Right now, you're playing against the Elite Four, but your Pokemon are on the level. That's what's happening here. They try and pull the trigger, jump in, Shockwave will stall things for a second. Turret does go down, Eggy looking low. Hank trying to trade back. Ludai almost goes down. In the meantime, look at how much space Cape has been able to buy. They forced the reset heal, will be proc. Multiple summoner spells, but at least 2 turrets to Renatus.
And Pain all this time is just free hitting from the back. Another jump in with the Sonic Wave, but he doesn't want to be there. 4 members, or rather 5 members of To the Moon still chasing another Sonic Wave.
Is this it? Is this the fight they want to go for? I have to wonder. Instead, the re-engage, she jumped back onto him. Good damage. Pain takes him down. The crits, the rockets, precision on point. Find the takedown on the Vayne, and CSB through all that time he's on the red buff. Wind becomes lightning. Last couple auto attacks. The crit, the Valkyrie. Shockwave trains back on the Nickel. Puts the Pain on the Riven. But ultimately, Renatus will get out Murray's in the mid lane.
He does not have the ultimate, so he's not able to join in the fight, but he's going to escort the minions in, and Murray, you're dead here. Unless Nico can come and save him. His Henki, no! Look at the damage!
Oh! He's on for the first! He grabs the second! It's a double kill for the Riven, and now they're on to the next set. And death timers are not your friend, they're way too long! They grab the win. It's a 2-0 for Renatus.
What was that burst in the final fight? I thought he was gonna die in the 1v3, but he turns it around, slams the ground, and says, "Not today, sir. You guys are going into the lower bracket."
What a standout performance from Nico. 10-4-4. This was a game that Renatus had in their back pocket from start to finish. Honestly, it looked like when they switched compositions, Renatus knew better what to do with it. To the Moon with the aggression that they were intending to go for. Didn't quite pan out. I have to wonder if you're going to play your Renekton as a pure tank, why not just play a tank?
Just play Garen. I see the idea in the late song. I'm like, I could understand why you guys are trying to do this, but they executed it very poorly and they got slapped, right? And one thing to note too is that I think Nico's Riven is probably going to be a big issue as the tournament goes on. People would start taking note of this. It's not them revealing anything more, but rather think of it as a pocket pick now that has to be respected.
Let's take a look at the highlights from this game. Renatus with that 2-0. What a wild game. Continue on. Trox loses a lot of HP, but Eggy pushes him back. Cake jumping in, looking to take him down. The undertow connects, and they get the reckless swings, the reckless charge. Hank tries his best to prevent this damage from coming through. Pulls back with a little bit more damage. Ludai jumps into his down. It's a triple kill for Cake. Renatus pull up with 18-14 on the score.
And as long
it looks like Eggy going in aggressively. Ludai pulls a trigger. Huge shockwave to pull them all back to the moon. Running back into the base. Sabo loses his life first. Trucks the second to follow. They move on to Hank. And there we go. Renatus will be able to take them down. They're moving into the base. They find the first inhibitor. Moves on to the second. Now they're on to the Nexus. With playoffs in their eyes, Renatus grabbed their first win.
They tried to go
as the Dragons already picked up. Package available for them. They pull the trigger. They try to jump on. Yeah, looking to pad things up. They move on to Hank. The Wild Rope will give him some shielding. Give him some HP, but it does not matter. They move on to Ludai now. Renatus sweep up 3. target to focus has QSS, but ultimately will go down. Nico with the last auto attack. Strox is looking to run away for his life. Sabo gets locked down. It's the pursuit for Renatus. It's a double kill for the Riven. Nico comes back and he shows why you have to respect this Riven band, man.
Look at the lanes though, there unless Nico can come and save him. His
Henki
though.
Look at how much damage! Oh! Comes in. He's on for the first. He grabs the second. It's a double kill for the Riven, and now they're on to the next set. And death timers are not your friend. They're way too long. They grab the win. It's a 2-0 for Renatus. Renatus.
Living up to expectations.
Yeah, come up to expectations. I felt like they were a strong team coming into this competition. They were a team that we were looking forward to. And we wanted to see them display that strength, and they absolutely did. They played a champion that we have not seen very much.
It's a high skill cap champion, and Nico pulled it off. Full credit to him, right? The ability to just own his opponents in both matchups, in a 1v1 and a 1v2, and still stay relevant in team fights. Mad props to him, man.
Absolutely. Big props to this team, and we should be seeing more from Renatus as they go up against Team Aphrodite Gaming. For now, we're going into a quick little break. When we come back, it's Team Happy versus To The Moon in our lower brackets. It's a BO1. They have to grab this win. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty.
Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dustum picks.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Singapore Fall Playoffs. We're moving into our lower brackets. Our friends that didn't quite have the best start to the day, but they will come back as we take a look at our lower bracket matches. First off, we have Team Happy versus To The Moon, and To The Moon, they just had a good game. We just saw them have a good game. Team Happy, we did not get to see their game, but we'll assume they had a good game as well.
I think good is a relative term. When you get defeated 2-0, good is a relative term, right? And Team Happy, you know, made out of 3 core members from what used to be Team Last Minute in the summer playoffs. You know, they've managed to kind of regroup and re-emerge in the fall playoffs rather. Overall, I'm not too convinced on Team Happy, and I feel like the evidence kind of is shown in the fact that they're in the lower bracket. Yeah.
That's gonna hurt their feelings.
There are teams. I have a tier list.
You
in
have
my
a tier
head.
list.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I have a tier list in my head.
Let's take a look at the brackets, the lower brackets that we have, or to see and kind of fit in the place where these teams kind of go.
Ooh, are we gonna start ranking them?
I have a somewhat of a tier list. It's not a good one, but it kind of exists. And here we have it, right? Our lower brackets. We saw Team Happy. Or rather Team
Team Happy did beat Team Reform, right? Which is why they are here.
That's why they are here, right? It was confusing me for a second, but yes, Team Happy did beat Team Reform, so Team Reform will bow out the competition, and now Team Happy up against To The Moon. This is one that they are looking to try and secure for themselves.
In all honesty, I hope that To The Moon have learned some of the lessons after their game of Renatus, because that was a very, very stompy game, to be honest.
The second one.
Yeah, the second one, right?
Right.
There are definitely some lessons to be learned, I think, coming in. When you play against a team and you get 2-0 for one, now you realize that, hey, you know, there are pocket picks that people have been practicing, for example, like the Riven, that we have to be careful of, and maybe our knowledge of matchups is not as accurate as we thought it would be.
Yeah. So the second one was definitely a little bit of a question mark. You know, it didn't quite hit the checkboxes that we were looking
like
to.
The lane swaps, right?
Yeah, it definitely they tried to bring in something different, and different is good unless it's bad. In which case, you know,
different is good unless it's bad.
So
you got a casting of Confucius here.
Philosophical musings are my jam. But before we go into the competition, let's quickly remind our viewers back at home that we have a whole host of stuff available for you guys. We have a giveaway to get this very nice chair behind me. It is, I believe, the League of Legends edition as well. But it is the Evo 2020. You have all sorts of special features, magnetic pillows. I can kind of move it a little bit for you guys to see.
The Secretlab Evo 2022 Titan edition. I believe we do have the graphic for you guys to kind of take a look at what it looks like. There you go.
And all you have to do to win this is clip some of the amazing plays we've already seen. Game number 1, immediately, I am spoiling it for you. You know where to find it. Game number 1 had a pentakill. Right? You just need to clip either a pentakill, Epic Dragon, or Baron Steel, or a backdoor victory.
Yeah.
That's it. Clip it. Follow the Versus Asia as well as Secretlab Facebook pages. Put it in the comment section of the giveaway post. You're qualified.
Yeah.
We'll message you. You can get it.
Well, not us, but like, you know.
We will. The organizers will message you guys. So stand a chance to win that for yourself. And of course, this was made possible by the people that gave us our chair. Secretlab, the official chair partner of this broadcast. They've given so many chances to all the esports professionals in the world.
Very, very thankful.
They is the staple, the bread and butter of ergonomics in gaming.
This is true.
As well as 100 Plus, the official drink sponsor for the Icon series. It's a very nice addition. You know, we saw some infographics, some videos. 2% of your fluids are lost while playing video games. How many percent am I losing right now?
Just by casting, I honestly don't know. But you know what's good about this though is right now, you know, I kind of joked about this. I'm a bit on like a healthy train right now. So
it's
like,
not a joke. You're doing good.
I am on a healthy train right now. So like this zero sugar is fantastic for me. I'm loving it. I love how it feels, and I'm not getting like super hyper for no reason.
Yeah.
Because usually when I cast, I have like this overlap of like caffeine, sugar, caffeine, and then it gets to a point where it's too much, and I start like, you know, going on the fritz like a robot that has malfunctioned.
So you can up your hydration game, grab yourself a bottle, 100 Plus. We're back to erratic weather again. We had a point where it was raining a lot. Now we're back to a hot season. Well, it flooded.
It flooded, so
I guess.
Yeah.
Either way, up your hydration.
It's hilarious because there are only like 2 kind of seasons in Singapore, right? Really, really warm or really, really wet. That's one or the other. We found
the worst one is when it's both.
Oh, warm and
it's warm and wet.
Yikes.
That's why you have cool isotonic drinks here for you.
This is true.
We should be getting ready to go into our first picks and bans between Team Happy and TTM. Team Happy, as you mentioned, is someone that we haven't got to see very much of, and we might not have the clearest expectations. I know you are a bit critical towards them, and To The Moon being one of the teams that we felt came in with a lot of experience and a lot of growth. We definitely were expecting them to put up a stronger performance in their previous match, but now going into this one in the lower brackets, we could still see that case happening.
Well, for To The Moon, they did adapt some of the strategies, or at least the item prioritization in the AD carries, right?
Yeah.
At least in some of the carries, right? The Lee Sin understood, hey, this two pairing of Essence Reaver and Solari Charge Blade is pretty good, so for some reason he picked it up, but then they went with Vayne instead. And I think that's a difficult thing, right? When you're pushed into a corner, when you really have no options, you rely on what is comfortable. And for them, their bot lane decided, yeah, Vayne Lulu is probably what we're going to win this with, and how we feel like playing this duo out. Of course, against Team Happy, their backs are against the corner again because this is an elimination match. Whoever loses this best of one is going to take an early exit in the fall playoffs, and well, they will have some time to have dinner out early today.
And once they made playoffs, Team Happy, look at that logo. It's
I could probably drop that. I don't know.
on Paint?
On Paint, maybe. I don't know, man. I'm not much of an artist.
On your phone, probably.
On my phone, maybe.
Yeah, if your finger the touchpad. But let's take a look at the bans to
Simple
start
is
things
best.
off. Simple is best. Let's see if their draft follows that same principle. They're banning some Yordles to begin with. You get rid of the Zinx, get rid of the Fizz and the Olaf to round things off, whereas To The Moon get rid of the Camille, Javan. Looking at potential last ban to get rid of Xin Zhao. A lot of jungle emphasis.
Yeah. In fact, 4 jungle bans coming out if you consider Camille flex pick. This does leave Lee Sin open, Renekton open, Galio open. I think those are still very much highly prioritized. Right now, Team Happy hovering the Braum. If you do lock in, and they do lock in the Braum, this should be a Lucian Braum lane, I think, in the bot half of the map. The response immediately is the Twisted Fate. It is a soft counter. The Braum is a soft counter to Twisted Fate because the Unbreakable blocks the gold card from hitting anyone, right? So I do like that they've kind of preemptively went for this Braum. And now the Galio to come in as the support.
Yeah, going for the Braum first pick though does feel a little bit suspect. I'm not sure I would be so comfortable showing my, rather grabbing the Braum early on because it kind of gives too much agency to the Moon. Especially if you're going for blue side. If you were to go for the strategy on the red side, I could still understand it because you know the nature of it is the trading of power. So I feel like Braum first might be a little bit too uncommittal. Not really dedicated or decisive with what they want to go for.
The quirky here, we actually saw a lot of double 80 carries with Braum, in the first week of the fall qualifiers. So it would not be entirely out of the option if they wanted to play Lucian mid into the Twisted Fate. Of course, his numbers have been hit quite a lot, and I think solo lane Lucian, albeit still strong, but just not as oppressive as it was before. Now the rank got hovered. So To The Moon will show their jungle pick first, and against the Rengar, I feel like Jungle Gragas might have a decent matchup because you can body slam him out of the brush jump.
Yeah.
But for all intents and purposes, it should be a Baron lane Gragas.
We should see Baron lane Gragas. It does better into a lot of matchups. That being said, Rengar is still a little bit of a niche jungle pick. It's seen some play, but for the most part, relatively niche. You could even see it go to Sabo in the Baron lane if they really wanted to stretch that far. Okay, I like this. Varus as their Dragon Laner, as their marksman is a very nice pickup. I love seeing the Varus because of how well it can do as a low utility marksman. At the same time, it can do a lot of damage when it's a hit, so it's just such a flexible pick overall.
And because of the Jin lock-in, we see the logic behind the Braum. It's double 80 carry, so Corki mid and Jin in the Dragon lane. And in this matchup, it's actually Varus that has the upper hand because of the poke coming in conjunction with the Galio. I do think that... Okay, so Jungle Gragas, Baron lane, Garen coming in a bit unorthodox by explaining, the matchup against the Rengar earlier. It's not too bad. Like I was saying earlier, though, the Varus has the upper hand in this matchup, especially the Galio, because there's a lot of innate poke coming out that Braum does not want to deal with.
This is kind of interesting for Team Happy to deal with the amount of poke damage and potential catch from To The Moon.
Oh, yes.
Because, yes, they have a very tanky front line. They might have some good disengage, but this only applies for team fighting. If To The Moon just go for really nice angles to flank from with the Varus, with the Twisted Fate, even the Rengar, there's nothing that's going to stop you from just assassinating the Corki or the Jhin.
The Garen has to build full tank here. You cannot go damage at all because the moment you're not squishy enough to survive a 3-man dive coming in from Rengar and Twisted Fate, that lane is lost, so you're unable to play side lanes, right?
Yeah.
The logic here is the Rengar and Twisted Fate present global threat on whoever isn't tanky enough to just absorb that. So it's pretty much the whole roster minus Garen. And if any one of them overstep, they will get killed by On The Hunt and Destiny, and that's the pick potential of To The Moon. Not to forget, if To The Moon are a bit too greedy, a bit too over-ambitious, and they overcommit, you still have Hero's entrance to kind of cover that escape, and with the Chains of Corruption, there are multiple disengage tools as well. The draft from To The Moon makes a lot of sense to me. It seems as though they've been unlocked a little after their first series. Maybe we'll call that a warm-up series, not necessarily a warm-up game. Team Happy, however, playing a little bit more on the back foot with the early priority of the Braum. This Corki Jhin pick has to pay off. They need to dominate in team fights by fighting front and back. Otherwise, there's no value in this.
Credit where it's due, Team Happy have the potential to, if they snowball ahead, have incredibly tanky teammates.
Yes.
You get Gargoyle Stone play, you pair that together with the Gragas, with the Braum. Even if the Garen becomes an invalid, you still have two incredibly tanky members. So tanky, in fact, that you can cover for the deficit of losing your Baron lane effectively.
And the fourth Bulu of the Jhin also is pretty good against, you know, the lineup of To The Moon because they're not inherently like big beefy boys, and the execution percentage damage is going to be hitting like a truck.
Yeah, so at least they still have some tools to get in and hold on to the game. It's not as if
it's not a loss.
It's not as if from picks and bans you write them off. They have something to work with, but it's specific, and it's reliant on being confident on having your early game on lock. And there's a lot on the line here. It's a one-game series. Everything's riding on these stakes.
The Corki into Twisted Fate is a matchup that was kind of popular at the start when, you know, Wild Rift was introduced and everyone was just playing Corki mid because of the oppressive nature of the package and your ability to roam earlier than the Twisted Fate. But it's come to a point now where it's more or less even, and the Corki needs to kind of scale up compared to the Twisted Fate, who once he hits level 5 and hopefully has enough money for a Rod of Ages, will make the first move.
So this could be an interesting position depending on how they want to prioritize around neutral objectives, because it's kind of the game change, the difference between package versus Galio, right? So you really are just looking to see which one can find more value in these positions, and that should be the deciding factor in a lot of these fights.
It's difficult to position well with the package too because it's usually a heavy commit in, and your team needs to know, okay, like the Corki is jumping in, he's not suicidal, we gotta back him up. And granted, after the package is down, you still have a Valkyrie to kind of get out, but it usually puts you in a position where your team needs to come and rescue you.
Right.
And it's a very high risk, high reward play. Most people use the package as a way to kind of separate the fight or maybe peel backwards for their team. So I do expect the mid lane Corki to be playing a little bit more like that as opposed to the aggressive, you know, kind of Valkyrie package in and jump into the back lines.
So let's see what they have in store for us here. A lot of eyes on this Corki. He's going to be a big playmaker. Of course, the Gragas is the main engage. But how well the Corki does, because Jhin, you know, he's a bit of utility. The Corki is really going to be the focus for us coming through for Team Happy. To the Moon now, we should be looking towards how well we're able to see Rengar as well as Twisted Fate play together.
Yes.
This mid-jungle synergy are going to kind of make and break the game.
I think between the Corki and Gragas versus the Twisted Fate and Rengar, like that kind of matchup is going to make or break the game, like you said. And it's also whoever gets the drop on the opponents first, right? Whoever starts the fight first is generally going to win, because not only do they have very high burst potential between the both of them, but they also do have a very significant way to lock down key members between the gold card as well as the body slam and flash. Both sides have tools to make it happen.
And here we are spawning into the Rift. It's Team Happy versus To The Moon. It's a best of one game series in the lower brackets. Winner continues their playoff runs. Loser goes home, or well, stays home. We'll have to. I can't say for certain. As we see To The Moon playing as we should see. Early game starting out, going into the mid lane. Now they crash towards The turret and walk
This is
in on the
nice.
red buff. I love this play coming through. Sabo just zoning them out, walks back in towards a Corki, and the red buff will definitely reset.
The only reason this works is because it's Jungle Gragas who has one of the worst level 1 clears in the game right now, right? If it was an Olaf or a Jarvan or a Lee Sin, that buff would be taken, they would be out of there right now. So they create space for the Rengar to get a jump in his pathing, and Gragas is kind of relegated to being 30-40 seconds late to whatever objective he wants to contest. This also effectively means that Rengar should be able to get a double crab start on the Gragas and secure the river.
Where Gragas was previously playing towards, trying to get some control down towards at the bottom side and was supposed to match the Rengar, now like you mentioned, is going to lose that tempo. Rengar will be the one to grab his double buffs first, move towards the Scuttle Crabs, and get control. This is important because To The Moon is looking to get out of laning phase as quickly as possible, whereas Team Happy, they want to be able to skirmish a little bit, to play for some stronger positions, and I'm not sure this is where they want to be. They do end up catching Hang out position, zoning him back towards the lane. Instead, they do get some control back. They're moving on to the Rift Herald now. Once again, Hang just suffering at the hands of Team Happy, has to back away. Thankfully, Trox is here, and the Scuttle Crab walks towards To The Moon. This is very important for them. They do get smoked them out, and so with the Gold Con in hand, zone them away from the mid lane for long enough.
Like I said, double crab goes the way of To The Moon, and the reason they can't contest that is because CSB is level 4. He managed to pick up the EXP lead because his teammates were running interference, right? So with that additional EXP and now the rotations coming in, he should be able to get this crab, but all of Team Happy are here barring the ADC.
This is wild. They're trying to force this. Forces the flash away from Ludai. He gets out safely, and Trunks will be right on their heels in position to back them up, but they decide not to commit to that. Move back in the mid lane instead.
That's insane that they sent 4 members to the top side just to get a Scuttlecraft. This is how much priority Team Happy is showing to, you know, control of the river, but because they lost both of them right now, there's no real way for Icy Bank play here. Here comes the On The Hunt and the Predator coming in.
They force the flash, they jump in, Saddle tanks up a turret, doesn't quite matter, and you can see the difference. Not having the jungle camp start off the game. Jungle Dog has too little EXP, no ultimate, loses his life. 2-0 To The Moon, they get on the board.
The layering of the CC was perfect there from Sabo. Slice in, Ruthless Predator, immediate ignite, and then allowing his jungler to come in while he's tanking. They swap the aggro, they get the second follow-up kill on Jungle Dog as well, and this is a big start for To The Moon. CSB collecting some of the turret platings, and we'll get hopefully out of this one as the ignite comes down.
Almost saw something happen there. Destiny proud, they get the gold card onto the Garen, and you see Sabo trying to assist him. They're looking to take him down. Icy Bang will fall to the combined efforts of the mid laner and the Baron laner. Jungle Dog once again back in the Baron lane to try damage control.
And I explained what was going to happen from here on out, right? The moment you're able to stand up to this 2-man, 3-man dive, you don't get to play Wild Rift at all. Icy Bang now is relegated to just collecting waves as they approach. Sabo has full initiative. Jungle Dog, if he walks up go-kart into Ruthless Predator, he dies, right? So he can't walk up. He has to just kind of posture as though he has multiple teammates behind him.
Let's put this into context right now. Chaos and Jungle Dog are the same level.
Yes.
Icy Bang and Chaos are the same level. Team Happy have lost so much EXP while trying to rotate around that they're very far behind now. They pull off the Glacial Vision, trying to get the catch onto Ludai. Ludai will go down, forces the flash away from CSB. He tries to run away. Damage coming through from the Jin. One more shot should find it. He dodges away. Chaos looking low. Hang flashes back onto the Honey Fruit. Karma takes the first turret shot, decides to back away. Jin cannot find the sniper, but Jungle Dog's in position. He knows where he is. He has his number. Hang's days are numbered. Is in here. He's looking for the kill. Get credited to Angel instead, but To The Moon, they get the dragon.
That would have been a lot worse if the fancy feet didn't come out from To The Moon to dodge away from the full current call. Should have been a 2 for 0, but they pick up the Cloud Drake with minimal casualties, and they still hold on to some semblance of control as they move over to the Rift Herald. Again, Team Happy cannot contest this. 3 members of To The Moon sitting here with gold cards at the ready, with the taunt at the ready. You cannot walk into the river.
That's not quite a gold card, but the red card will do and will suffice. They grab the Rift Terror first. Trust this time, he has it in store. Sabo joins in. He moves in onto Karma, but instead they take down Chaos first. Targets in their eyes. They flash forward. It's a double kill for the Rengar. And now they grab a little bit more. It's a buy one, get three special because they move on to Angel. After the Rift Herald, it's 4 more kills for To The Moon.
They couldn't walk up in that choke, Brandon. They had the taunt at the ready and the TP early from Sabo, 5.5 minutes. Picking up that enchant is normally much, you would have expected that early. It's because he snowballed so hard in the Baron lane. He's getting all this free gold that he's able to provide for his team. The dude has a Black Cleaver completed, the makings of a Asterix, and oh yeah, just a TP enchant, a casual TP enchant, so he can join his team and make his impact, make his gold lead felt. To The Moon now with the 6k gold lead, 6 minutes in. It's 1,000 gold a minute for them. And they're not done yet because On The Hunt has been popped. Angel might just die here.
Instead, it's going to be Braum that sacrifices his life in place of his marksman. They move on to Karma now. CSB takes a good amount of damage, but with the support of Sabo, will find the kill onto Karma. Good angle to be in. You wondered why this Rengar has so much damage? Because he has an Essence Reaver.
It's actually a great item for him because, again, it's similar to Lee Sin, right? You get multiple procs and skills, and even though you don't benefit from the mana back, the instant kind of burst damage as well as the crit percentage is great.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? You get enough damage. Sabo will walk on to Angel, and look at Ludai running in at 100 miles an hour, the fastest man alive. Will take down Angel once again. Not even safe under his own turret anymore.
When 3 members show up like that, you're not safe anywhere barring your fountain, right? So it's a tough game here for Team Happy. As you can see, Trox is the one that's taking a small L here because he has no tools to really deal with the pursuit from Garen. All he has to do is just collect the wave. Yeah, if you don't die in this matchup, you're fine. You're still contributing to your team in terms of global presence. And On The Hunt is up. CSB is looking for this gank. Gold card in. Here comes the jump.
Yeah, this little the IC Bank you get done here should be able to take away a couple of seconds from To The Moon, but ultimately will fall. The Bola gets the root off. That's all they need.
This is what I mean by when you lose the lane against the rank, that when you get slapped, you don't get to play the game because there is always going to be this side lane pressure coming in. Speaking of side lane pressure,
do I get to catch my breath? Because now they're moving on to Jungle Dog. It looks like they just want to go for kills across the map, top and bottom. They almost take down the Gragas. It's only off the fact that Happy have sent 2 to the bot side to prevent that from happening. But Dragon coming up now. They grab the package, so this could be their moment to fight. It looks like To The Moon will reset first and come back stronger.
10 seconds on the clock. CSB does not have On The Hunt just yet, or Thrill of the Hunt rather. As we take a look at Trox pushing up top, has Destiny, so he knows he can be cross-map.
Might not even matter, honestly, because when you're playing around the dragon, you have so many brushes to work with. On The Hunt is just...
That is true.
Thrill of the Hunt is just icing on the cake, you know, makes it a little bit easier, but a good Rengar player will play from that angle very well, and it looks like they don't even care about the dragon. 2 turrets, mid lane, Baron lane, why not?
It's an Ocean Dragon, so it's middle in terms of value. Like, getting this would have been good for To The Moon, but they make the executive decision, which is to get the structures first. Hold on.
Hello there.
Hang.
Looks like they're moving on to Hang, who has to flash away, gets over the wall. Sabo trying to join in now, pops the Dominus, moving into position. The Destiny is now going to be proper. There's a bot lane turret still there. Makes it a little bit too difficult to dive. Sabo loses a lot of HP. We finally see Trox joining in, but he gets exhausted. He's going to have to flash into the wall too. Now they jump in. They try to get the body slam off, looking to try and prevent them from getting any more done, but CSB over to the back, takes down Angel first, and he's moving in. He has prime selection over any target that he wants. It's going to be one more. They finally take him down. It will be IC Bank coming in to provide salvation for his team, but it's a little bit too late because To The Moon have found everything they've wanted. They get the Rift Herald down to the bot side, moving on for another turret 2.
Looking for the gold card. He does not have the rapid fire cannon yet, but should be able to hit the stun and the taunt. Piercing arrow not there, so they don't have enough damage to finish it off. I think he barely missed, or at least did not have the execute percentage to kill him. Looking at the items, looking at the goal lead, it's 11k right now for To The Moon in 10 minutes in. Big items also being completed. You can see Atrox is moving towards the rapid fire cannon. He's just picked up the Zeal. Hang is moving for Wit's End because he understands that a lot of the damage is going to be magic based to a certain extent from Karma as well as Jungle Dog. So he knows that the Negatron's cloak is going to be important. Another jump in though from CSB.
Yeah, he's not happy about this. He's on the jungle dog, and you can have two. He does not care. He's moving back in. It's a buffet of kills, and he has prime selection, every single one on his plate. He's greedy. He wants more. Trucks coming in. He says, let me have some of this action. I want a plate of this fight too. Instead, they move on to the Baron. You still see Angel trying to zone them out. Hank taking a good amount of damage. Will ultimately fall. The fourth shot executes him, and the rest of his team too far away for the re-engage. Either way, it's 2 plus a Baron. To the Moon cannot be unhappy about that.
Losing the Baron buff from Varus is not the worst thing in the world because he's going to be grouping, right? The majority of the time, you want the Baron to be on the split pusher, so...
Oh god!
This guy's dead.
Yeah, just solo him out. You don't have to camp forces the flash away from Icy Bang, but that's a little bit too much, I think. He does come in with the ultimate. The Ignite taking through a last auto attack. Will find it, but things are looking close. Trunks running for his life. The Phosphorus Ball barely misses out, and the missile will hit its mark. It takes down the TF finally. The rest of his team, they are lost on what to do without him.
A little bit overzealous there. I think I was trying to make a point about how it's important to have the Baron buff on the split pushes like Twisted Fate and Rengar, but he runs it down after getting the kill. So it would have been nice if he had that Baron buff, but unfortunate. Oh, hold on. It's you can see the Seroda's Grudge complete, and that's another item that's been ported over from League of Legends PC. It's basically one of the best value for items for anyone that's looking to do lethality damage, flat armor penetration, percentage armor penetration with a flat percentage slow. So it's pretty nuts coming through. Hitting any
Rocket
spell.
Belt means he can proc his ultimate quite easily. They jump on the jungle dog. The Glacial Vision will draw a line in the sand to give them some space to work with, but To the Moon force away Team Happy. The second you see the Galio ult, they know they have to get the heck out of dodge.
At least they baited out the ultimate, so there is this small window for them to teamfight around it. They don't have the Chains of Corruption too. All they're relying on right now is going to be the gold card as the re-engage comes in though.
They're trying to find something here. Good amount of damage. Dudai has to flash away, but they're now looking for a re-engage back onto Icy Bang. The Garen should be the target of focus. Instead, they get a knockback on the Twisted Fate, and that's 2 kills. Hank cannot get much more done. Sam will take it down to the Ignite, but instead it's Corky that finds the execute. CSB too far away from the rest of the team. He's looking to try and grab this turret quickly, but instead Icy Bang back in time. Won't be able to stop the turret from going down, but should be able to trade back a little bit against the Rengar.
To the Moon a bit overzealous there again, just finding that 4 and 5 and misjudging their power level. They will lose this Inferno Drake, and that's a big win for Team Happy, getting the kills, getting the bounties, and getting this Inferno. Unless Hank is able to steal it, put it out away, root it in place, the Phosphorus Bomb to finish him off.
Very nice finisher there. CSB is in the base. He's looking to maybe teleport in with Sabo, but that was looking dicey. I don't think they want to commit there.
There is another 45 seconds before the Baron comes up. They need to make use of Sabo's ability to pick people off with the thrill of the hunt. He needs a reset now. Pick up some items, find a pick. And Team Happy understand this. They recognize they are weak when they are alone, so they're grouping up as a death ball.
So apes together strong.
That is correct. That is correct.
You want to be together. The composition works well when you're able to layer crowd control. Even in a composition where you generally think of Rengar as an assassin, because you have the Galio, because you have Varus that can not really ignore the front line, but is able to damage the back line while dealing the front line, you can actually pair it very well together as a team. And there we go, Rengar. He's looking for the CSB, finds a double kill despite the odds. And now they're moving on to Jungle Dog, and welcome to the party. It's To the Moon that are taking it all the way. CSB, he's just clearing out the wave. The last arrow should be able to find it. The wave is already opened up, and there's no turn to stop this. One more kill for good measure. Team Happy will lose more. He's trying to prevent this. He's trying to stop anything from happening. It looks like Icy Bang will hold on to their hopes and dreams of continuing on the playoffs by taking down one more. But with the death timers down to 10 seconds, the minion wave crashing into a spot side. Can To the Moon finish this off? 3,000 left on the turret. They're moving on to Ludai. The spin to win, but it cannot prevent things from ending off. To the Moon grab the 1-0.
That final fight with CSB in the jungle, just running in man mode like Rambo, getting 2-3 kills off the back of that one throw of the hunt is insane. And you can see why this Rengar has been banned out. Like, someone should inform To the Moon that Rengar has been nerfed recently, because it does not look that way at all. And 12, 2, and 4, making full use of the Essence Reaver Solari Charge Blade combo, right? The amount of crit you get, as well as the fact that you're able to proc it so quickly with your Q combos. If you do a full chain, you can one-shot a squishy, and that's exactly what happened in the game.
How are you gonna tell me that Rengar is nerfed after that performance?
I mean, the problem is he got off to an early start, right? They nerfed his early game such that you're not supposed to be able to snowball like that. But because he got an early double crab as well as an EXP lead,
yeah,
his team set him up for success, and that negates a lot of the early game nerfs to Rengar, allowing him to still perform like this when he gets the snowball going.
Let's take a look at the highlights back from this game and how To The Moon have been able to continue their playoff run. Icy Bang and Chaos are the same level. Team Happy have lost so much EXP while trying to rotate around that they're very far behind now. They pull off the Glacial Vision, trying to get the catch onto Blue Dye. Blue Dye will go down, forces the flash away from CSP. He tries to run away. Damage coming through from the Jin. One more shot should find it. He does Terror first. Trust this time. He has it in store. Sabo joins in. He moves in onto Karma, but instead they take down Chaos first. Targets in their eyes. They flash forward. It's a double kill for the Rengar. And now they grab a little bit more. It's a buy one, get three special because they move on to Angel. After the Rift Herald, it's 4 more kills for To The Moon.
They couldn't walk up in that choke grab.
Point snap off, looking to try and prevent them from getting any more done, but CSB over to the back takes down Angel first, and he's moving in. He has prime selection over any target that he wants. It's going to be one more. They finally take him down. It will be Icy Bang coming in to provide salvation for his team, but it's a little bit too late because To The Moon
in though.
They're trying to find something here. Good amount of damage. Dudai has to flash away, but they're now looking for a re-engage back on the Icy Bang. The Garen should be the target of focus. Instead, to get a knockback on the Twisted Fate, and that's 2 kills. And cannot get much more done. Sam will take it down to the Ignite, but instead it's Corky that finds the execute to the hopes and dreams of continuing on the playoffs by taking down one more. But with the death timers down to 10 seconds, the minion wave crashing into a spot side. Can To The Moon finish this off? 3,000 left on the turret. They're moving on to Ludai. The spin to win, but it cannot prevent things from ending off. To The Moon grab the 1-0. And a nice set from To The Moon. Team Happy will not be able to continue on, but a good job making it the playoffs either way. I believe that does qualify them for, what, 2 million blue modes?
Yeah, at least the 2 million blue modes. So they should be settled on any champion they need from now until, you know, that actually finishes, which I think is not going to happen for a while.
The end of time, probably, right? If you keep playing, I'm sure that 400,000 each, and then you continue going, you'll happen, for sure. Before we continue on and move on to our next match between Team OK and Team Banana, we're going to take a look at the interviews between our two teams at low brackets that we haven't got to heard from just yet. So let's take a look at those videos.
ADC for Team Happy. And my top laner is Icy Bang, my jungler is Elo Terrorist, my mid laner is Karma, and then my support is Zeus. And together we form Team Happy. Well, we just wanted to chill, relax, and be happy. The core of our team formed from Team Last Minute from last Icon series. And we just made a few roster changes, and I think it strengthened our team quite a lot. We would like to focus one game at a time, so I would say our first round opponent, Astro Deity Gaming. I believe they were called BGG last time, and they were the ones who knocked us out from the summer icon, so hopefully you can get some revenge. We've been busy terrorizing ranked games in general, and with some weird stuff, and we're just learning from our junglers IGN, Elo Terrorist.
So I'm Benedict, and my in-game name is Happy Feet. Yeah, so I play for mid lane for Team OK. My top laner is Shasha Lala, which is also from Team, which was foremost from Xtrix. Our jungler is Vaini, yeah. Our AD is Ayaya, which is also from Xtrix. Our support Clara, also from Xtrix. Yeah. I can't speak for the rest of my team because this is my first time participating with them. But I think as the underdog, we don't have any pressure to like win the competition. But if we do win, it's actually beneficial for us. But even if we lose, it doesn't like pull us down because we're underdogs. Yeah. Because the girls are actually preparing for FSL the past few weeks, so we should be increasing our training schedule these few weeks, I guess. I think the team that I look forward to playing with Team Banana, because I mean, banana is a great fruit, and they have also watermelon in their team, and especially they also have like the IGN Taylor Swift. Really love to play against him.
Banana is a grapefruit, has potassium, has vitamins. We share 90% of our DNA with bananas.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so like, you know, overall, right? Just a great opponent for Team OK to face. And because that is going to be their opponent. They are playing the BO1 in the lower brackets against Team Banana, and like they mentioned, you know, being the underdogs, expectations are kind of there. But we won't worry about it. No stress about it.
I feel like Team OK have already superseded their performance of the fall qualifiers already, because in the previous season they were unable to make it into playoffs, right? They were you know, just shy of making it into the playoffs in the lower brackets. So this time, finding a spot here, getting the blue modes for them is a win. And you heard from Happy Feet himself, the players themselves are also playing in FSL, so there's a lot of, you know, kind of practice and tournaments going on, and maybe that gives them the edge. Maybe they aren't as unfavored as they think.
Yeah, so we're looking to see how well they can pull things off, especially in the BO1. There is still a lot of chance Team Banana against a strong opponent. So of course it does seem and does reason to go that, you know, it was difficult to go up against them. They did manage to pull a game away from Alliance though, and so that is a very good sign for us as we take a look at Team Banana. You know, their first game was a bit of a warm-up game, but they managed to pull a win through and either way. Second game was a lot cleaner and a lot stronger. And so now in the lower brackets.
To clarify, when Grennan says pull a game away from Alliance, he means the Alliance won 2-1. It's not like, you know, they beat Alliance, because, you know, they are now in the lower brackets. So Banana versus Team OK. Again, another elimination match, and one that Happy Feet was looking forward to. We'll see how this one plays out as we are into draft right now. Banana, I think Iron Nitrogen has been quite a standout player for me so far, and Tails on the Zaya is something to watch out for. Twisted Fate and Akali will be singled out here.
Get rid of a couple of stronger mid laners early on, and especially since I think they know what Team OK are trying to do with their mid lane, bringing in a strong or an interesting replacement. You know, previously they had a couple of different iterations for who they wanted in their mid lane, now focusing and sitting on Happy Feet, as well as getting rid of some of the champion pull from Shasha, because she has been a big anchor for the team. Between the Fiora, the Riven, or even the Camille, whatever you want to give her, she can perform on that a lot of the time, and so that's something they're definitely looking towards.
I think before Happy Feet, they had Candy Burn.
They had Candy Burn. They tried out, I think, Lustreless a little bit. Right.
For, if you guys don't know, I believe should be Poe. It's Jolene's last name, so it should be Lustreless.
Right, so we'll see what else they want to go for. For now, Banana round off the bans by getting rid of the Rakan, and so Team OK have gotten rid of the Senna as well. Removing the Rakan, I think, devalues the Zaya a lot more, which is something that I think they would be more comfortable playing.
Well, you could still do Zaya Galio, and since Galio and Lee Sin are both open here, I could see them placing some emphasis on it. Ziggs is also open, so they are like, again, this is the idea of like trading power, right? Whatever B1 gets, R1, R2 should be able to benefit off this. Very clearly, Iron Nitrogen has shown his preference for the Darius when he was able to bully out his lane opponent and get very commanding control over his lane. Response here from Team OK. Alistair is going to be a choice for Claria. And Corki, okay.
Early pickups gives them some control and power towards the Dragon lane, and this is something that has been quite dominant as a choice overall. Interested to see what else they're looking to go for. You know, even if we see Team OK with the Jungler Frog, right? Name change once again. You know, these teams can never settle on one name, but same player. And we've seen her play stuff like the Sinjao, stuff like the Jabin, where it's setting up for the team and giving them a good space to try and fight from. I'm curious if that's going to be the same case, if they're going to continue and maintain that going into this game.
We saw that Corki Alistair being played earlier today in the Dragon lane, and it's a lane that is relatively safe but scales very well once you hit like the 2-3 item spike, right? The issue here is they're going up against Varus, Nami, and that is a lane too that has its own set of strengths. Although you don't build the traditional Essence Reaver, Navari Quick Blade, Solari Charge Blade kind of triple item setup, you still have a lot of impact with a low cost to utility. So Banana here, by picking this Dragon lane duo, they signal that they want to be playing towards Iron Nitrogen a bit more, because the Varus, he's gonna be like low economy, right? All he does is buy tier, get to the point where he has enough lethality items to feel like he hurts, either with Serelda's Grudge or Dustblade, and then throw out Piercing Arrows.
It's really nice that they pair this together with Nami because it kind of negates a lot of the engage that the Alistar has and gives some safety to the team. And so even if you don't have a clear indication of what they want first, you can still play towards that. Now this is an interesting application. Team
Fizz jungle.
Gone for the Fizz, likely in the jungle like you mentioned, as well as pulling out the Lucian. A lot of dueling and damage potential from this team.
It could be mid Fizz and then the Baron lane Lucian to go up against the Darius too. And I think that logically speaking, because it is a range versus melee matchup, there are some ways you can outmaneuver that lane against Darius, but problem being if you get caught once, or if the jungler is someone with hard, CC and is able to come up, the Lucian dying once or twice means it's over for the Baron lane of Team OK.
But that's the thing as well, right? If you pull Lucian into the Baron lane, then you run a very real risk of simply just dying to the opposing Baron laner because of how much shorter the lanes are.
Yes.
It can be difficult to maneuver and get your way out of there.
It's not just the lane length as well, as we see the Renekton come in. So this is mid Renekton as a response towards the Fizz. Very, very difficult for, or at least, hold on. Maybe it could be Jungle Darius and top Renekton into the Lucian. They're starting to flex around a little bit more, and I feel like for all intents and purposes, we do know that it should be Galio mid.
Unless it's Nami mid.
Unless it's Nami mid, right? But
that would
I
be
highly
wild.
doubt so. The jungle position is the one that they're flexing around right now because there is the threat of like a jungle Fizz also on the Team OK side, and to my opinion, I think jungle Fizz has kind of taken a big hit in terms of numbers.
Sure.
Yeah, 2.48, they nerfed some of the Seastone Trident scaling when it comes to like large monsters, so it's not as good. Should see. Okay, yeah, there you go. So jungle Fizz, mid Lucian, and then a Baron lane Malphite. Now, bear in mind, after the nerf, the jungle Fizz clear speed is not as efficient. You don't have that insane clear time compared to the past, but it's still relatively strong. And for the side of Team Banana, I think it should be a jungle Darius here with a Baron lane Renekton.
Yeah, Darius has pretty good execute damage against the minion camps at least, so it's still not too bad. Interestingly enough though, it looks like Corki will be going to the mid lane instead of the Dragon lane, which could make sense to us because like you mentioned, Lucian right now, damage-wise, stats-wise, performs better in the Dragon lane in this 2v2 matchup than he does in the solo matchup.
The reason why I preferred the Lucian over the Corki is just, I'm looking at the matchup in isolation, right? Against Galio, Lucian does all physical, so it's actually, it pierces through the shield of the Galio, whereas Corki's auto attacks are like mixed.
Magic mix.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like less value by putting the Corki mid, but again, it's what you want to prioritize. The Lucian in the Dragon lane does, kind of scale a little bit better because he's able to leverage the early game and bully his opponent out.
So if they're able to get some control towards the lane early on, then it could end up paying off more.
Basically, you snowball it.
Yeah, but it's a difficult one. Team Banana is a very strong team, and they have been picking up some tempo, finding their footing throughout all of this. And so this is something that we're looking for. And we're also looking to see if teams can start to close the gap between Alliance and be able to up the level of play and up the level of competitive play. I think we have been moving towards that trend gradually over time.
More so in this qualifier, and I want to,
in this playoff,
sorry, excuse me. Through the qualifiers and in this playoff, more so now. Important to note too, during summer, even when we saw the second best team in Impunity play against Alliance, they got smacked, right? So I'm curious how big the gap was and how big it is now in terms of improvement from the overall caliber of teams coming in. We'll find out as Alliance plays later on in the day, but right now we're focusing on this elimination match between Team Banana and Team OK. Looking at the setup, Soul actually going for the barrier, very worried that he's gonna get punished here. Okay, so it is Lucian mid. Alright, there you go.
Let's find out about that gap right now. Let's find out about that gap, see what they have in store for us, see what they can get done. Lucian, the mid lane, like you mentioned, will be able to deal with the Galio damage a little bit better, and I think they just took a page out of the previous team's book against To The Moon, walking in, trying to get some information on where the Fizz is starting, trying to delay the jungle start a little bit, but would not have that same effect.
And because he didn't get level 2, Soul is now isolated from the wave. You can see he's being zoned out until the wave reaches him. And Happy Feet has this prio on him. He's able to dash forward and just chip away at Soul. And because this is not like League of Legends PC, you can't buy potions. You're basically relying on Honey Fruit to keep yourself topped up. Any chip damage that your opponent mid laner does will stick.
Talking about damage that's sticking, Dragon lane and Baron lane starting to see a couple of trades. And Paul looking pretty low here, still has the heal but holds on to that. not willing to commit too early on, but things are looking a little bit tight from this bot side of Team OK. I have to wonder how this is going to pan out for them. Saving grace, I suppose, is that Vendetta has a very difficult time finding a gank moving in as the bot side pulls the trigger to jump on the tails first. They get some good damage back onto the Varus, forces the flash to ignite, taking through. They get the bubble back onto Poe, and doesn't look like they can get much more done here.
Piercing arrow?
It will be the piercing arrow coming through, and the heal just in time to save her life. Barely gets out, still intact.
That was a flash commitment from Claria to try and get the kill onto Tails, and even though it was responded in kind of summer spells, they're still unable to find it.
Oh my goodness, there's no way that hits. Barely dodges out, and things are looking a bit too risky. They know they have to try and back away. Instead, they still hold on. They're moving in. The dash forward. Clarion will be the one to set things up. The count goes down, but it's looking like a double kill. It was a 1 and 2 kills as Team OK get on the board bot side.
Good rotation coming in from Happy Feet because he's able to leverage the matchup against Soul. Granted, the Galio is putting a lot of pressure on mid-tier 1, but the rotation early from Lucian gets them that 1-for-2 trade. Nana, however...
Oh my, Shasha, it might be time to go home! Vendetta moves on the turret, gets knocked out by Claria, cannot find the execute in time, goes down!
Wow!
And the ultimate comes online just in time. It's a double kill for the roaming cow!
Just in time, someone rang the dinner bell and Claria showed up to help her teammate under the tier 1, holding them in place with the damage, able to secure those 2 quick kills for Team OK.
Stuck in place and can only watch his health bar go down. It was a good attempt. Very cool upper hand there. But then flashing on the turret without recognizing that there could be the chance that Claria rotates is interesting. Tails moving forward, trying to make something happen. Once again, Claria won't be the one to pull the trigger. They come in with the Valkyrie. Tidal Wave barely saves them as Happy Feet is in position as well. Phosphorus Bomb puts the Varus down low.
They have Missile Steel, so Tails needs to be very careful with his movement around this bot tier 1. If the big one connects and an auto follows through, the Corki's definitely going to pick the kill up. Taking stock of the situation, Team OK with the successful dive earlier, picking up the 2 kills on the top side as well. Frog is now rushing for the death cap, and with the changes to death cap, it's a lot more inefficient, but when you do find kills early on, it's a snowball item, right? It's a lot better than anything else you can pick up with the amount of gold, relatively speaking, apart from a Lich Bane, but...
Right, but that's because it pairs together with the Fist so well.
Yep. Flat AP is just insane.
Right, but flat AP, you mentioned, you know, when your goal is to get rid of Scarlet Petal and Tails early on, I mean, by all means, you could go for something like that. I really like this from Team OK, you know, optimizing or prioritizing the Dragon as opposed to the Rift Tower because of the value that it can innately provide. Tails, once again, forced to burn his flash. The ultimate coming through from Claria means so very tanky. Has the stun charged out, walking towards the Varus, cannot quite convert that into a kill. Scarlet Petal isolated under turret. Will be able to get away. Poe takes some chip damage on the way out, but I don't think that's going to mean too much. Corruption will mean Poe goes down low. Claria there in position to zone them out. Takes some damage for her marksman, but the piercing arrow with the exit kill. Banana trading back now up towards the Baron lane. Vendetta takes a turret shot. Rift Arrow will be able to get the first hit, but should go down after.
So the trade there was a Rift Herald for a big play on the bot side, but it was rendered ineffective because Team OK overstayed. So yes, they got Mountain Dragon, but the snowball has started for iNitrogen to a certain extent, right? He's got the play of the ranking now. They're playing very much towards the Renekton, who has this small gold lead. Crystalline Reflector being picked up by the Malphite. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with that item, every time you cast a spell, you get some variation of Thornmail, right? You do damage back to the person, but you know what is kind of poor about this item, which I don't like? Yes, it's an AP armor item. You don't have Grievous Wounds on it. So
sure,
you're still going to end up building Bramble Vest, and like against the Darius, you have to have Bramble Vest, right? Against anyone with heals like the Renekton, you need Bramble Vest. So Crystalline Reflector is like okay at this. It's not the most valuable item.
Here's the thing though, right now, Banana, while they may be behind in kills, are ahead in gold. That first turret only exacerbates the issue. Team OK, despite the fact that they should be the ones in control with the tempo, they have multiple ultimates that do very well in tandem to be able to layer up and take some people down. Haven't been able to quite find what they wanted to do. They jump onto Soul now. This could be the fight that they were looking for. They dodge away from the taunt. It's the culling plus the retreat, but the damage wouldn't be enough to take him down. Vendetta Next moves on the turret, but the Charm the Waters gets the knockup. Then they move forward. The dash from Frog means that's another kill. Scarlet Petal. It's Amphibian versus Amphibian, or some form of fish versus another. They move back on the Renekton instead. Happy Feet goes down. Iron Nitrogen in position to take them down. It's a double kill. And Shasha does not have all to fight this one back. Has to flash back towards the turret. Frog is in position, but have already lost the rest of the team. It cannot mean anything good for her.
Coming out to play for Trickster, I don't think you want to be there. Here comes the hero's entrance by Space. Oh, he hits him with the Seasonal Strike. He comes in with the counter kill. What an insane play from Soul to buy the space.
Tries to jump back away and barely dodges away from some of the spells, but still goes down. And Banana, they pull back up. Kill still looking up for Team OK, but things are getting closer as Soul now the target once again. Claria tries to pull the trigger, jumps on the enemy team by Vendetta. Right around the wall, you don't see it coming. Like every good heal story, Vendetta's right there where you least expect them.
This is an insane amount of kills, granted. 7.5 minutes in approaching, you know, both teams are just trading back and forth, and we haven't seen many objectives being contested, right? They are just running at each other out for blood. The only thing that's been picked up right now is one turret in favor of Banana in the Baron lane, and a Dragon in favor of Team OK, which is the Mountain, of course. Largely because they traded Herald for that. So the game is a bit too fast for my liking, especially because you're not finding time to farm on important members on Team OK's side. They're still lacking very core items. The core key moving towards 24 is not even close. The Essence Weaver completed on Happy Feet is a good sign though, whereas for Banana, they have everything that they need right now.
For Team OK, Clara has been able to maintain her gold gap between herself as well as Scarlet Petal. Issue being though, because of the gold difference that they have to apply. I say, well, I might have to pause that point because it looks like they're trying to move on to Soul. Vendetta is going to be in position to prevent this from happening. They move on to the mid lane turret instead.
Big flank coming in. You can see the Iron Nitrogen's on the back line. They need to get away from here. They see him with the ward in the side burst, so they know they will have to pivot downwards towards the Dragon. They have all the ultimates up. Unstoppable Force is going to be very important in this fight.
Mana was looking bad for Happy Feet, but managed to top up with the Honey Fruit. Charm the Waters come through. They try to set up the fight with the Vanquish. The Valkyrie coming through, but Poe has repositioned. Iron Nitrogen looking low, get taken down first. Soul flash of the wall. Claria in position to act as the front line. They try to jump back in with a heroic entrance. Tails finally comes back in with the Charm the Water. Finds the lockdown on the Happy Feet, but it will go with the Frog with the double kill. Vendetta comes back massive with the double reset. Shasha has to flash away with the flashback from Tails to the triple kill as they move back in. Vendetta so very low, and just one more hit, one more, anything will take him down. By Team OK, out of gas, out of chance, cannot stop this. Now with the bubble, they move back in with the damage. It's a rampage as Banana sweep up Team OK.
What an ace coming in. They fought that so well. Team OK opening it up with the perfect combination of ultimates. Chum the Waters and Unstoppable Force to make Banana retreat, but they overreached and they got caught by the resets from Vendetta. And you look at the items coming in from Team OK. Where's the Grievous Wounds granted? Where's the anti-healing? It's not there, and they're unable to stop him from healing up and running forward.
No Grievous Wounds, no damage reduction. Iron Nitrogen goes down early, and I was worried. That Renekton was supposed to be that big raid boss monster that you can't get rid of. That second phase where you pops the Dominus with the boss music coming down. But when the fight happened, you completely neglect Tails, who has now come online, who is in position with great ultimates, great spots to be in. Vendetta, that secondary threat. You bring in Jungle Darius for a reason, and he's showcasing it splendidly.
There's 147 health in this. They shouldn't be sticking under the tier 1. Okay, they backed off. I was like, you know that turret's not gonna save you, right, guys?
No safety for Team OK under their own turrets. They are looking to give this one away, but I'm starting to see some pings suggesting otherwise. Frog is nearby. Iron Nitrogen puts his attention onto Shasha first. Team OK have given this one away. Vendetta walking forward now, looking to try and pull off the upper head, but no flash. Shouldn't be able to get anything. I'm very confused what's happening now. They're still chasing after Shasha. Tries to go for the cheeky bubble. Vendetta moving into position. The rest of Team OK a little bit discombobulated as well, I can tell.
Well, but Banana is just being greedy there. They're chasing into the jungle, hoping to find a pick with the apprehend and the movement speed from the Tide Caller's blessing. So as long as Vendetta is like in the front line. Oh, speaking of front line, the burst coming in, Frog is dead!
Frog is gone, the assassination threat is missing, and now iNitrogen should be able to find something here. Claria tries to trade back, looking to buy some space and time for the rest of the team. Jumps in with the unstoppable force, get a multiple knockup on the 3. But Happy Feet, indecisive, cannot decide which side he wants to go on, bashes over the wall onto the wrong end. Shasha tries to trade back on the Tails, but Tails will come up victorious as well as Vendetta with the triple kill, and the team Ace Banana move on to the mid lane.
They can go for the Baron though, it's going to be a little bit risky, so they decide to take the safe play, move into mid tier 2, open up the map a little bit more and just push the waves out, so it forces Team OK to respond to these waves. Again, the big issue here is that for the side of Team OK, there are no grievous wounds whatsoever, and the consistent healing from Scarlet Petal, iNitrogen, and Vendetta is a big
Frog
issue.
gets this, iNitrogen comes in and he saves Soul's life. Both summoners expanded by the Galleon, but he gets back in time. Whew! What a game, Hungry.
What a game we have here. We're up to 25 kills, we're at 2 kills a minute and then some for this elimination match between Team Banana and Team OK.
Banana have managed to pull their way back to the forefront. Team OK had the lead for a little bit, but unfortunately could not turn that into anything more.
Do you see how greedy he was? He stood there and fought against 3 members, and he's like, yeah, I'll probably take this blue buff and get away. That's how confident iNitrogen is feeling right now. You never stand there versus 3.
Spirit Visage, Black Cleaver, you know, it's just apparently enough. Doesn't have to worry about them too much anymore. And now things are starting to look a little bit bad as Soul just rushes into their face. Vendetta right around the corner, walking in on Shasha, but oh, Chains of Corruption down. That could be a window that they might want to look for.
Yeah, and in this choke as well against Unstoppable Force, they might have to be careful. No vision, otherwise Shasha would have pulled the trigger there. This is a window, knowing that Renekton is bot side and he doesn't have TP, you could force this. Yes, Corki isn't there, but your knockups, your wombo combo with Chum the Waters and Unstoppable Force should be enough for you to finish off at least 1 or 2 members.
Where you were supposed to have damage in the Corki, you're now missing and losing out a lot of. Yep. And that's kind of the issue when you drafted for the Malphite. You know, Malphite's a safe choice, and we've seen how Shasha has been able to hold her own despite all the things that are happening in the game. Problem now being because Poe is behind and hasn't been able to quite translate that, get a lead or get anything else. Yeah, goes down. So on the turret is looking to take back iNitrogen. Ignite taking down, trying to water will connect on the Renekton. Tries to dash away, but Soul coming into the fight as well. Piercing Light will not be enough to take him down. He gets away into safety. Vendetta pulls him away, forces the flash for Shasha. Happy Feet has to get away from the corrupting chains as well. Now they rotate and escape back under the turret. Claria looking to try and take down Vendetta. He looks to try and move away. Still has Rocket Belt, pops the flash and does get the safety.
It's the heal, Grandin. The heal is making this so obnoxious from Team OK because every time Vendetta hits the AoE on that basic first skill, the Decimate, and you know the ebb and flow coming from Nami, it always keeps them topped up. And it's so frustrating for Team OK to deal with because they are a burst composition. Once they use all the skills and they don't get a kill, the sustain is there for Banana to just re-engage on the fight.
Banana will be the ones to start up the Dragon first. Team OK. They have the package available to them, and iNitrogen sitting by with the Dominus. He's right there. Claria gets a knock away, but doesn't look like they can find much more. It would take way too long just to take down the Renekton, which is crazy, even with 5 there.
Well, so he had the Dominus pop, so there's no reason to really chase into a Renekton who's used his ultimate already.
Pulls the trigger, they move on the Tails right away, looking to take him down. He goes to survive. Poe cannot do the same as Flash out away from the redemption. So knocked back into the Corki, kills his own teammate. They cannot get anything more done. Claria watches as Galleon gets away, but Galleon has something else to say. The culling will come through, but it's a culling and a retreat. Instead, they face off against Nitrogen. Frog walks in, acknowledges no more hourglass for the bearers, but it does not matter. Survives despite all of that, and they go back on the Happy Feet. Vendetta claims the kill. He goes legendary, walked back into the mid lane, and at 15 minutes and a half in the game, it looks like they're on their victory march. They take one more, take down the Malphite one last time, and on to the Nexus. Here we go.
They only have 2 minions, but they have to sustain, and this is the problem I've been talking about, right? Team OK lacking the grievous wounds. They're unable to really sustain through these
2
fights.
minions, who cares? They're on there, just end the game, just take it down. Hit it! What are you waiting for? Go for the Nexus! They finally do it. Banana will progress on through the playoffs.
It was a good attempt from Team OK, and like I said, or like we talked about, right? For them to make it into the playoffs is already them exceeding their past performance, so that's a win in and of itself. Looking at the itemization again, I want to call into question the lack of grievous wounds, because literally everyone on the side of Banana has some variation of sustain or heal, barring the Galio and Varus. So it's difficult for you to fight these long-term fights after your burst is down.
I mean, even then, receiving healing from Nami, right? So the grievous wounds does still generally apply and has some kind of effect. Let's take a look at the highlights again, because Team OK and Banana had a hard-fought game, but it was a bloody one. Let's take a look.
Banana, however.
Oh my, Shasha, it might be time to go home. Vendetta moves on the turret, gets knocked out by Claria. Cannot find the executed time, goes down.
Wow!
And the ultimate comes online just in time. It's a double kill for the roaming cow.
Just in time.
The water finds the lockdown on the happy feet, but it will go with the frog with the double kill. Vendetta comes back massive with the double reset. Shasha has to flash away with the flashback from Tails to the triple kill as they move back in. Vendetta so very low, and it's just one more hit, one more, anything will take him down. By Team OK, out of gas, out of chance, cannot stop this. Now with the bubble, they move back in with the damage. It's a rampage as Banana sweep up Team OK. What? Looking to buy some space and time for the rest of the team. Jumps in with the unstoppable force, get a multiple knockup on the 3. But Happy Feet indecisive, cannot decide which side he wants to go on. Fashion over the wall onto the wrong end. Shasha tries to trade back on the Tails, but Tails will come up victorious, as well as Vendetta with the triple kill, and the Team Ace Banana move on to the mid lane. More Dark Claria watches as Galio gets away, but Galio has something else to say. The culling will come through, but it's a culling and a retreat. Instead, they face off against Nitrogen. Frog walks in, acknowledges no more Hourglass for the Varus, but it does not matter. Survives despite all of that, and they go back on the Happy Feet. Vendetta claims the kill. He goes legendary, walked back into the mid lane, and on there, just end the game, just take it down. Hit it! What are you waiting for? Go for the Nexus! They finally do it. Banana will progress on through the playoffs. What a roller coaster of emotions towards the end of that game, and I have to say that was a well-fought win for Banana, but a good attempt from Team OK to make their way into the playoffs, and pretty deep into the playoffs too.
Yeah, really deep into the playoffs. You know, losing in the lower bracket and elimination match is unfortunate, but you know, they came and got what they wanted. And just to give some background about why we were so hyped up about like them not hitting the Nexus, we've got PTSD from teams not finishing off the game and then losing soon after, attempting to close out the game through a backdoor and then losing after. Man, it's just been happening way too much.
Absolutely wild. 87 all the way. But with that being said, guys, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, it is your reigning champions Alliance up against Noblesse Gaming. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Oh, wait, well, 5-man shockwave. Now they jump in. The Super Mega Jack Rocket steals the dragon.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back to the upper bracket semifinals for the Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore Fall Playoffs. It is your defending champions Alliance up against a team that has a story pass against us. It's Noblesse Gaming, having been robbed the opportunity to play against them by impunity last time around. They are back, and they are playing in the upper bracket semifinals.
And this is not the Alliance that we've come to know and love. Well, I mean, in many ways they still are.
The essence
is there,
If
but you know, there have been some changes in terms of rosters as well as players. So if you guys were a big fan of their bot lane, you know, Codenfeed and Rich, unfortunately they have departed to other teams, you know, at least, you know, left the organization. And in their replacement, they brought in Ozoraveki in the mid lane, and they brought in Jelson, who used to be the jungler for Amihan Esports. And I feel like this iteration of the Alliance is probably a bit more aggressive. It's funny too because Jelson was the one that kind of handed Alliance to 0-2 during the group stages in the Summer Super Cup, I believe, finishing first and then Alliance finishing second. So they were like, if you can't beat him, you know, have him join you, I guess.
Jelson had it. Jelson already played the Philippines C Icon Series one time and was like, I already beat this region. I'm gonna go on to the next one, take that one to, you know, Ozoraveki, kind
like
of the same,
Pokemon
right?
trainer.
Yeah,
so.
you know, you go into different regions, right? Once you collect all the gym badges, you place against your best opponents. Same thing, Ozoraveki coming in as well, looking to try and dominate the region, control and take a very solid win. Last season, Alliance won the entire competition without dropping a game. This is true. Some games were close, admittedly, but they did not drop a game. This time around,
they've already dropped one.
Already dropped onto Banana, and that was exciting to see. Banana had a very strong game against Team OK as well. And so, as we start to see things, power level, power creep starting to slow down. Teams are catching up to Alliance. I want to give credit to Alliance because they are the forefront. But without people to really look towards, they are doing their own thing. Other teams have a very clear goal, get to where Alliance is, and they are starting to reach that point.
The gap isn't as big as we thought, and Alliance is a team that tends to scrim international teams as opposed to local teams, whereas you can see, you know, Noblesse and Banana and the sort, they probably do place a bit more emphasis on the local scrims as compared to Alliance. And one thing we should note too is that when Alliance kind of reformed this roster and had all the role swaps, stylistically it changed a lot too, because in the past your primary carry for Alliance used to be Codenfeed and Shinsekai, right? Now the dynamic has changed, and we'll talk about that as we go into game. Right now in your upper brackets you can see Alliance versus Noblesse Gaming, two teams that, like you said, very strong and are fighting for the spot in the grand finals. And in the bottom half of this bracket we have Renatus against Aphrodite Gaming, which will be our next best of 3 after this to close out the day, and we will find our grand finalists by the end of the day, I believe. Oh, well, semi-finals?
Semi-finalists by the end of the day. Tomorrow we'll reach that end point, and we'll see where things kind of fall into place as they prepare for C Champs. And I believe the dates have already been announced. You guys are looking at some of the stuff. I believe ESL Asia was the one to publish that, so we get some intel into C Champs. We get some information on what's going to happen, and for more live updates, you guys should check that out. It's an interesting situation now for what we're seeing, because some of the stronger teams have kind of adjusted around. Vietnam getting a few more seats because they had more teams in the playoffs groups.
I think
3 seats.
Taiwan as well, right?
I believe so. Right, so having a few more seats, and so this kind of changes up the dynamic a little bit, and we're looking forward to see how that happens. For now, we're going to focus on our game between Alliance and Noblesse. Let's take a look at some of the intro videos to get to know our teams a little bit better.
We make a huge roster change, roster decision. We retain our 3 Singaporeans, but all our 3 Singaporeans are playing in different roles now, so we're literally just a brand new team. I shift from jungle to top, with CWJ shifts from top to support, and Riven shift from mid to AD. In the way we approach training is totally different, because there are some things that, because War is a brand new game, and we have players from Thailand last season, and the way they practice and the way we practice might be different. The style, like Thailand style and Singaporean style, that kind of stuff. Regarding our teams that are able to hold a candle, I guess most teams, especially like those the better teams in the Icon series, Singapore, they are able to probably put a fight, but whether they are able to withstand the pressure or like able to come out on top, I think it's a different question. But hopefully we'll have a better challenge this time around. I only play a few champions, like not a few champions, a few style of champions, which is like aggressive, playmaking junglers that deals high damage, like Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, Camille, Rengar. Yeah, these are the 4 most notable ones. I think the teams that that I know of and heard of in the SG Icon series are MBL, RTS, and To The Moon. Yeah, and you can follow my team on the Alliance. You just type the Alliance in the search bar and you can see the A logo, and that's them already on any social media.
I'm Kung from Noblesse, and I'm the mid laner. So inside my team, there are Ares, JW, Dai, and Chingy. Winning is definitely on our top priority, and we will definitely try to give it our best shot and give the top teams a run for their money as well. I feel like we have cut down on a lot of scrims, and instead we focus the time more on discussions and of course hearing what the other team members have about the game, because sometimes when we clock too much training, we get more stress and our ability to play will be affected. Probably Team Banana, because what I know is that they are actually experienced players from League of Legends that have recently come into the WoW scene, so it will be interesting to see what they can offer. You can follow us at mbl.gaming on Instagram, and of course our Facebook page will be Noblesse.
It's always exciting to see teams come back in looking stronger than ever, and Noblesse, the opponents that they want to face off against Team Banana, still in the running, so they have the full chance to go up against them again. All you have to do is drop the lower brackets.
Yeah, a bit of a sacrifice, but sacrifices must be made. And
absolutely.
You know what's funny to hear from Shinsekai? He was noting some of the teams that he's heard of in the Icon series,
sure.
You know, and one of them being Noblesse. So
yep.
It's a highly anticipated matchup here in this best of 3 between the Alliance and Noblesse Gaming. And I feel like Noblesse has made some strides in terms of improvement, right? I think when we were listening to Kung or Cryonics talk about how the team practices and how they improve, they focus less on scrims and they focus a lot more about discussion. I think in a lot of ways, it's a very kind of mature way to approach the game. Sitting down and theory crafting, like, okay, if we're going to play this particular composition, what's our win con? What should we draft? How do we build? What is the out spike? As opposed to like just playing the game non-stop and not taking anything away.
I think it comes down to when you have that conversation, right? When you sit down with your players and then you have people that have a voice and enabling them to have a voice, I think that's so important. Yep. Of course, I'm a huge fan of Doublewolf, and having watched some of his videos, and you know, he has some stories that go, some people are just extremely alpha. You know, you walk into a room and then you tell them, I want to do this. No, you're wrong. I am right. You have to ask, well, where's that game knowledge from? What's the information from? And assess for yourself whether or not it is correct information and whether you should play with that information.
Well, majority of Noblesse are League of Legends PC pros. They definitely do have that knowledge, not
sure.
worried at all. And this is going to be a sight that I have to get used to. Azura Vecchi sporting the Alliance attack as well. So there you go, Jelson in the jungle. We see the bans coming out quick and furiously. It's the Akali targeted against Azura Vecchi and a Corki being removed in the second rotation.
Yeah, you get rid of a couple of big priority picks because we know that Kong is a big fan and proprietary player of the Corki, and you remove the Ahri as well. That could be a bit of a flex because we saw Azura Vecchi actually have some standout performance with the Ahri, hitting both champion pools for both sides, but I have full confidence Azura Vecchi has a wide one that can adapt to the situation.
The Camille ban is interesting too because it's Shinsekai in the barrel name, by the way, and that's his original role from League of Legends PC, and Camille was one of his OG champs, right? So this is respect given towards Shinsekai as they first pick the Gragas. The response here from Noblesse is going to be the Xin Zhao. They're hovering the Thresh. Just one confirmation whether that is enabled because I've seen it open in the other regions. We were talking about this, but the 2 weeks have not expired, so it seems as though Thresh will be up and locked in. League officials should confirm this for us as we go forward.
In the meantime, I want to talk a little bit about the Gragas pickup because one of the key issues that Shinsekai had when he was in his professional days on the PC was he couldn't play tanks.
Oh, that is true, yeah.
Right.
I hate to say that a lot.
He went to other regions. He went to the Taiwanese region.
That was the Maokai meta. And then,
right.
Yeah.
And he was dumpster playing the Maokai meta. When they gave him the chance to play stuff like Jace, he was a good player, but because he just couldn't play tanks, he was relegated to the tier 2 team. Now coming over to
well, not tier 2 academy team, let's go put it that way.
Well, I mean, at that time, it wasn't really Academy, but it was like the secondary team, right? But either way, the fact that now coming into Wild, he has that flexibility is insane. The fact that he can play bruisers and he can play towards tankier champions is a great pickup.
Don't speak too soon because they locked in the Renekton on the final pick, so that is a Shinsekai champion. And looking like a mid lane Gragas might be coming in here for Azura Veki. Now, the last pick will be locked in, the Orianna against the Gragas. This is a really good one because traditionally in the past, we consider Gragas a counter pick to Orianna way back when, before they reworked him, right? So this is a tough one too because there's a lot of on-demand CC in that lane. You have to be careful about your spacing when the Xin Zhao is kind of, unknown and patrolling the jungle. So for Alliance here, a lot of focus is going to be towards mid jungle and top jungle because the Pantheon locked in. If Chingy is able to get a lead with the Xin Zhao, that is when you spread it to the rest of the map with the Grand Starfall.
This is really interesting. Noblesse are playing a composition that we haven't seen very much from anybody at all. It's not even that reminiscent of some of the other regions. Sure, we get some inkling of an idea, but it's a very different playstyle from anything that we've seen from Noblesse before. And I feel like this could actually be what they need exactly to take down Alliance. If you want to bring them down, you need to pull off something different. Because Alliance were once to pioneer the aggressive jungle meta in the last season, where 4 other teams were prepared to deal with it. They were the ones to make it work. And now going into the same position, you want to be the ones to bring in new strategies, new ideas against the people that are innovators.
And they are the team to, kind of pick up the Senna here, which has been banned, on and off for a majority of the day.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see the item path for the Senna because in terms of what you would normally build in the past, you'd see like a version of Fasting Senna, or you would see her move towards Frozen Mallet, which has now been removed, or Frostborn Gauntlet, right? The meta build for 80 carries right now, if you're not playing Fasting Senna, is to move towards Essence Reaver and then crit. But Senna does not benefit from crit, so there is a bit of a question mark for me in terms of how the Senna wants to build.
I think the snack converts into something else. Like off the top of my head,
it converts to lifesteal.
Right,
but
it's not that valuable compared to just going for other stats and utility. We
on-hit is the best stat for it.
On-hit is definitely the best stat. We have seen a little bit of adaptation to even try something Battle.D before, but it just doesn't feel as good as just on-hit Senna for what we can tell going into this. That being said, we are moving into game. It's the first in a best of 3 series, Alliance versus Noblesse, and Noblesse are walking in Alliance, catching them off guard and forcing them to respond. Acknowledge me, I'm here.
I love the Thresh pickup. It's a very flexible one that allows the Xin Zhao to play even more aggressive when it comes down to ganking the Dragon lane. And Alliance have to respect this, right? Even though it is Zyra Khan to get the early push, there's a lot of safety. Every time the Lantern is thrown backwards by Dai, you need to have this idea at the back of your mind that Xin Zhao is going to come and gank us, right? Regardless of what you think his pathing is, there is that threat.
Alliance do get some control towards the bot side a little bit earlier, means they should be able to hit level 2 a little bit earlier. We'll have to wonder what this is going to mean for them because they get some good dueling potential against Noblesse. This is especially important because you're up against a Thresh which should, for all intents and purposes, have a level 2 cheese available otherwise.
Hooking the Rakan isn't the worst thing in the world. You want to hook the Xayah though, because the Rakan has the mobility.
Flashes in Shinsekai with a counter flash, but he has Ignite in his pocket, not anything else, but he gets to the fruit in time and recalls. Meanwhile, his bot side making magic happen. It's Raven with the first blood kill.
And it's because Raven got the level 3, they had the early push, whereas the bot lane of Noblesse, or the Dragon lane of Noblesse, was
JW,
busy.
You have to back away. He recognizes the kill threat, walks out of minion range, and good pressure coming in from Raven.
Like we said, because JW was too busy helping out the mid lane, he's not able to pick up the EXP. Similar for Dai. They gave Hung a head start, and now they get caught 2v2 bot side. A hook out. Sails past Raven while Eris makes a move up. Chingy does not have flash. Shinsekai does not have flash either. But he's respecting. He knows. Oh, the ward down.
Very good response for Shinsekai. Dashes away immediately after the audacious charge. Stalls for a little bit of time against Noblesse because in the meantime, Jelson going to grab this blue buff away.
And when I look at Jelson, he's the kind of jungler that is very... Hold on.
Wait, re-engage back onto the Senna. JW looking pretty low here. Might be able to find a couple more feathers to get the kill off. Nice damage, but Raven losing a lot of health to the Ignite. Jelson walks in, tries to go in for the final hit. The reckless swing will get it. Dai tries to flash in for the last auto attack on the Raven, but the shields come through from CWJ, keeps him safe. Tucked in, and Knight all happy with another kill in his pocket. Alliance 3-0.
And they're collapsing on the tier 1 to try and get as much value as possible from the plates. They've got one. Jelson should stick around for the second because of this huge wave. But Ares is retreating down. He could take this fight. When it becomes lightning, does not connect. Jelson now has to be careful about his positioning here. Taking the reckless swing, getting knocked up. Here comes the Crescent Vanguard, and now the flash in to finish off Ares, and he's not going to die to the next shot.
Close one coming in. Ares, one more turn shot would have been a difference. Jelson held on to his Ragnarok for way too long. The three-prong strike manages to get the knockoff off on a Olaf of all things. CWJ does look for a re-engage off the back of a hooker. We're starting to see some pressure coming back from Noblesse, getting some control back in the Dragon lane.
I do like that Alliance have understood the value of the Xayah Rakan while we were kind of joking around and talking about it in the draft. They place a lot of emphasis in getting this bot lane a hit, as it should, right? When you pick up the Xayah Rakan, you need to find solo kills or 2v2 kills by yourself, because that's the value of this duo. If you put priority in on this pick in the draft, you must convert.
Especially trying to scale ahead early on, grabbing the items that you want. Senna being a scaling champ is going to take a little bit longer to get there. So they recognize that, will be making good use of it. Ares has started to find a lot more tempo, a lot more control around the jungle. It's been in position. Makes sense, Alliance wanted a bit more time to scale up, but now with both objectives available, they have to make a call, make a decision on what they want to try and get done.
Coordinated recalls coming in. Rod of Ages done already for Azora Veki, where Seroda's Grudge is the first item picked up by JW, so he's just going for flat armor penetration as well as the slow coming in. It's a very valuable buy, but you're not getting much as CWJ is going to get caught by the chunk of damage there.
Barely dodges out there.
Like I said, Seroda's not the most efficient when your opponents don't have like armor. Like sure you're doing, you know, almost true damage to them, but there is no point to pick this one up.
Little
this
damage, right? It does well as your second, third item, but it needs something to pair together with. But on the bright side, it is a cheaper item. You can still see, that Raven has had to take a detour to grab his Executioner's Calling early, while making his way towards the Essus Reaver. Raven trying to make his way in now. Zorbeki, they pull the trigger, they move on to JW, who's looking low, taking the harass, taking damage from Raven in the back, and with no teammates to provide support, JW goes down first. Wind becomes lightning, confirms Ares' first kill, takes a little bit more damage as Zorbeki tries to trade back, pulling in. Dai will be able to distract Raven long enough, but it's a double kill coming through for the Xayah. Dai looking low, and with the undertow coming in, the flash roll from Jelson forces the flash away from Dai as well, but should still be able to come up ahead 6-3 for Alliance off that fight.
But they did not get the dragon, right? They collapse, they pick up the kill bounties, but they don't get the objective. They're leading with the gold right now. As we saw earlier, Chingy did use his Grand Starfall to relocate himself to the top lane. So it will not have that global presence up. He used it to rejoin Shinsekai lane.
Alliance are building up a pretty good gold advantage. Despite that, Jelson looking for first turret here. Should be able to run away with the Ragnarok. Instead, walks in face first on the JW. Ends up losing a lot of health. Undertow will not be able to reset. Ares survives, and Noblesse with one more kill to their name.
This guy is a bit too aggressive, huh? Just popping the Ragnarok and running away would have been the play there, especially because you already got the tier 1 bounty. So they're looking for Chingy here, the Charm in the knockup.
They're looking for Chingy, and they found him. They grab another kill. Raven goes unstoppable, and the big Xayah threat coming online, becoming stronger and stronger as the game progresses. Noblesse need to find some way to respond.
Like you said, the scaling is really good for the Noblesse side. Between the Orianna and JW Senna, they will have a lot of control in team fights if they are able to stay relevant in terms of gold and power, right? Azora Veki in this matchup getting shoved out hard by Kung. He's using his mana to make sure that Gragas is unable to walk up.
Azora Veki, he's looking for this, so it's the rest of the team. Trigger pull by CWJ, barely clips Ares on the side to get the Crescent Guard. They do manage to get a shockwave to lock down on the Raven, but it barely does any damage. Kong, too far early game, cannot get enough damage off. Nice cast coming in from Azora Veki. They try and follow through with a death sentence, looking to lock down on the Gragas. Cannot get anything done. It's a double kill back for Raven once again. And maybe looking for a little bit more, but difficult to do so. The rest of the team ready to back off. They do grab a bit more than turret. Oh, one more hit! Featherstorm comes through, gets it! But now the turret, JW trying to pull back against the CWJ. Soaks up turret damage, tries to pull away. Barely survives against the turret shot. Ares running in against Raven. The flash forward. Raven going down. It will be Ares to take the shit down and pull Noblesse back even just a bit.
Just a bit, but even is not the word, Grandin. 6K is the goalie for Alliance right now as they run rampant around the map, taking down structures. All 3 outer turrets are down. And what Alliance are doing right now is something that I adore because they understand that Noblesse have the scaling, like you said. They just need to aggress and find these windows of opportunity. After mid tier 1 goes down, Veki makes the call. Explosive cast, pick up the kill, move forward, pick up the kill.
So much more tempo for Alliance right now. Different place now. Like they mentioned, it's much more aggressive with Jelson being the inclusion into the team. They're going in for plays that otherwise they would not have done. They would have gone for these turrets, played much more methodically. This time around, they bring in an added layer of individuality.
It's like a wall card, right?
Exactly. The fact that now they have a very stable mid laner they can rely on along with an aggressive jungler, it's a far cry from what we saw before.
And that's not to say that Raven wasn't a stable mid laner, but the way Alliance have always been playing in the past was to rely on coveted feet, on Kai'Sa to pop off, Shinsekai to find jungle advantages by himself to pop off. This time Jelson is playing for the team and finding leads for his team, not himself inherently. As you can see from the kill score, Zoraveki now getting caught out.
I would probably call that caught out. Maybe the death sentence now. The shockwave already going to be used by its own low priority target. Ares going down low. Jelson has his number. He's walking right in. Moves in onto the honey fruit. JW trying to take down the Olaf. He should ultimately go down. Pops Darius Gage still very healthy after so long. Jumps back in with the grand entrance. Gets the double knock up. And then moving in to slay them all. Shinsekai wants to show you a brand new world. And that world is Grayscale.
Alliance now moving in to pick up the Ocean Dragon after the reinforcements from Shinsekai arrives, and that was a messy fight from Noblesse. They thought they had the drop on the Alliance, but once they group up, the power is there. Jelson is able to sustain through all that with the shields from the Starrett Gage as well as the Rakan coming in. No Executioners calling just yet on Noblesse means it's really difficult to take these extended fights, and that's the big issue. We saw this happen to Team OK the previous game. We're just seeing it happen now. Without Executioners, they can fight their way through and sustain their way through and shield their way through all these skirmishes.
At this point, Alliance is starting to hit critical mass. You look at the items completed, Zoraveki has managed to find a couple of critical ones, the 2 main items, so has Raven. And the fact that Raven is so far ahead over Senna is so critical for them winning these fights. CWJ, he has some sort of spidey sense here. He's aware something just doesn't feel right in the Matrix. Will get locked up, loses his life right away, but Jelson has something to say about that. Pulls the trigger, moves in with the right to take down the Orianna right away. Now they move back on the Ares. Will find a second. And they take down the jungler, take down the mid laner. That means Baron is within the sights of Team Alliance.
Without Kung up alive, Noblesse don't present a threat inside this pit. There's nothing that they can do to harass them off this Baron, apart from a random jump in from Chingy. Maybe they can steal it here.
Doesn't matter because Shinsekai, he's in the back. He's ready to take you all down. Ignite takes down the Thresh, sends him home packing. JW barely gets out. But Alliance now with the Baron buff in their back pocket and getting stronger than ever. Noblesse working on a timer.
That timer is 3 minutes. I believe the Alliance are going to start leveraging this because the Infernal Dragon is going to be up soon. You can see the amount of souls that the Senna has. It's 35. It's nowhere near enough. Normally the break-even point is about 60. That's when you feel good, but you don't have the range yet.
A little couple of emotes in the mid lane. I love this. I do, in fact, love this. Pulling the trigger, CWJ once in, forces the flash away from Kong. Damage is there, stun is good with the shockwave. Pulling with the first storm for Raven, almost gets the stun. Back on JW, they retreat back in the mid lane, back under turret. But look at the side lanes, 1-3-1. They're making things happen. Cross map, Alliance have taken full control.
Well, this is the point of the Baron buff. You just create a distraction or you create pressure in one lane and make sure that your side lanes are pushed up. Right now though, Zoraveki under fire, getting pressured out. 3 members jumping on top of him, make that 5.
He uses the flash, uses the cast, but look what's happening to their base. Noblesse have been relegated to trying to deal with a single Gragas. They've lost that turret. Jelson pops the ult, pops the flash to get away. Now Chingy trying to join back in, gets locked out back on the Shinsekai, but it's barely able to get anything done. Raven is just too much of a menace. CWJ out of mana, out of chances. But Alliance are not out of hope to take another turret, and look at this angle. They're just so aggressive, trying to really get everything here.
They've got all the inhibitor turrets. Right now, super minions will be streaming into base, and Noblest, they're relegated to just defending right now. Unable to really step foot outside of that, you know, wall of protection, and there's no way that they can really take a fight, which means that Inferno Dragon, not even a question for Noblest Gaming.
Noblest are just going to be forced to watch as the dragon gets taken away. There's a ward there, and so if a minion wave starts to spawn in, you just pull off teleport. I'm not sure that brush might not be the most value. Not sure why they would be there.
They should have done something closer to the Dragon Pit,
yeah,
but
right.
The problem is they don't know, or rather they have no idea where the wards leading up to there might be. So like you could be walking into a warded bush,
okay,
and just, you know, be setting yourself up for a Zero.
They're walking in, Raven stepping forward.
No way this works.
Then the setup pops in.
No way it works.
They just try to get the catch on the Raven. Raven pops the better stop, pulls away. Noblest lose one first. Ares in the back tries to take down the Zaya. The hyper carry survives. Noblest insert 2 more quarters to try again in the next set of this best of 3, because Alliance are ready to call game over. They're on the victory margin on the Nexus. Shisakai ports into the back, takes them down, and they're on for the first win. Alliance 1-0.
It was a last-ditch effort coming in from Noblest Gaming to set up the Fnatic bush, but they chose poorly. The Zaya with the Featherstorm and the evasion, able to flash out and create space for her team to buy time for Shinsekai to TP in and clean up that fight.
There was one good target to go for, and it was Raven, but he's also the worst target to go for, so at an impasse, Noblest, I think, did the best they could have done. Unfortunately, it just did not matter. You just don't have that kind of accuracy to layer CC down to that split second before Saya can get anything done.
Yep.
Especially since you can kind of buffer the ultimate a little bit. So at that point, unfortunately, it was too little too late. He had scaled past anything they could control. Alliance with the first game win.
It's not only the CC that renders the Zaya, you know, almost unkillable, but the lack of damage. If you look at the overall items coming through from the side of Noblest, they don't have a lot of bursts, right? You need the death cap completed on Kong first to even have an impact, and 0-5 and 4 not the best KDA overall. The Gragas old school counter pick into Orianna still showing that it's a lot more valuable to have the explosive cast. Looking at this goal graph, apart from like a half a minute in or a minute in, it feels as though Alliance had full control of the game and never looked back.
They just grab control throughout, you know, and despite in most situations not... Oh, look, that's a pretty interesting... nice stat line.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that the kill score didn't exactly look entirely Alliance favored, you know, things were still pretty close, but the gold difference did not translate into that. They might have had only a couple of kills lead, right? 2, 3 at some point, but there were 3,000 gold ahead, and they managed to pull 3,000 gold out of nowhere, despite the fact that we were seeing Ares be the aggressor, moving into position early, trying to steal away some of these jungle camps. It was Alliance that came out with the gold lead.
Some questions I have for the next game, as we, you know, probably go into the second game of the best of 3 soon, is how does this Senna Thresh want to pivot itself? Or how does this bot lane of Noblest Gaming want to pivot itself? Because they brought in an unorthodox idea of the Senna Thresh, and we were saying, well, if you're going up against Alliance, you need to pioneer these new ideas and hopefully surprise them a little, you know, catch them off guard. It seems as though Alliance were completely content playing their own game, saying, Zyrakan's broken, we have this, you know, 2-item, 3-item spike that looks perfect, we can fight around those timings, we don't care what you're doing, we'll just play our own game. Thus, Noblest like decide to pivot into that now? Do they play Lucian Braum and match fire with fire and say, okay, we'll both build the same items, it's just about navigating the fights and who's better?
Right. It's so difficult to make an easy call because both sides were really trying to trade back against one another. It felt like the Thresh did have an interesting angle and an interesting presence in that game. Unfortunately, like you said, Senna is a scaling kind of marksman. He takes time to become powerful, needs time to get the items, and especially going for the Serralda's Grudge early was a bit of a detour.
Yeah.
Because I can understand the rationale. You want a completed item faster as opposed to holding onto a bunch of components.
You know what's a weird take now? Mortal Reminder would have been the more valuable buy than Serralda's. I know that sounds really weird, but hear me out, right? Because there's so much healing on the side of the Alliance composition, right? Every one of them has some sort of self-healing. Renekton, Olaf, Gragas, Zaya to a certain extent, and Rakan, right? Mortal Reminder would have been like the more efficient option, but the Serralda's passive and the flat pen is just a little too hard to pass up. You can see why JW went for that overall build. Again, I find myself at a bit of a crossroads because the Senna pick was a big question mark at the start. I was like, what items are you going to build in this particular meta of, you know, you're going for Essence Reaver and then Solari Charge Blade. Turns out Serata's Grudge is not the play, I guess. You know, maybe default to more traditional AD carries if you want to play that style.
So we have to wonder what the plan is going to be, or they could maybe prioritize something like the Varus, right? Play for a further back kind of carry, Varus, Jhin, having some consistent damage while still being able to play further back and safely could be an important aspect as well.
Like if you were playing Varus and you started tier and then you went into like a first item Serotas, I could see some idea there of like what you're trying to do in terms of the value you provide, which is purely piercing arrows, right? Very insane range and able to stay safe while doing so and still applying it slow. Senna does not necessarily have that because her between the piercing darkness and her autos, she still needs to step forward.
It's because with the Varus at least, you can stack your blight stacks, and so you can work with your team to be able to shred through some people, and then especially pair that together with more physical damage, it becomes very convenient for your team to kind of work with the Varus, whereas Senna is relying on herself to do things for herself. And that was a bit of the issue, I think, with the Senna pick and why we're so critical with it. We like the idea, unfortunately the execution fell through.
I would have mind seeing a fasting Senna there paired with like a heavy bruiser into the Zyra Khan and just someone that's able to just soak up the crowd control and the CC against Zyra Khan and say, you know what, let's just walk in and fight.
That's an interesting idea. I'm trying to think about what would have done
Galio,
best.
you can do Senna Galio, right?
Sure.
And I think in that game, Senna Galio would have been perfect because not only do you have a response to the Rakan, it's like a natural... Galio has always been a natural answer to Rakan. You have this kind of scaling factor in the Senna as well in the late game insurance against, you know, this the Zaya itself.
I wonder if Galio was actually banned that game. I know Dai is a big player for Galio. You know, when he was initially playing, I think in the summer season, had an insane win rate on Galio. You know, really managed to showcase himself there. Could potentially see that happen if they have some insight towards that. For now,
on another note,
Camille ban right away.
The Thresh was first picked prior by Noblesse in Game 1.
On the red side.
Yeah, I don't think it deserves that much priority. I think your jungler and your mid laner deserves more priority right now, especially because Kung has a small champion pool. We talked about how Orianna, Ahri, Corki is pretty much his pool, right? To a certain extent, like once all those are removed, what does he fit or what does he play well on, you know? And you might need to isolate a pick that works well for him very early on.
Curious if that means the last ban is going to be the Ahri instead. Alliance ban the Gragas.
Maybe you need to take the Ahri here. I mean, you might have no choice.
I mean, playing red side, you know, they don't want to give Gragas away.
True.
Right, so Noblesse prioritizing the Xin Zhao once again, and I am a big fan of Xin Zhao, but as a first pick, might not be the right answer every time. You know, a lot of aggressive junglers are still left open. You know, in a meta where Lee Sin, Kha'Zix are so dominant, Xin Zhao can perform against them.
I think Jelson is probably going to play Jarvan the 4th tier. He hasn't displayed much preference for the Lee Sin, and when we were watching a lot of Jelson during, you know, the SSC and preparing, he was largely, you know, a Wukong, Jarvan, and Olaf player. So with the Twisted Fate, maybe the Jarvan makes a lot more sense, where we see Renekton for Shinsekai again, no surprise there.
Yeah, early pickup, want to get rid of that for in the Baron lane. This means Noblesse might default back to the traditional pick against the Renekton, grab the Darius, and maybe go for the Ziggs against the Twisted Fate matchup. That has been sort of what we've been seeing. Otherwise, go for the Galio to maybe try and respond to Twisted Fate and where he rotates. And this can pan out pretty decently with the Xin Zhao, provided you don't pull the trigger with the Crescent Guard too early. Instead, Irelia for Noblesse.
This is a difficult matchup for the Irelia. I've played this a couple of times, like both in top and mid lane.
Yeah.
Again, the question is, can you get to your passive full stacks before Renekton shreds you down to half health? Because the way Irelia works is she relies on her passive being like fully charged up for her to take auto attack based trades. And Renekton's really good at zoning her away.
Talking about aggressive type junglers, pulls out the Rengar, ready to make that work and make it happen. Raven locks in the Lucian, so we're looking at perhaps the Lucian bot lane pair that together with something else. Yeah, and it looks like Noblesse will actually go for the Varus. Like we mentioned, this is something they can do well, and pairing that together with the fact they have quite a decent amount of physical damage with the Xin Zhao, with Irelia, it is quite a nice little addition.
Wait, can he really play that? I've never seen Kung play it.
This is a challenge.
Oh no.
This is a challenge. It's a written notice. This is a
formal invitation.
Formal invitation. This is Mortal Kombat. It's a duel to the death. Azura Vecchi is no stranger to these assassins.
Yeah.
Right. He knows how to play as them, and he knows how to play against them. So can Kong actually get ahead as the Zed? That's going to be the question that we have in store for us. The second game between Alliance and Noblesse. Noblesse a little bit desperate now. The desperation pill has been swallowed, and because of that, they are pulling out the Irelia, Xin Zhao, Zed. Everything in their back pocket has been laid on the table.
Some ending notes here. We saw the Leona come in for Alliance on their final pick, right? I thought they would have done Lucian Braum just because of how Braum interacts with Thresh. It's okay to get hooked, you have Stand Behind Me to escape, and the Unbreakable neutralizes a lot of the damage coming in from the Varus. The issue with the Leona here is, and I'm sure a lot of people probably know this from League of Legends PC, right? You can get flayed out of Zenith Blade, although it is a little harder on mobile. But it is still an option, and I think Leona might have to be careful when that interaction is accounted for in the Dragon lane.
I think the power of Leona is similar, against the Varus, is similar to Leona against a mage matchup, where it's just very difficult for the mage to step up against Leona, and because you have to spend so much of your mana clearing out waves, Leona can actually zone you out quite a decent amount and then force you to reset and stuff like that. So I get the intended purpose. Let's see how well they can execute it, because it's a champion that we don't see very often, and CWJ, we have not seen him play Leona yet.
Another issue with this matchup too is Leona is a very telegraphed champion, right? When she wants to all in, you can see her walking up looking for the Zenith Blade. In conjunction with the Xin Zhao, they can set up counter ganks very easily with Thresh, right? It's like, if you want to jump my ADC, all he has to do is stand a little bit far forward, you jump him, we're going to lantern into Xin Zhao, and boom, next thing you know, we have a counter gank on our hands. So I could see the problem with Alliance in the bot lane there too.
And here we have it, Noblesse versus Alliance, the second game in our BO3 series. Alliance sitting on match point and looking to make a clean run, as clean as it can get.
As clean as it can get. They already dropped one game.
Whereas Noblesse, they want their chance back at redemption. They want to showcase just how strong they are, and they're not willing to take any prisoners in the process.
Shinsekai starting the zoning now, looking for stacks of Fury so that he can make sure... Oh, hold on, this is interesting. They've pulled the Krugs away. I'm trying to get a bit more gold and EXP actually, and denying that away from Ares as well.
Yeah, potentially get rid of that so that the jungle cannot scale up as quickly. Look at Ares' positioning right now. Walks past the ward in through the river.
This is the gank coming through.
Is perhaps looking for a catch onto the bomb side. CWJ and Raven will take a little bit of a harass. No Ignite expanded, but Raven goes down low regardless.
Is he gonna go and invade the enemy jungle? Yes, his bot lane has prio, but his mid is getting shoved in. So if Twisted Fate rotates over with Leona, it could kill him.
CWJ, loses a lot of HP. Ignite comes through. Flash forward, the auto attack from JW, piercing light, not enough damage.
And that's the issue of the Leona in this lane, right? If you get hooked, if you get flayed out, there's a lot of kill potential because you don't get to fully close or gap close on your target of choice.
But Alliance have something to say to that. They're responding in turn, moving towards the Baron lane. Chingy level 4 will get stunned up. Jelson with damage enough to take him down, but Shinsekai almost goes down as well. Barely survives. Kong makes his way up towards the top side now. Tries to dash him with the Living Shadow. Will get go-carded. Loses a lot of HP quickly. Ignite taking down, and Jelson cannot get the reset into the brush fast enough. Almost gets a kill, but almost will not be it.
At least they force Kong's Ignite out. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and now Alliance, they have some control in this top side, but their bot lane is severely lacking.
It's actually 2 versus 2. I'm trying to figure out what the second kill came from. Xin Zhao got the kill onto Raven, it looks like.
Oh, okay, with the gank coming in.
So bot side was another kill. This is a good start for Noblesse. They're level 5 now. JW has the lead. CWJ needs to be a little bit aware of that. Looks like it was CWJ that got the return kill back onto Ares as well. Double buff on the Leona. I'd love to see it.
Nice. If this was a Lucian double buff, that would be a really problematic lane to play against. But Raven is okay without that as long as he's able to farm up. He's moving towards the Essence Reaver, you can tell, because first item call for use Warhammer.
Destiny's Gate proc, they're back up to the top side. Vanguard's Edge used early, but Chingy likely to go down. One more auto attack from Azoroveki confirms it. They claim yet another kill. Jelson now the target of focus for Noblesse. They're looking for revenge. They're looking for blood. But the Rengar will not be the sacrifice they're looking for.
So they get the kill with the dive and, you know, oh, hold on, another kill coming in. This Culling is living up to his name as it picks JW off and Dai is now stuck with this wave collapsing. They could look to go on him.
CWJ with the Zenith Blade, that's what you're talking about. You can flay it out, but you can't stop the stun, the secondary Q, and they move back in for another kill, and now the turret as well.
Yeah, they're gonna pick up a plate here at least. I mean, an auto would be nice for them to pick that up.
But Kong is right around the corner. They have to back away in time. Raven, as well as CWJ spot this one out. Living Shadow gonna be used. Lots of damage coming through. He tries to pop the heal, but the Ignite taking down. He's out for the count, knocked down, and back to base.
Kung picks up one on the rotation down, and this is a window for Noblesse to take the Ocean Dragon because they know that Raven is dead. They have the man advantage here. And the trade for Jelson should be on the Rift Herald, right? And Noblesse, knowing this, it's a game of like, you do this, I'll respond in kind, and they rotate immediately up all 4 members to interfere with this Rift Herald being started.
You can tell Alliance, they are upset, they are unhappy, saying, how can you go for my Dragon lane? I'm going to punish your Baron lane as much as I can. Dragon picked up by Noblesse, now perhaps looking for a second objective in the form of the Rift Herald. CWJ is right around the corner.
They need to wait for Azoroveki's ult to come up. And they're looking for a pick with Jelson too, as Solarflare misses.
Oh, they move on to Kong. That's the second jump coming through from Jelson. Almost finds it. Burn coming through. JW misses out. The Chains of Corruption means Alliance get free reign back onto the Rift Herald. They don't find a kill, but this Rift Herald should be theirs. JW, he still has something to say about this though. They move back towards Ares. Ares trying to make something happen. The Vanguard's edge. Back on the Azoroveki plus the death sentence. Alliance do secure their Rift Herald, but at what cost? With JW moving in aggressive. Flashing forward will be Shinsekai, who takes them down. Their days are numbered in the face of the crocodile. They're back to the mid lane. Alliance 8-5 on the board.
They managed to trade 3 kills for 2 there. Jelson going down and so did Azoroveki, but they started that fight out very well by collapsing onto the Herald. First, they understood, okay, the priority is the Herald. You guys can zone if you want. After we collect that, that is when we fight, right? So Alliance are able to get what matters, and now they can open up the map with the Rift Herald. You can see it's on Jelson right now. He's waiting for Thrill of the Hunt to come off cooldown, and the best sequence now for Jelson is ult comes off cooldown, use it, get a kill in the side lane, pop the Rift Herald.
That entire fight, Azoroveki did not have ultimate, they didn't have the intel they needed, and despite that, they still came up ahead. Now they have it, and they're looking to see what they can get done. You can see they are starting to put some pressure towards the bot side. They want this Dragon as well, and so converting those two things together, 1+1 means dive bot.
I'm not sure why Jelson is basing here, because Azoroveki can push this wave out. He has prio because the wave is collapsing here, and they could have Thrill of the Hunt ganked bot as well, but seems like they're going to play a bit more defensively with Jelson just collecting red buff. I think the play should have been to aggress on bot side.
Instead, they look like they might continue the pressure towards the Baron lane as Jelson ready to pop his ultimate if he needs to. Destiny Gate gonna be used. Jamie caught alone, and with the flawless duet, puts the pedal to the metal, tries to take down Shinsekai, but he cannot go down. Not with his team right there to back him up.
Instead of bot side, they play towards top side, and that's completely understandable after all. It is Shinsekai, so they are putting a lot of the eggs in that basket. Herald is still unused. I think that they're going to pop it for the second, the tier 2 as the calling comes out. Oh, good solar flare!
Zenith Blade to boot, and now they move on to Kong. Piercing light, one more attack, flash forward for Raven. They will get the kill. Won't even require his flash, but Raven now in a bad spot. He's gonna get aggressed on, getting chased after by Chingy, by Ares, by Dai. Everyone on Noblesse's team, but Ares gets caught out. The Zenith Blade comes in. JW provides some damage with the piercing arrow. They get the hook on to Jelson, but it's just a little annoyance for him. He doesn't care about that. He's back in the mid lane.
This is why it's important to have pushing lanes, because when you're retreating, you can just join the party towards the top half, and they will pick up mid tier 1 as well. Alliance now have control of this top half of the map. They take everything they need, and now they're rotating, at least resetting, because there is 30 seconds left on the Cloud Dragon. And Azoroveki, his ultimate is not up just yet. He needs that to give them information to set up again with Thrill of the Hunt and Shinsekai.
Alliance now sitting at a 9,000 gold lead. It is exactly where they want to be. Ozorveki does have to realize that he's facing the threat of multiple members. Flashball with the audacious charge. Wave becomes lightning, not able to connect. The death sentence will find its mark. Ozorveki goes golden as CWJ looks to move in. The Solar Flare trying to buy them some time, but they've lost him regardless. Drake coming up now though.
So they did use a couple of important ultimates in that catch. Ares and JW don't have theirs, but Vanguard's Edge and Deathmark is up. So Noblesse can still contest this Drake as long as they keep the man advantage there. Jumping in though.
They're primed and ready. Ares goes down first. CWJ gets hooked, but it doesn't seem to matter. Kong over by the side gets taken down. It's a piercing light. Confirms a double kill for Raven. They flash with a well. Jelson looking to end their lives. Looking to take down Noblesse. They try to get away, but Shinsekai comes in massive. And you give them some milk and cookies, tuck them in at night, and put them to sleep. Alliance takes down 4.
The only member left alive running away is Chingy now, who's gonna get caught by the gold cart. Throws out the flawless duet, but the last auto in from Becky is gonna give them the delayed ace. Ares respawning just before that, and I said, you know, Noblesse could take that fight if they maintain the man advantage.
Ares is just
running it down. Just running it down.
Solar Flare on the Kong. Is this yet another kill? He does Living Shadow back into the mid lane to safety, but that was close. Ozorveki looking equally close now, gets slowed down, sidesteps the death sentence, prepares the gold card, and they are out. He is gone.
No need to stick around after the objectives are done. Just get the full reset off. Raven is going to buy the Solari charge plate here. Big pickup Ozorveki. I want to check if he has the rapid fire cannon, because that is the second. Oh, another death coming in.
Come on, man.
It's not even fair at this point.
What are you gonna do against that? What are you gonna do against a Rengar jumping in your face like that? You know, you talked about it, right? Jelson is one that is willing to play, to set up for his team, to get his team into position. But who else is willing to do that? CWJ. When he was playing the Baron lane, same thing. Now he comes into the support role and is able to make things happen. Solar Flare locks down. The damage is there. The damage is good. Ozorveki, the targeted focus, but they take down Kong and Chingy and Ares, and they're all dead, so Alliance can move over to the Baron. And now Jelson, on an aggressive jungler, has taken control of the game. After a bit of an exchange in the start, now it's an entire Alliance Shogun.
Yep, it's the Alliance Shogun, 14k a hit, coming in though, the Deathmark onto CWJ. That's not who you want. The Baron secured by Alliance and a kill on the Zed, courtesy of Jelson again, and they're still not done yet. Shinsekai with the flank coming in already, helping his team cut off the exit routes. Alliance with the slaughter once more. Shinsekai, the focus for Ares, but he decides against it. Backing out, they get the tier 2, they get the Baron, and now Ozorveki has to run.
Surely he does not. No, Ares, you can't decide to jump in like that, my man. Flashes forward into the enemy lines, doesn't realize that there the fog of war is not his friend. He will head back to base. And once again, Alliance with the Baron knocking on Noblesse's door. This Thresh has just not been the answer they were looking for. Kong trying his best to make something happen. Will go down. It will be CWJ that claims the kill. Raven flashes forward aggressively. He has the items that he wants. He's moving in with the culling. Looks to take down Die. The flash away from JW and the flash away from Die means they get back to safety. But Raven comes in with the piercing light now, going golden. Stalls for a time against Ares, who cannot stop them. The piercing air from JW barely pulls back for one, but it's too little too late. Alliance, your defending champions, will keep their run going. They move on to the next stage of playoffs, 2-0 against Noblesse.
I guess that answers a lot of my questions, Grandin. You know, asking whether Alliance's playstyle was going to pivot directly or away. They still have the carry factor in the form of Raven, and now this added, you know, kind of facet of having Jelson to set up for a team. They're not solely relying on Shinsekai finding leads anymore. They're okay just playing through the side lanes now, because Shinsekai is, you know, holding his own as the Renekton in the Baron lane. Your picks like Twisted Fate, your picks like Rengar is able to open up the map, or are able to open up the map.
It's insane. Being able to bring in this new flavor and execute it so beautifully is honestly a treat to watch, right? And so now I'm very curious, how did Team Banana get this win off the lines?
Well, my knowledge of Alliance allows me to go so far as to say that after winning game 1, they tend to have a bit more fun. They tend to try something out and then, you know, go for the third game with a bit more gut and seriousness.
I have to say, I'm sure you're happy about this. Ozorveki's second Iron Rapid Fire Cannon recognizes his role in the team is to assist with the gold cards and set up for the rest, and not just play for himself. And that synergizes incredibly well, and once they had understanding of where the enemy's positioning was and where they were moving, rotated around, were all around the map. You can see CWJ with the Guardian's Angel, the fact that he recognizes that he just needs to go in once. His team will be there to support him, take them down, he'll revive.
I'll put it this way though, when you see Ozaraveki fill Raven's mid lane shoes, they play almost the same way in terms of utility and what they bring to the table. The added, kind of dynamic now is that Shinsekai plays carries in the Baron lane, whereas previously CWJ, he was usually on bruiser or tank duty, right? So they have another win condition now that they can play to, and Jelson is just fulfilling Shinsekai's old duties, making sure that the map is secure, getting them objectives and knowing when to gank the side lane and put pressure down when the lane is frozen and pushed up.
A beautiful win for Alliance, 2-0 against Noblesse as they continue their run in the playoffs. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights as for Alliance as they grab this 2-0 win. Has his number, he's walking right in, moves in onto the honey fruit. JW trying to take down the Olaf. He should ultimately go down. Pops Darius Gage, still very healthy after so long. Jumps back in with the great entrance, gets the double knock up, and then moving in to slay them all. Shinsekai wants to show you a brand new world, and that world is Grayscale.
There's nothing that they can do to harass them off this Baron, apart from a random jump in from Chingy. Maybe they can steal it here.
Doesn't matter because Shinsekai, he's in the back. He's ready to take you all down. Ignite takes down the Thresh, sends him home packing. JW barely gets out. But
no way this works.
The setup pops in.
No way it works.
Just trying to get the catch on the Raven. Raven pops the Feather Star, pulls away. Noblesse lose one first. Ares in the back tries to take down the Zaya. The hyper carry survives. Noblesse insert 2 more quarters to try again in the next set of this best of 3 because Alliance are ready to call game over. They're on the victory margin on the Nexus. Shinsekai ports into the back, takes them down, and they're on for the first win. Alliance 1-0.
It was a lot.
He still has something to say about this though. They move back towards Ares. Ares trying to make something happen. The Vanguard's edge. Back on Ozaraveki, plus the death sentence. Alliance do secure their Rift Terror, but at what cost? With JW moving in aggressive. Flashing forward will be Shinsekai, who takes them down. Their days are numbered in the face of the crocodile. They're primed and ready. Ares goes down first. CWJ gets hooked, but it doesn't seem to matter. Kong over by the side gets taken down as a piercing light confirms a double kill for Raven. They flash with the wall. Jelson looking to end their lives, looking to take down Noblesse. They try to get away, but Shinsekai comes in massive, and you give them some milk and cookies, tuck them in at night, and put them to sleep. Alliance takes down 4. The defending champions will keep their run going. They move on to the next stage of playoffs. 2-0 against Noblesse. And a solid win from a solid series, from a solid team that we are expecting great results from. It's Alliance with a 2-0 win, and really nice set from them, honestly.
I feel a lot more assured after the roster swap. Everything was a big question mark for me. I was like, okay, what is this Alliance gonna look like?
And she's like teasing us on social media. It's like, who's my team? I don't know my team. What are you guys talking about?
I've never played with them before. I don't know what's going on, right? I'm like, oh, no, please, not like this, right? And they come in very dominant, showing understanding of what their team dynamic is supposed to look like and will look like if they proceed on further to the SEA Championship. Overall, I'm liking what I'm seeing. The addition of Jelson and Shinsekai shifting back to the Baron lane, and the addition of Ozaraveki, not to mention, it has been very, very good for them.
Off-season has been a period of growth for a lot of teams coming into playoffs, into the fall season for the Barber FC Icon Series. In Singapore, seeing adaptations and growth from a lot of them, especially from teams coming in, like Renatus, like Aphrodite Gaming, have been able to evolve and come back stronger with new iterations. That being said, guys, we're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, Renatus versus Aphrodite in the upper bracket semifinals. Both teams looking to maintain dominance and control. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Like you! Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Let's do it! Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Hicks!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back to the last game of the Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore Fall Playoffs as we take a look at how final two teams, Renatus and Aphrodite Gaming, are coming in hard, playing in this final BO3, and we're looking to see what they have in store for us. As always, I'm gaming this, and with me is Hungry Cats for the last time for the day. Let's talk a little bit about the people that made this possible. Huh? Huh?
What's with the accent? Suddenly like a Brooklyn accent comes out.
I don't know.
Official beverage partner, 100 plus, and of course helping us keep hydrated. You know, I swapped over to the original. Now, I start my day with the no sugar, and now I'm back to the original because I feel like I need the sugar with the way the game.
You gotta be tactical about it.
Yep.
You don't start off with too much and then you crash. You build up to it.
That's right.
So up your hydration gave 100 plus. You know, they dropped us a knowledge bomb. You apparently lose 2% of your fluids with gaming, so you gotta replenish.
Yep.
You lose a lot more casting, so we definitely have to replenish.
Definitely more than 2%, I would have to say.
Yeah, and as well as our official chair sponsor, Secretlab. And if you guys at home want to win yourself a brand new Secretlab chair as well, all you have to do, and you know you still have tomorrow to do this as well, but for today you still have one more game and one more chance to clip an epic pentakill, Dragon Baron Steel, a backdoor victory. Post that on the comment section on the Facebook post. Follow the Versus Asia Facebook page and the Secretlab Facebook page to stand a chance to win yourself a Secretlab Titan Evo 2022
League of Legends edition.
League of Legends edition chip.
And I've seen some of them, you know, they look pretty sick. The Ruination ones in particular, like the green we were talking about.
That's what I was telling you about, right?
Yep,
It's
yep.
a pretty
I'm a believer now.
Pretty dope chip. And lots of new additions. For now, these are the ones that are adding it. And you know, it's a very interesting one. And for the teams that are involved as well, winner takes home 5.
Yeah.
That's a fun one as well.
Yeah, that is a fun one indeed. And Grandin's sitting on the Evo 2022 right now, and some of the new changes include like the magnetic.
Look at this strap.
Why? Yeah.
Why do we need a strap? I can just
I think it's
magnetize
easier.
this.
There's a strap on the old one. The current one is magnetized.
Easy. Look at that.
Yeah.
Readjusted. Now my neck is perfectly
ergonomic. Perfectly ergonomic.
Perfectly ergonomic.
You look so relaxed.
Supported.
You look so good. Just chilling. Yeah.
Enjoying the good life. As once again, this is going to be between Renatus and Aphrodite. And to round things off for the day, let's take a listen to Aphrodite Gaming and what they have to say in an interview that we've done with the players to kickstart going into the playoffs.
And my in-game name right now is Rossetti, and I'm playing Baron lane for my team, and for my jungle, his in-game name is Helena, and for mid is Hiraya, and for our bot is Fizzyfish and 700. I think that's his IGN that's using right now. Our team name doesn't really have much meaning. It's just that it's our ADC's company name, because he's trying to invest in the scene too, and so we are using his company name right now. I don't think we made much changes. We have only swapped our jungler, and other than that, mainly is we just changed our in-game names. I think that's about it. What you can expect from us is our bot lane will be feeding. If not, we will be winning the game. I'm most looking forward to play against Alliance, because they are mainly some of my close friends are there, and especially SSK. I would like to find him top lane. I know he's role swap to top. And back when I was in the same team as him, back when we were playing PC competitively, I was the substitute for him. So it's a good chance for me to give him a good one. I don't have to win the game, I just need to first blood him. Or at least get a kill on him. We have been practicing regularly, screaming at night and reviewing our bots. And I think that's about it. Typical bot review screams, yeah. You can follow us on Facebook. I think our team manager has set one. It's Aphrodite. You can search it on Facebook and you can find us there.
And Aphrodite Gaming are only one step away from facing off Alliance in the upper bracket finals, but for now they have to take off this BO3 win against Renatus. And Renatus, they're no slouch. They've come in strong, they're prepared to take the win away. If they have to, they're ready to make you hurt what they're doing.
What a menacing, threatening way to put it. And to put it a bit more gentlemanly, a bit more politely, Renatus is a team that has fought really hard to get here. Their improvement has been very significant, very marked, and
tell that to the moon.
I feel like they've deserved this spot. You know, they fought every single step of the way to get here, going up against Aphrodite Gaming. They are one best of 3 away from facing Alliance in the upper bracket finals, like you said. And if they do lose to Alliance, if either of these teams do drop the game to Alliance, there is still the lower bracket, so some chance of salvation there. They get another shot at the title again, and hopefully that is something that, you know, they'll be able to leverage off.
Yeah, looking forward to see what these two teams have in store for us, and when if they do manage to make their way through lower brackets or whatever, we'll come back in. It's a BO5 grand finals.
Yeah,
not the upper bracket finals.
The grand
finals.
Yeah.
And that's it's a BO5, and so you have a good chance to pull away with games. But at the same time, it also means that you have to know your stuff.
Yes.
You have to bring your A game, because Alliance will.
We've seen teams.
I've been kind of saying it like they're already kind of qualified in.
The thing is, we've seen teams kind of experiment and showcase some of their strategies, cheese strategies already. Noblest earlier in their game showing off the Thresh pick, a lot of priority shown during the draft. Not as effective in the game as we thought it would be, and honestly, I had higher hopes for it. You know, I look at this pick in other regions, it's a jack of all trades, it's able to do everything, but again, there is that certain level of setup required, certain level of proficiency required with your team, right? The big value point of Thresh is the Lantern allowing your you know, immobile jungler to come in and hit the lane hard. Really didn't see much of that, and hopefully that's something that changes as we go into, you know, the end of today and approach tomorrow.
Yeah, difficult to enable, and it didn't seem like they were able to match the pace, especially with Jelson coming in. He was at such a high tempo, you know, very high cadence. It's difficult to match that. I think a lot of teams were not prepared to face off a jungler again that fast, that aggressive, and that kind of cost them. So hopefully, as we see future iterations with Thresh, now that we know it is in fact enabled, right, we get to see more from them in terms of how they are able to execute it.
And when I look at Aphrodite, the crux of this team is the mid-jungle synergy between Haraya and Helena. I think when they are paired together and they're able to get, you know, start roaming the map after finding kills as a 2-on-2, that's when Aphrodite is really unlocked. So I'm looking for an aggressive jungler for Helena. I'm looking for a mid laner for Haraya that has this on-demand CC, something that has control, that allows Helena to come in. Either one or the other, you know, bringing that level of control would help a lot, as we see immediately the Gragas being banned out. So no Gragas, no Galio, no Olaf either.
Nameplates, I think, are slightly adjusted for Aphrodite, right? The 700, if I'm not mistaken, is supposed to be their Baron lane, their Dragon lane, for example.
And Rossetti is the
That being said, right, Aphrodite 700, he's such a big Corki player. He's in every situation where Corki's available. Renatus have to ban this away, right?
They have to ban it away, especially now with the changes to the items. I say changes, it's the introduction of the new items coming in, right?
Yeah.
Corki benefits so much, and there are multiple paths you can go. You could do the standard Trinity Force into Infinity Edge, or just go for Essence Reaver into Solari Charge Blade. You know, there are ways to build. Corki is a very flexible pick, which is why he's seen this rise to value. I personally put him on S tier together with Lucian and Xayah. Well, Lucian maybe S- or A+, depending on who it's paired up with, as Ziggs will come through as the last ban for Renatus, and Rakan will be banned out by Aphrodite. Xin Zhao here is the choice, and that fits very well into what I was thinking. Haraya and Helena's aggressive mid-jungle synergy.
Going for the Xin Zhao early on does take away some options from Renatus and forces them to respond in certain ways, and looks like the Twisted Fate will be used as one sort of response. Miri did showcase a pretty good game on the Orianna last time around that we saw, and so control mages are kind of in his pocket. So we have some expectation there at least.
Oh, the Camille slipped through the ban phase. Wow. So this is going to be picked up by Renatus. I think a bit of an oversight from Aphrodite as we see the Fizz being locked in. This is again another old school counter pick to Twisted Fate. The reason this works is because the gold card is predictable, and every time he walks up to gold card, he is in range of Playful Trickster. So you want to dodge the gold card, land on him with Playful Trickster, and just straight up like man fight him with your Seastone Trident and your Urchin Strike.
Provided no ridiculous Fizz jungle strats at this point, right? We stick to it, we go with what we know. Aphrodite will instead look for the Senna in an angle that Corki is banned out. Go for the Senna instead. You know, Fizzy Fish has been a big player of Enchantress supports.
Yes.
Going for the Nami, going for the Janna, which could pay out well to provide additional power, but it doesn't seem to do very well with a Fasting Senna, for example.
The Fasting Senna is not really in her wheelhouse, as we saw you know, Renatus over on the red side hovering the Lee Sin and then swapping to Leona last minute. I was thinking if you pick the Lee Sin here, you're kind of showing that it's going to be commune Baron lane and like you don't have the flexibility anymore.
Yeah.
So decide to lock in their Dragon Lane duo first. A very potent one, by the way. Varus Leona has a lot of kill threat at levels 2 and 3. And from then on out, right? So whoever you're picking for the support here for Senna, assuming it's not fasting Senna, has to have some level of peel. So the Alistar might be a good choice. You could even go with a Braum too if you really wanted additional safety to just stop the Varus from hitting you with piercing arrows. His Nasus is locked in.
Going for the Nasus against potentially the Camille just doesn't feel very comfortable. Sure, he can have a good middling phase while it's happening right now.
It could be fasting
Darius.
Senna with Darius in bot lane, or with Nasus in bot lane.
If this does happen to be the case,
I think it is.
It seems very punishable by a Varus Leona who have some forms of good damage, and now they just pair this together with a jungle that is aggressive enough that can make their way to the bottom side. Okay, and Ranga will round off Renatus' composition.
So it is fasting Senna with the Nasus collecting the farm here, I believe. No, sorry, it's Darius and Senna. Okay, so it's actually not too bad in terms of like what you want to see, right? Although the Nasus has a pretty bad matchup against the Camille.
This is a little bit deceiving because like if we follow the nameplates, sure, but I feel like this is actually
it's Senna, Senna Darius, yeah.
I think it's Senna Nasus actually.
Okay,
that's what I think right now. Like if you, like the nameplates are a little bit off,
right?
But I think it's Fizzy Fish with the bot side. This is a little bit crazy for me too.
Well, so let's not assume too much and let's just play out, you know, both scenarios, right?
Yeah.
I prefer Senna Darius over Senna Nasus just because you have a lot more dueling potential with the Darius. The Nasus is a very passive laner, and you don't want two passive kind of picks together, right? Between Senna and Nasus, you're just gonna get shoved in, and you have no choice but to take the L while you scale up.
Right.
With the Darius, there's a lot of setup because you have, number one, a bind and a root to start things off, and the Darius is able to hold his own against the Leona. The Leona doesn't want to be anywhere near the Darius in that trade.
Okay, so it does look like the Darius has been flipped around. So this might just be indication that Darius will be going down towards the Dragon Lane, padded together with the Senna. Like you mentioned, and this
we
is
talked about this earlier, right?
Leona is going in champion. You don't really go out.
Yeah.
Right? You know, and good COVID rules say you should not go out. Right. But you engage, and Darius wants you in with him.
Yep.
So it's a good position for him to be in. He doesn't really have to worry about all that much. This could be good or bad depending on how things are going to likely pan out. So we'll see how things go once we get into game. Varus Leona, though, does feel like something they can scale up quite well, especially with what we're seeing paired together with the Rengar as well as the Twisted Fate.
We were talking about this, I think, during game 1 of Noblest versus the Alliance, about how the Senna paired with Thresh had no value, and we would have liked to see a fasting Senna with a bruiser that can, you know, fight.
Sure.
Against Zyra Khan. And one of the suggestions was Galio, another one, actually Darius is a pretty decent choice, right? In terms of what you want to do. This bot lane now is very much in favor of the Senna Darius as long as they don't get ganked, okay? I'm just going to put it that way. As long as they don't get ganked, they should be fine.
Faked out as we move into our final game. Okay. Our final series of the day is Aphrodite versus Renatus in this BO3. And once again, we're faked out. 700 is the one playing Nasus now. They're going down to the Dragon Lane. They don't care. Renatus doubly don't care. They're just going to rotate over, try and get some pressure here.
I think
Force Fizzy Fish back.
I think the Nasus is gonna get slapped here. just a feeling because
Renatus, they're pulling the trigger. They're trying to go in. Muri with the go-kart, looking to walk forward aggressively. They get onto the red buff. Helena right over the other side. They try to jump back in. Kane's gonna go and face front, take the damage away from his opponents. Muri comes back in with the go-kart, starts off Haraya, but Eggy looking low. It's first blood for Aphrodite, and now they're moving in for a second. Helena has to splash away. Kane will be the recipient of that kill as it gets delivered onto him. 700 will not be able to find more as Kane smites the captain, get the HP that he needs, and walks in for an early quadra kill. Renatus come up massive in that early engage.
Okay, I stand corrected. The Nasus is not gonna get slapped. Aphrodite is gonna get slapped. They're gonna counter kill in the form of the Twisted Fate, but that invade from Renatus. Do he instantly base them on a Sheen and a Confuse? The humanity granted.
Oh
the
my.
humanity.
This is disastrous. If Rossetti was there, that would have been insane. I mean, I cannot imagine what just happened there.
Because the Nasus has no skills at level 1, he's not a champion, okay? This is what I meant by he's gonna get slapped. Level 1, you have 1, either you cast the AoE or you pick Siphoning Strike, right? And he has nothing to his name after that, he can't fight. So when that invade came in, you knew how it was gonna go, right? It wasn't even a question. of how it's gonna go.
Oh my goodness, this is insane. And look at how strong Cape is right now. 4-0, he has so much power over Helena, can do effectively whatever he wants. Scuttlecrab will be taken away. Helena does at least manage to find some solace in the fact that EXP-wise, he's not the worst in the world. But those were some insane plays, mining the Raptor camp for HP, staying alive. It's whew.
He might get spotted out here if he's not careful. Apprehend in onto Nico that forces the hookshot away. The wave is going to reset here, so he's setting up for this because he has a massive power spike, and they should be able to all-in Rossetti once the hookshot is up. He has Hextech Automatium too.
Yeah, as long as Rossetti steps up, the Hextech Automatium should mean they grab a confirmed kill, as Darius will have some inkling of this information, decides not to go aggressive. This is wild. The fact that he's kind of aware of this, okay, that's going to be and they jump in, Hextech Ultimated, they pull the trigger with the bowler, strike the barrier, cannot save him. Cape will take one more turret shot. Nico flashes out preemptively. They get to safety. Meanwhile, mid lane, like you mentioned, Haraya with the Fizz has the counter pick. They take down the Twisted Fate. Lena trying to catch the wave, push off Renatus, stop them from grabbing more. Haraya around the corner, yes, as they force Renatus away.
Rossetti was forced to burn the barrier there, otherwise he would have died, so this is the only reason he survived through that whole play, right? That and Hextech Automatium being a bit too close to the tier 1 meant that Renatus was unable to chase in for the Darius kill. The good news is that Haraya's holding his own against Muri, so he's able to instantly pick up the death cap. He was the one that got 2 kills too in the early skirmish, so first item death cap coming in at 3.5 minutes. Okay, cool.
Yeah. A little bit more than Hoyo.
Yeah.
A little bit more. And that was partly the reason why Muri had such a difficult time in lane. In situations where it should have been much closer, you just cannot anticipate the difference in items in that specific moment. So losing his life there.
The Twisted Fate has like 2/3 of a lot of ages and 4 minutes. He's never going to be finished building this. They split power here. Asteroid decide the Herald is the viable play, and they want to leverage on this.
They don't care. They want this. They love fighting Aphrodite wherever they can. Soul Flag comes through. It's lots of damage. They take down 700 first, and over into the back, you still see Nico wrecking havoc. A triple kill coming through for Muri. He's angry. He's looking for the Quadra. One more auto attack will find it. He gets the Quadra kill, but it looks like there's no Penta. Nico takes that one away.
Could have had a second Penta through, and Cape was able to just start the fight off on such a nice note in conjunction with the Solar Flare. Once they lock up the priority targets, Renatus just jump in and sweep them all up, and the re-engage coming in from Aphrodite. Helena trying to find something on the way out. Is unable to do so. Rossetti misses the apprehend too.
Is that the re-engage or the re-re-re-engage? Because this fight seems like this game feels like one never-ending team fight. Both teams only lane in order to fight again.
You lane to buy items to fight.
Yes.
To fight even more.
Dragon Wolf picked up by Aphrodite, and so while Renatus had looked to try to contest the Rev Tunnel, will not be able to get it, and Dragon, in the meantime, while Aphrodite were able to reset, grab this as well, and this looks like they could potentially grab first turret in the bottom lane.
This is the first time I've actually seen someone build that item, by the way. The Fimbulwinter build up from Nasus. I feel like such a troll item.
Nasus just build weird items.
Yeah, Nasus players tend to build weird items. The winner's approach into the Fimbulwinter. Oh, hold on. Good Solar Flare.
But I think that's about it. Just wants information on how many are there. If there were 2, might have a chance to fight it, but 3 is too much.
Yeah, I feel like this is a troll item because it doesn't give the stats that you think it gives. It's mana and a bit of armor. Like, at the end of the day, you're better off just going Triforce and duking it out. Right, if you want to scale, there are better scaling items as well.
Oh my goodness, Soraya, you don't walk in there, Destiny comes through, they get the stun on the Rossetti as well, paired it together with the damage coming out from the Twisted Fate finally. They should be able to get a little bit more. Helena tries to jump forward, has the Crescent Guard, where becomes lightning, connects on the cape, brings him down low, and Darius coming up big. They get the shutdown onto the Rengar finally. Renatus walking in, ding dong, it's Renatus, and they have a free delivery. Aphrodite are having a feast today.
They just walked into the choke and let them slap him. Oh no, it's really hard to take this game seriously after like a 1 minute quadra. And it's so swingy because Renatus don't have to take those fights. Why are they fighting in the jungle when they have like really fat Nasus that can play the side lanes with a Camille?
They just get they went 6,000 ahead and now suddenly they're back down to 4. I mean, sure.
Stonks, man.
Okay. This is wild. Like, you just walk in there, take down Haraya right away, and then the fight never ends. Suddenly you see 5 from Aphrodite, and you have to wonder, why have 5 players there again?
The correct thing to do here, in all seriousness, is to just play the side lanes and abuse TF Rengar. Right? You have a Camille that has on-demand CC, very reliable with hookshot and kickstack automated. Every time that is up, you can just look to make a play with the Rengar.
This is punishable because you know for a matter of fact Aphrodite are rotating as 5 trying to move together as a unit. This gives you a window to take down turrets on the other side of the map.
You play side lanes and abuse Rengar TF.
Exactly, and with the Twisted Phase on the side lane, you can still proc Destiny and get out quickly. If you have to, you can use it to get away. So this has to be a... win condition is there, strategy is there for Renatus. But it doesn't matter if both teams just mutually decide they just want to fight all day. They're walking in, they force a flash away from Kate. Kate gets stuck against the wall, will go down first. That's going to be the Chains of Corruption. Sets up the domain, locks them down. Nico tries to take down 700, but he's looking low. Instead, goes 1-for-1. Rossetti pulls back with a counter kill. Murray, they try to go back onto Rossetti. Wildcards get good damage. They force the audacious charge, plus the wind becomes lightning. Stack them together, they roll back onto the Darius. Darius tries to jump back in, still has the barrier. He goes on to the Twisted Fate, might be a double kill, but it hits back over the Pain, who has Fizzy Fish's number. But no flash means no chase, they're walking away, and all that time you still see the Fizz pushing somewhere, something, takes a turret or something.
Raya's now like throwing the jump the waters, hoping to find Pain on the way out. Renatus, they keep handshaking these jungle fights against a composition that wants to fight, you know. Darius is pretty huge, and the Nasus, although he's built kind of interesting items, he is still there to kind of provide value, right? There is that shred on magic resist when he throws down the flares, and the sustain overall from Senna is pretty decent too, so they should not be taking these 5-on-5s. Abuse the TF and Rengar and play the side lane. Like this, right? Just play together. If anybody if anybody tries to walk in, you just kill them.
Well, Dragon coming up in a couple of seconds. Aphrodite are in better position to deny this. You still see Camp a little bit ways away. He's on the top side of the map, trying to clear out a couple of his camps. Pull ahead now. He had a good advantage, a good lead to begin the game with, but now it's starting to not amount to all too much. Nice proc the Destiny to get full vision of where the enemy are. Instead, they go for the Baron lane turret, try to break over the tier 2 quickly.
This is the smart play, but now they need to recover and move out of this lane. 30 seconds on the Baron, so actually finding the pick on the Riot might be good here. Chop the waters out. A 1-for-1 trade.
1-for-1 trade is not the best because the rest of Aphrodite are running right in. Murray procs the gold card, gets the stun onto Rossetti, but he doesn't have the Destiny anymore. Cape is right around the corner. He's trying to bait them out, but actually just goes for the recall. He accepts that his mid lane is dead. Murray gives up his life, make sure that Cape gets away safely.
A really quick rotation coming in. I'm curious how many souls Fizzy Fish has right now at 38. Slowly stacking up. It's only 10 minutes in. It feels like it's been a longer game because a lot of kills have gone down, right? But still just scaling with the Manamune and 38 souls. Like I said, break-even point is 60. Early Locket of the Iron Solari enchant as well too for more team fighting power.
You know what? It's not even about the fights going on. It's about the nature of these fights. You don't get 5v5s, 4v4s in the early game, in the 1v1, in the level 1s. By this game you do, and that makes it feel so much faster, so much more aggressive. I think Aphrodite and Renatus are both feeling it. Look at the way they're playing. This is not standard Wild Rift. This is Wild Rift when you are ready to throw everything and the kitchen sink at your opponent. They pull the trigger, they jump on the Renatus. That should be Pain goes down. Gokhan locked and ready, but it will not save them. Eggy will be the recipient of the Charm of the Waters. Fizzy Fish goes over the wall, has to flash away, and Aphrodite come up with 2 ahead.
They know they can do this because they saw Cape on the bottom side of the map, so they know there's no contest here. He's even making the sacrifice, walking to push the tier 2 while Aphrodite finished off this Baron.
Charge. Nico moves in and tries to steal this one away, but it's a little bit too late. The blue team, Aphrodite, secure it. Renatus running for their lives. Eggy will be the first to follow soon after by Nico. And Murray just has to watch as they concede that all away. And while we were mentioning you want to play a 1-3-1, you don't play a 1-3-1 and give up the Baron, man.
The one is supposed to be like Camille on one side of the map, and then you have Varus, Twisted Fate, and Leona on one side, and then Rengar on the other side of the map, right? That's how you kind of abuse it, and the Rengar needs to be near the Baron.
The crazy thing is, they're still ahead in gold. Renatus still has more turrets,
Yep.
more gold, more items.
It's gonna change soon because they're gonna pick up mid-tier 2 and probably the side lanes as well. Oh,
Chains
good
of
change.
Corruption plus the Solar Flare does get the lockdown back onto Rossetti quickly. They're trying to trade back, but looking at 700, he's going low down soon. Flash forward from Pain takes him down. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Helena splits up the fight. Comes in with aggressive guard. Miri finally gets the stun onto Rossetti, but it's a little bit too late. Aphrodite have come back. They've reset looking stronger. Nico uses the Hextech ultimatum to try and pin them down, force them down, but they will not be going down. Instead, Renee is loose for Aphrodite walking into the mid lane.
They keep handshaking these 5v5s. It's very confusing for me, Grandin, right? Their comp does not do well in like these death ball situations. They need to find picks. After they use all their picks, you know, ultimate and their pick skills, there's really nothing left for them to do. Whereas Aphrodite are okay running forward. Darius is okay running forward. Fizz is okay just jumping in and out of fights. And there's so many ways for them to mitigate and evade the control from Renatus that Aphrodite in these extended fights just looks so good.
You know what I think this is? This is Renatus acknowledging that they have the goal lead, right? So hear me out. They know they have the goal lead.
Trying to like equalize things.
And they know, no. They know that they have the goal lead and they want to be able to win this game. So why not, while you have the goal lead, force every fight that you can. And if you get one good fight, you win the game. And if you get bad fights, you just lose the advantage that you already have.
This is a bad fight. They're going to lose an advantage that they never had.
Nice catch onto Cape Aphrodite, pulling up 21 to 16. Just need one more turret, but instead they've been able to find these neutral objectives to drag in the third one. Game will go over.
Soul is going to be Inferno too. This is problematic.
They obviously cannot give that away. That's a huge win con for Aphrodite. If Aphrodite get the Inferno Elder Soul, it's game over for Renatus. They can pack up, go home, get ready for game 2. But Renatus, they still have a chance to stall this out, deny this. So it looks like Haraya, he's going aggressive, trying to take down Nico. Nico still has the 2 charges of the hook shot as 700 makes his way in, gets the slow forces the flash away from the Gabriel. Gabriel trying to jump out with the hook shot once again, but the burn paired together with the rip buff. Both together will be too much for him.
They need a pick right now. They need a pick on the bottom half of the map. They need to kill the Xinjiao or
they absolutely will, but not before Rossetti takes down Muri as well.
That was a 1-for-1. That was the worst case scenario for Renatus there. They didn't get anything. They couldn't get the jungler, so they're unable to move to the Baron, and they lost a lot of cover because Nico and Moria did.
Aphrodite Gaming have been able to hold on very well in this game and are just about to break even in gold. It's just 400 and things are looking up for the blue team.
I have to give it to Fizzy Fish. She's been playing a lot of like, you know, Nami, Janna. Picking up the Senna is like a very good addition, very welcome addition, right? Number of souls right now should be bordering onto, yep, it's 50, bordering on 60. Hitting that point pretty soon where the auto attacks and the rapid fire cannon completion will mean that Aphrodite has insane healing.
What was soul?
Hit the soul!
Hit the soul! No! Okay, Renatus are acknowledging the other Zoe. So you see a little bit more pressure down towards the bomb side, trying to get some control there. They do manage to fight Haraya first. Chop the water, almost takes down Nico. He's still gonna die! And he goes down regardless. That's gotta hurt.
That is unfortunate. He's still getting these 1-for-1 trades, right? And yes, it's more important to kill Haraya because he has a lot more damage, but Nico is the lockdown that you need, right? Without Nico around, it's hard to catch the slippery members of Aphrodite. You have no hard control in these fights, apart from just a gold card. Chains of Corruption and Leona, who don't want to be in the front line.
Yeah, it's a good pick comp. You can kill them front to back, but you don't have to damage kill them front to back. So Cape needs to be a little bit aware of that. They should be seeing some itemization. I want to see the Camille complete the boot item. Whatever it is, just make it into something bigger.
Teleport would be good.
Teleport would be nice, so you can split push. Hourglass could be good, so you survive the fist damage. Or something.
Gargoyles to survive the...
Or gargoyles.
Yeah, survive the overall team fight.
Either way, we are looking at Renatus slowing down the pace of the game for now. They've decided that this is not the moment to fight again. Baron is available. You start to see the wards come through. vision line prepared for Renatus, but it's lined up right around the Baron. Doesn't actually give them information of Aphrodite walking forward, walking in here. They pull the trigger, they move on. The pain soul flare will stop them in the track. Southpaw coming through. The ult from the center sets them up for a great angle. Rossetti has them, but they steal away the Baron. And Aphrodite walk in on Renatus with their pants down. We're not prepared to deal with them. A double kill for Rossetti, and despite the early game, Aphrodite will not give up. They will move forward on the victory march. They come in, the destiny was used, and I just realized Twisted Fate was not in that fight at all. They are ready to end things off. Dance time is way too long to stop. They make the NASA Center bot lane work, and Aphrodite with the game 1 win.
That was a messy affair, but Aphrodite managed to pick up game 1 after a Fiesta level 1. Their mental fortitude allows them to come back in, and all credit to Haraya and Helena again. You know, this is something we talked about in the draft, about how when the duo of the mid and jungle get rolling, right, they're able to really pull out these kind of things because the control from Haraya when it comes to snowballing, the understanding of how to contest objectives with Helena really pairs off well with each other.
Honestly, a great game for Aphrodite Gaming, pulling out all the stuns and showing us something a little bit different. You know, we have seen Haraya on the Fist before and playing Assassin style champions, but Fizzlyfish coming in with the center, you know, 700 now with the Nasus of all things, shows a very different flavor and honestly a big improvement for them.
The Nasus was like a big question mark for me. I mean, it's like, yes, it's a bruiser that farms up, I get it, but like, you
hey,
couldn't
want to farm up the center.
You could have done anything else. I feel like the value is like your first three, the first 3 members of Aphrodite were able to hold their own and snowball and control the pace of the game and not give too much away, right? You know, fault where fault is due. Renatus also took a lot of bad 5-on-5s. They misread what their composition is supposed to do. They need to force side lane picks with Rengar, Twisted Fate, and Camille, and they were unable to do so. The only game we see Camille today, she loses, and that's a big yikes.
I'm sorry, but do you see Aphrodite with 2 quadra kills? Do you see 2 falls by the name? I don't think so. I think Renatus, they have to be... I can't say this with a straight face. They did manage to have some really good individual performances, and they knew when to take some of these fights. Their early game skirmishes were really impressive. Unfortunately, I don't think that it's going to work repeatedly. And so the fact that Aphrodite were able to recover after a bit of a cheese, it wasn't total cheese, but it was a little bit. And the fact that Aphrodite were able to recover is
I'm gonna call it cheese. Spot. Like a 4-man invade level 1 is probably cheese. Looking at your level 1, like, okay, who has the best, you know, 1 skill roster, and then you just go for that 50-50 and you invade them and hope that it turns out well.
So they do manage to see Aphrodite pick up the first win despite 2 quadra kills going in their opponent's favor. We also saw a very nice Baron steal towards that. And so for you guys back at home, in case you guys were not aware, once again, you stand a chance to win yourself a very nice Secretlab EVOS 2022 Titan chair. All you have to do is clip that and then follow the instructions of the Facebook post. I'm not going to go through all that again. Just follow the instructions there as we get ready for our picks and bans for our second game. Aphrodite off the backs of that first game.
Very messy. I'm not convinced. Honestly, I'm not convinced, right? I think Renatus definitely played a lot worse than what we saw earlier today. Just like straight up running in, like they're overconfident, right? When you don't know how much of a lead you have, they just keep trying to handshake fights and they don't understand that the composition is supposed to do something completely different, and they get slammed by the healing, the AoE resets from Darius, and it's just a messy one.
And we have to provide a reminder that these teams are our upper bracket semifinals. This is our upper bracket semifinals in the playoffs. You know, it feels like since they've come to this point, I think both teams feel like they just have no idea what they even want anymore. They're like,
They're like loopy from playing so much, right?
We're all the way here. One more win, we go into the upper bracket finals. And they just have no idea what to do with themselves. They decide, alright, well, let's play the best game of my life. I'm gonna get a quadra kill. You can have one too, it's fine.
We're just giving out quadra kills left, right, and center, right? And that kind of messes up the not balance, right? But the pacing of the game. Because at 10 minutes it felt
like 15. Habit.
Yeah, it's a bad habit against teams that are a lot more disciplined, that know how to trade objectives, that know how to slow the pace of the game down, even when you have a lead. So it's starting to inculcate some bad things when I see like this game 1, and hopefully in game 2 they slow it down a little bit more and understand how to play to the win conditions.
We'll love to see that being the case. You know, take their time to really assess the situation and play according to their strengths and the abilities that they have, as opposed to really just trying to force the issue.
That's the word. Force the issue.
Right. Really force the issue. Walk into the opponent jungle. I get it. You have Rengar, Camille, but you don't have information where the enemy team is, and then you end up committing to a fight that didn't really have to be had, and that cost them quite heavily, right? They went from, you can see the goal graph was going towards Renatus the entirety of the game, and then it just bumped back to Aphrodite towards the very end, right when they were about to end the game. It
was just a Baron steal into a straight GG push.
Not like steal is one way to put it, but honestly, with the angle that they were in,
it was
they killed their front line, and it was just a couple in the back.
Technically, it's a steal, but
technically it's a steal.
I think Cape was gonna die to the Baron anyway, so it's like put him out of his misery, take the Baron, just end the game, you know.
Yeah.
And going to game 2, the draft has to be a bit more. I guess for Renatus, the draft has to be a bit more coherent with what they're trying to do. If they want a team fight, then don't pick Twisted Fate, pick Orianna, you know? And that was something that they did a lot earlier today. When they play team fight competitions, they would go for Orianna instead of the Twisted Fate. And I feel like that is how they might not understand what they excel at in terms of the 5-man roster. Leona is a great team fighting champion, I'm not going to argue, but Rengar and Twisted Fate not so much.
Rengar can work, being able to jump in and then assassinate someone, but the issue really was that Fizz. Right, the fact that Fizz can jump out and negate
counter-assassinate you.
Counter-assassinate you, take down Nico in a lot of these angles was not worthwhile. And so they need to recognize this. Either they had to itemize against it, which they really didn't, or they had to negate that threat. Right, so
should have shut down the Fizz early.
But it was difficult because Fizz got 2 kills in that 4-man that exchange towards the red buff side.
Let's take a look at the draft as we go into game 2 right now. It's Aphrodite gaming with the lead up in the series. Renatus have to win this to tie it up 1-1 and go to the 3rd game. If they lose this, they will drop to the lower bracket and have to fight their way through all the way to the grand finals.
Renatus having nothing to do with this Fizz. Like we said, you have to find some kind of response, you itemize it, or you just straight up ban it.
Banning is the choice.
Get rid of that. So no option for Aphrodite to pull that out. Again, Galio will be the focus for Aphrodite, and it makes sense. Renatus, with the way they want to play, they like to go for these team fights, lead in with the Rengar or any kind of primary engage, then you follow through that Galio could become a big menace.
Murray banning out, or rather, the Fizz ban seems to me that Renatus understand that Murray's champion pool is not suited against Fizz. It's also not suited against Zed because he likes playing control mages. He likes playing mages in general, right? So the Ziggs, the Orianna, and the Twisted Fate all suffer against Zed and Fizz, who have a certain level of evasion and all-in potential. Response from Aphrodite, they ban out the Olaf. Lee Sin, Camille, and Gragas are open, so... Ooh, respect ban on the Darius too.
Respect ban on the Darius takes that away from Rossetti, who has been quite a solid marker for his team, but at the same time, you know, if you allow Renekton through and you don't first pick it, I could very well see Aphrodite just prioritizing the Renekton instead. Camille is still left available, so Aphrodite, if they choose to ban that out, forces Renatus into a one-pick wonder.
I wasn't really impressed with Nico's Camille in game 1. When it came down to just executing your combos and knowing your ranges, there was one gank on the Darius where he used the Hextech Automatum too close to the tier 1 and that allowed Darius to get out, so maybe not the pick for them here. Instead, they won't ban out the Rakan, so Renatus, they could opt to go for the Gragas here since it's open. It might be a better choice than the Camille for Nico. They could even flex into the mid lane for Murray or put it in the jungle for Cape. I think Gragas is the choice here.
Let's see what Renatus want to try and go for. Aphrodite still have a couple options left available. They went for the Sentinel last game. This time around, Corki left available. I have to wonder if Aphrodite are going to prioritize that. Yeah, Gragas will be their first pick, and Aphrodite now have options available to themselves as well. Corki being one of them.
Yep. I think Corki and Lee Sin might be good, or Corki and support. Oh well, since the Camille is open, it looks like Rossetti's going to play it. Against the Gragas is not a straight up body slam matchup, right? No pun intended, but you have some ways as Gragas to kind of mitigate a lot of her engage, and you know, body slamming her out of hook shot, using explosive cast to cancel, Hextech Automatum are all really good matchup tools.
Having some options for the Gragas to deal with this Camille is going to be very nice, and another champion that also provides some options against that is the Ziggs. A lot of siege potential, a lot of push potential. Renatus showed their hand early. Grabbing the Xin Chao means that you kind of give away what the Gragas, well, the Gragas definitely going to a lane at this point.
It has to be a Baron lane Gragas, I think. Support Gragas just doesn't seem to fit in this current iteration of the game. You get poked out very easily, and your engage isn't as good as the other like tier 1 supports right now.
Yep. Now response coming in from Aphrodite. Jungle options
Lee Sin is still open. They could do Lee Sin, they could do Vi if they want to play Orianna for Haraya, and that is at least some form of guaranteed lockdown. Rengar here, again, similar. You have a way to deliver the ball in.
This is a swap around, right? Because Reneda's last game were the ones to play the Rengar, and Aphrodite were the ones to play the Xin Zhao.
This is correct.
Now they're switching things up, going for a little different kind of composition.
And if anything, I would have expected the Orianna Rengar to be a Reneda's thing, you know, not an Aphrodite draft.
Right, it does feel that way.
Right.
Yeah. So actually going for the Orianna Rengar here means they want to go in for the back, be able to take them down and...
So it's Fiora Baron lane against Camille and Kai'Sa Gragas. I do not like this at all. They're both very short range. If the support here is an Enchanter coming in for Aphrodite, which probably will be Nami, Janna, probably not Senna, right? Nami, Janna are the two that I think pair well with the Corki. Might be very troublesome for this bot lane of for Reneda's.
We'll have to see what they want to go for, and it will be the Janna, a very good form of disengage when you have the Monsoon available. Knocks back the Xin Zhao, knocks back the Kai'Sa, denies the Gragas to some extent as well.
Stops the Fiora from chasing you down too.
Yeah, absolutely. So a good form of disengage for the team and some support and providing shielding and healing for Aphrodite, who are quite desperate for that, in all honesty. But that being said though, Reneda's this time around, their composition is looking a lot more menacing individually.
Yeah.
You have the side lane split push threat, you have siege potential, but it seems like there are some weak links.
The core of this matchup is going to be Nico versus Rossetti, because in the previous game, let's not take it too seriously in the fact that, you know, there were just a lot of early kills
tossed around,
and they had to play in isolation, right? So imagine playing on an island and then a jungler with 4 kills come and you're like, well, I just can't play the lane out anymore now. That aside, if Nico is able to get the upper hand against Rossetti in this matchup, that's how, you know, Reneda's might be able to gain control of the side lane and start split pushing, and they might not have threats on Aphrodite to answer, because once Fiora gets fed, she's able to deal with not only the Camille but also the Rengar in a sense, because you can parry the immediate jump, right? It's very telegraphed when Thrill of the Hunt is activated, so you can parry it and then just turn around with Grand Challenge.
So being able to make those plays is what's going to make the difference. It's a big skill matchup for Nico now. He has to demonstrate all of that against Rossetti. Both teams heavily reliant on their Baron lanes to make something happen. As we jump into game, it is the final upper semi-final match between
potentially final.
The final series as Aphrodite goes up against Reneda's. Aphrodite 1-0 so far. Will be the ones to grab control of the mid lane early.
Also, if you guys are watching this, Fiora is a classic counterpick towards Camille. You can repulse the hook shot and prevent her attack speed and still get the stun off. It's very telegraphed, which is why people like to play Fiora into Camille. And when you lunge forward outside of the tactical sweep, you also deny the healing.
Hiraya will suffer at the hands of Miri a little bit. That's what happens. I suppose when you share some EXP, you will end up on the short end of some of these exchanges.
700 and Fizzy Fish getting shoved away, so this does not spell any good news for them. In fact, taking Howling Gale level 1, that is not gonna help you in trades, buddy. Normally people take either Zephyr or Eye of the Storm, like the E, for the shooting. Howling Gale is not the best level 1, unless you're expecting an invade.
Yeah, it does decently when you're trying to maybe prevent the knock-up, the body slam from the Gragas, but that's really about it. And so you're kind of saying that you expect to get engaged on. But look at this, all 3 lanes on the side of Aphrodite are kind of forced back, playing in a back foot. You know, Nico's winning out this matchup against Rossetti. Miri nearly got the solo kill on Harass, forcing Harass to make an early recall. Bot side, you can see the harass starting to affect 700 as well as Fizzy Fish.
Early journey up from Helena to alleviate pressure and take the top Scuttle Crab. Nico, respecting this, drops back and also wants to collect the Honey Fruit as soon as possible. If he pops that Scar's Bloom, we should be able to see them. Yep. They know that Helena's on the top side now, especially because of their ward. And the response here for Cape is to walk in and take the enemy buff.
Really nice call, knowing that he has that window instead.
He knows he's here.
Trying to jump back onto Nico. Nico uses the parry a little bit early. Haraya will be able, Helena rather, will be able to jump back onto Nico. Forces away the flash as well as the 8-line. They try and jump back in. Helena grabs the kill, but they trade back for one. Rossetti pops the barrier, barely survives. That could have been disastrous for Aphrodite.
Kind of well played towards the end, but very greedy to stay on, knowing that Rengar was on the top side. I think he kind of juggled it pretty well. He burned 3 summoner spells in response for 2 and managed to get a 1-for-1 trade. So it's kind of ideal for Renatus here. Nico is getting decent results in this matchup, even with jungle pressure.
Right, it's a decent value. The only difference, I suppose, and even then, didn't really lose much of a wave there as well. So, not the worst thing, just loses a little bit of EXP. Aphrodite, you can see now, Renatus are actually the ones that have the gold lead overall in the game.
These items are actually better. Like, they have the same items, right? But these items right now, slightly
this is
better
a big
for
yikes.
Nico.
This is a big yikes. They're jumping onto Nico once again, but they missed the opportunity, missed the window to jump on. Great response from Nico to get out. Repulse used a little bit too early. That's a lot of damage. Hex ultimatum. They commit back on the Grand Challenge. They're looking to lock down the Helena, but that's juggling turret aggro. And they will not be able to make it happen. Nico is good for 2.
They missed the throw of the hunt on. They basically hit the wrong target, right? And they decide to dive after they see Repulse come out. So they know there's a window in for Hextech Ultimatum, and then they go too far. And Nico outplays them with the Grand Challenge to get the heal off. They overstayed, they didn't juggle the aggro properly, so Aphrodite ran it down just a little bit there in the Baron lane. Nico's just gonna dominate this matchup now.
You try to force something, try to be aggressive, make plays happen, and be, well, frankly, this kind of feels like a game. This feels like the name tags have not been reversed at all. It still feels like Renatus is playing red side. This is exactly the kind of play that they would have gone for. Now, both objectives, both neutral objectives are going to be coming up. We'll have to see what they try and prioritize. Aphrodite are going to look towards the Rift Tower first. Renatus, a little bit slow on the uptake. Will instead go for the Dragon.
If I was Nico here, I'd fight this. I have Trinity Force and Helena is not very tanky. Like, he has Grand Challenge in a bit too.
Okay, they're coming in, they're looking. Perhaps Nico tries to jump in. Red team. Aphrodite will be able to secure it. They get some good damage back onto Aphrodite, but they stun Nico, stop him from being able to do much more.
Getting the Rift Herald there, a bit of a touch and go play. Very risky, but they get the value out of it. In response, Ocean Dragon was picked up by Renatus. This is platings going down, and because he has Triforce, they could actually finish his tier 1. Because of Satchel Charge too.
Here's rotation. They're looking to try and make their way towards the Baron lane. Iggy barely spawns out the Rengar. It's like not that they were unable to catch him off. But Renatus grabbed first turret in that time.
Yep, the rotation up and Triforce on Nico means that they siege very quickly.
Not the best spot for Aphrodite to be in all honesty. You know, you get the Rift Herald, but you need the Rift Herald to actually do something to find value. As Renatus, not only were able to get the Dragon, convert that into a first turret. Really good value for Renatus here.
Pain now picking up the Vamp Scepter and the Longsword, gets the Q evolve. That is a small power spike, a hit of 700, who does not have Essence Reaver yet, so Pain is feeling good about fighting now, right? Renatus, they want to fight as 5 or even as 4 if they can, and leave Nico isolated because he's pretty big.
I have to say I really like this coming through. Actually, might be seeing Engage coming through as Eggy going to get locked down when it comes Lightning. Crescent God saves it, puts him back into safety. Aphrodite, they pop the monsoon. Fizzy Fish gets her team to safety. But in the meantime, the rest of Renatus finds some space in the mid lane, rotate down towards the Dragon lane. And I was going to say, you look at the way that the lanes are positioned, the walls is positioned towards the Baron side. So much vision for Nico, who was playing the long lane.
Yeah.
And that gives them the safety, the reassurance they needed to be able to continue. Aphrodite are the ones who force the issue. They try to jump on the Pain. Fizzy Fish over to the back. Has to realize that Nico is here. Grand Challenge procced early. But the flash away from the Janna gets them back away. They don't have to worry about that anymore.
Hiraya misplayed. The Shockwave, he put the ball behind the Kai'Sa, so the Shockwave pulled Kai'Sa closer to the turret. And I think that was what cost them the kill on the Kai'Sa. If it was just in front of the Kai'Sa, it would have pulled it towards Aphrodite and they would have gotten the kill on the ADC.
Unfortunate for Aphrodite, they couldn't get a second kill there. And so Renatus continue to just make use of what they have in the early game. And this is what Renatus looks so good at. Grabbing these early games lead. Aphrodite a little bit slower to respond. They need some time to ramp up. And it does feel like Renatus are not trying to give them that space to breathe.
There's a breaking point here for Aphrodite in terms of like their team fight. Because they have a ball delivery system from Rengar. Once Hiraya gets fed enough, you know, the Orianna gets a couple items, 2-3 items spike in. And that's when the Rengar and the Orianna combo becomes very scary.
So hopefully we get to see that point from Aphrodite soon.
It's hard to coordinate, and if Aphrodite are not on the same page, it just fails spectacularly.
Yeah. Reneas also have every opportunity to actually buy items to optimize against it. Yeah. You grab the Hourglass, you get Guardian
Locket,
Angels,
Redemption, Hourglass.
You know, these items will be very beneficial for Reneas to deal with that kind of damage and that kind of combo. So there is also a window for Reneas to kind of close back in from.
3k gold leads, 8 minutes, approaching 8 minutes in. Very stark difference from compared to game 1, right? In game 1 they were just running each other down as a solo kill might happen here. Grand Challenge is up.
But back towards the turret, a little bit too close to safety for Nico's liking. You are starting to see the level gap starting to form in the Baron lane though, which means Rosetti has a very difficult time shoving out the wave. It means that Nico has full priority rotating first.
It's also the ignite kill pressure from the Fiora. You have to always account for that when you're going in for the all-in. Look at that one bomb.
Okay, there we go. They pop the Rift Tower and looking to try and maybe use it mid-side. Mountain Drake going to be spawning. So this could be Aphrodite's response. They want to pressure out the mid lane while the Dragon's being started up. I don't think you're supposed to do this. You might want to make a call, make something happen. Nico gets the stun out. Grand Challenge going to be used as well. Teleport coming in now. They go back towards the Rift Tower in the mid lane. Teleport's going to be used.
They have the Shockwave and Throw of the Hunt. They can re-engage here if Renetas overstep, but the bombs are making it very difficult. Muri's running out of mana, so there was a Herald charge for no tier 1, but the Mountain Dragon picked up by Renetas.
There we go. Renetas were able to convert the Dragon into now likely going to be a bot side turret as well.
Shockwave in. Not really gonna find it, and like I amused about earlier, Hirai has no damage at all. I'm willing to bet he went Seros instead of Ludens just to scale up, so they're playing for the late game a bit more. Yep, there you go.
Right.
Normally when you get Ludens or like Liandry's, your Q and W actually does damage.
greedy scaling. We had this exact same issue back when Seraphine mid was a really popular choice.
You needed to do like early Liandry's or Ludens, otherwise you just fall.
Forget about the scaling, man. You don't need that.
I would caveat to say that if you're playing this, 3-item Corki build with Essence Reaver, Solari, and Navari Quick Blade, like scaling is okay. But you need to be really good at team fighting, like insanely good at team fighting, right? Because when you get to the late game, one bad team fight just loses you the game.
Go in position, will end up taking a little bit of damage from Helena. They get the exhaust back on to the Xin Zhao. They try to jump in, but look at the 6 bomb. The damage will come through, puts them low, flash with a wall for Helena to get back to safety. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pain takes a little bit of harass from Haraya. Still has quite a lot in the tank. Multiple ultimates used from Aphrodite. They don't really quite have what it takes to take them down.
Crescent Vanguard is broken. I'm just gonna put that out there. Crescent Vanguard is broken. He popped the ult and he just sat in the middle of 5 because the AoE is so small that it ignored all of the damage from everyone outside that AoE. That is just a busted ultimate.
There's very little that Aphrodite can do in the face of that. That's why he plays Xin Zhao. That's why I love seeing Xin Zhao being played.
He's still really, really good. It's just you have to coordinate your ganks, right? He's very predictable in terms of how he wants to path and how he wants to hit lanes, and what he does, it's very one-dimensional. It's like Jarvan, but better. If you've seen a Suicide Squad, it's like, I'm you, but better.
Aphrodite have to be aware of both the Baron being available as well as the Dragon. Now the difference between the last game and this was Renetas were playing on the other end of the map when major objectives were available. When the Baron was up, when multiple turrets were up, and it felt like Aphrodite were the ones out-macroing their opponents. This time around, Renetas are the one in control. Look at the vision. Aphrodite have a very reactive kind of ward line.
It's, just by the river and hoping that they can spot anyone walking in. They're not looking to make plays, they just want to be safe and defensive, right? Which is the play right now if you're playing the skill. I mean, you've already itemized this far. In for a penny, in for a pound, just look to turtle up and hope to go to the late game. Good news for Renetas is even against the Ziggs, they managed to keep their mid-tier 1 up. Most teams have a lot of issue defending against Ziggs, but with the Orianna and the infinite mana you have from Sarah's Embrace, you're able to hold on to the push. Corki and Essence Reaver also has infinite mana. Death Cap completed, there's a good sign. They could fight here. Just need to get that full combo off, right? Rengar, Thrill of the Hunt, put the ball on him, jump to the backline, hit the good shockwave.
Aphrodite not afraid to scale this game. Renetas definitely want to make it painful for them in the process.
You can see he's starting to hurt a little bit. slowly. Solari Charge Blade also bought by the Rengar and the Corki. Meanwhile, Harmonic Echo for Fizzy Fish on the Janna.
Dragon in 10, package is available. I want to see Aphrodite contest this. Even if they give it away, at least make it painful for Renatus.
I think actually the play here is you just force this fight and you hope to wipe them because Nico is just going to be split pushing otherwise. So you need to be decisive about this. You need to go and punish them for trying to take this dragon.
Okay, they try and start things off. They bait away the first cast, the ultimate away from Eggy. Now they try and jump back onto the Rengar. Rengar goes down. The Gragas will follow, but look at the package. He tries to set up the domain. Splits a line in the sand. Renatus looking a little bit lower, but Aphrodite don't quite have what it takes to prevent this. They jump back onto the Orianna. Knockout coming through. Nico coming with the teleport as well. They join back into the fight. It will be Renatus coming up ahead. And Aphrodite with a bit of a discoordinated fight.
Couldn't get the combo off. The start of the fight was Helena using Throw of the Hunt and then jumping on the dragon instead of the backline, right? The thing we want to see is Rengar getting in the center of people and then hitting the shockwave with Orianna. So that's the big problem. He's not able to really do so, and this should be Baron for free, you know, fingers crossed.
Now teleporting, they're trying to stall as long as they can. Rossetti walking forward, they get vision of this.
Flash.
He has the flash, flash is over, cannot steal it. Helena will go down. Renatus 7-2 now with the Baron and 8,000 gold ahead. Finally get a sizable lead.
Very brave to do that. I would have made that play. Like seeing a Rengar walking with flash, I'm like, yeah, we'll just stand here and hope to outsmite him.
Well, they did, and they made it happen. 3-0 on the Xin Zhao. Cape has been having a stellar game. Change of playstyle this time around.
Aphrodite for Haraya. He's still severely lacking in damage. Again, the Ceros. You saw the idea behind the scaling. It's just not getting to that point yet. Shockwaves aren't hurting enough. It's not enough of a threat, right? You know your Orianna is strong enough when you throw out the ball and people walk away. Look at the teamfights and observe them. Every time the ball is out, Renatus just walk past it and like, yeah, we'll tank the shockwave, it's fine. If anything, it brings us closer to your team.
Start to see the Ziggs damage really starting to compound and amount to something they cannot afford to discount. Aphrodite will see Cape rushing in their face.
He did negative damage to Cape. He went out back with the passive.
Trying to clear out the way, but the re-engage coming through from Agi back onto the turret. They do manage to take that one down quickly. Exhaust going to be used. Helena trying to join back in now. The Valkyrie forward, taking a lot of damage in the process. Aphrodite back up, reset, back at the base. The minion wave going to be cleared out, just barely though.
Credit to Rossetti, he's holding his own against Nico in what is a really, really difficult matchup in the late game for Camille into Fiora. And he's not given any ground so far, right? It's his team that's also tough for them. Can't really make the play. A jump in though.
Knock up and damage coming through. Cape comes in and they set them low. The Ziggs ultimate. Nico will be there. Finally joins into the team fight with the grand challenge with the damage to execute their maul. Gets a little bit too antsy. Jumps into the fountain, loses his life. But meanwhile, Nexus looking low with 1,800 left on the clock. Things are running out. It's time over for Aphrodite as we go into the final game of the series.
This is the Renatus that looks a little bit more like we saw earlier today, right? Minus the early shenanigans in game 1, a lot more measured, a lot more focused, and understanding how they need to close out the game, not taking unnecessary fights. You could see the numbers tell the whole story, right? The amount of kills. 9 is the 3, the gold full control. It's not a very sharp graph up. It's a very like gradual climb up.
Here we have it. We have a series on our hands.
Finally, a series on our hands.
Renatus and Aphrodite, and this is a great change around. Both teams kind of switching compositions a little bit. Aphrodite, they play towards a composition that they're comfortable with. Add in a little couple of tweaks and changes. Haraya playing for a control mage. Maybe if he had an assassin, this game would have gone different. Who can say for sure?
That is a very good point. I think a very good and valid point because Haraya looks very uncomfortable on the Orianna, the way he positions and the way he sets the combo up with Helena. Both of them are lacking that synergy that we normally see in this killer instinct that they normally have between the mid and jungle. And part of that, I think, has to do with the lack of hard CC. They like to play to each other when they have some sort of control. So in game 1, when they had the Fizz and Xin Zhao, there was a lot of ways to just lock someone down and just kill them outright in a 2v2 or 3v3. This time they have to play a bit more reactively, you know, wait for people to walk in and kind of approach fights with more caution, and that was not a look that worked out well for Haraya or Helena.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like something they were uncomfortable with. It feels like, you know, brand new clothes, baggy.
It's
gotta
go to the tailor, you know.
Yeah, you kind of tailor fit it. I mean, maybe you like the urban style, but even then, there's still a fit that goes with that, right? And there can be different ideas and different things they might want to try and go for. Unfortunately, now, actually, might be a good time to try it out because they still have the lower brackets to kind of fall back on.
Yeah, but I also feel like they want the berth into the upper bracket finals just to take on the Alliance. And if you want to test yourself, like limit test yourself, the Alliance is probably a better team to test yourself against compared to like Renea's right now, where we saw in game 1 it was a bit of a fiesta, right? So
and it's one less lower bracket game to play.
That is true. That is true. You don't have to play so many lower bracket games and risk getting eliminated in the best of 1, right?
Right.
I think the BO1 is a very dangerous time to test new strategies, and you really need to bring your A game. You can't afford to hold any more aces up your sleeve, because if you drop that game, you're just straight up eliminated.
So let's see what we have in store for us. Astrodine and Renea's are both 1-1 apiece now. Curious what they might want to pull out this time around. We've already seen just about everything. The only thing we haven't seen is the Zed coming through from Haraya again.
The Zed might be a good pick, but I suppose if you are Renea's, you continue banning out the Fizz and Zed and put him on a pick that he feels like a control mage that he might not enjoy playing. However, there is one mage that hasn't really appeared today, although we did see ban one time against Kung, and that's the Ahri, right?
Yeah.
I think Ahri might be in the wheelhouse of Haraya as well.
So maybe the Assassin could fit a little bit better, and then this means that they go for something else in the jungle. It feels like Xin was a great piece that worked well for Renea's that game. You know, like you mentioned, Vanguard's Crest of Vanguard was just too effective of an ultimate. You know, it can negate so much damage. He was able to
it's broken. It's straight up broken. It gives you full invulnerability from anyone outside.
And because they were playing for like longer range control mage type champions, they really had nobody that could go into the circle and throw it out with the Xin.
That's a very good point. It usually
you might have something like an Olaf or something.
Yeah, it suffers against bruisers that can out DPS him and just stand their ground and fight. But against these mages, like you said, or even people like the champions that enjoy taking their fights from a distance, does not work out well.
So now Astrodine Renea's, we're going back to picks and bans. Astrodine on the blue side.
Galio
trying to pull away Galio, yeah.
Not the worst opening ban, just to kind of feel out what Renea's want to do. I think the choice here is clear for Renea's. You go for the Fizz and then Zed. Response here from Astrodine. I think they're going to highly prioritize the first pick Xin, so they need to ban out like Gragas, maybe even Olaf, yeah.
Okay, gets rid of the Olaf. Will they get rid of... Well, I was going to say, will they try and get rid of potentially...
Maybe Fiora and then pick up Camille. Might also be a choice.
Okay. Interesting.
The final ban from
pressure.
Renea's has to be Darius here, otherwise that's also an open choice for Rossetti.
Will they be... Okay, gets rid of the Fiora. Will they look for the Corki ban?
I don't think Corki is that big of an issue. I think the last ban here from Renea's is a tough one. You either choose between Camille or Darius. And knowing that the Fiora is banned out, there are very little like poor matchups left for Rossetti. He was holding his own very well against the Fiora, by the way, in a matchup that's heavily Fiora-sided, even after Fiora got ganks, right? So I think he's okay playing the Camille into open matchups, and they show more priority. They lean towards the Xin then.
There we go, Xin. A champion that worked wonders in both games, was on the winning team in both games, is going to be heavily prioritized in the first pick. Yet Renea's now have to be the one to respond. You saw what happened when they played Rengar, get a little bit too antsy, jittery, and they want to jump in and every kill they can possibly find. That might become problematic, so let's see how they want to go for this.
You could default, back to the Corki and just take it away from...
just buy some time for yourself first.
Exactly.
We saw how powerful Ziggs was as well. You know, a lot of these ultimates...
It's that AoE nuke. I think that's really tough, but against Xin, like, he's the only one that's going to be ignoring the damage, so... Also, if he jumps on the Ziggs in mid, like, there's a lot of kill pressure, right? Combine this Xin with something like Ahri, like we talked about, even a Gragas mid, the Ziggs has a hard game ahead of him.
Astrodine looking to choose to go for
Senna again?
The Senna, especially now that the Corki was taken away, and so like you mentioned, Corki not a priority ban, instead could become that first rotation pick. So you take that away from Astrodine, remove a comfort pick, and instead get something that does pan out well with the Essence Reaver and Charge Blade kind of synergy now.
I think Fasting Center is probably going to be the choice here. Like Fizzy Fish has shown Nami,
Back to
Janna.
Nasus again.
Yeah, so maybe Nasus, but like I don't like Nasus against the Jarvan here because the Cataclysm is really good at locking Nasus in place.
Okay, this is very interesting. Looking at the compositions, Renatus undrafted as if they're Aphrodite. Right, this does look like an Aphrodite composition.
Look like an Aphrodite draft, you're right.
They've decided that we are going to do what you do, but better. And Aphrodite trying to find some kind of response.
They could also be thinking like, hey, it's, you know, AD carry Senna, and they might want to play support Nami, so they just pick it away, and this could be a denial, you know, pickup for Renatus. Again, they go back to the Nasus. Again, like I said, I'm not a big fan of this. It's a really tough lane. Oh man, Irelia. Okay. Rossetti wants to take the ego challenge.
So let's see if Rossetti can find something good here against Nico. And Nico...
It's in the same realm as Fiora, by the way. Like, if you ask me what Irelia is as a champion, it's in the same realm as Fiora. Very high skill cap. The rewards are like mediocre at best. It's like going through a level 100 dungeon and getting like level 60 gear. It's like, it's okay. You know, it wasn't really worth the time. And Irelia
you have to convince yourself that it's good. Yeah. That level 60 gear might be a collectible.
Maybe, right? But every time I see the Irelia being picked and trying to go up against a bruiser, it's too difficult for that matchup, even with jungle support, for you to kind of bully your lane opponent out like you do on League of Legends PC. It's just too much to finesse.
Very difficult to play, and jump in where, you know, it's not like solo queue where the enemy team is going to oftentimes be discombobulated and not in a good position. You know, very often you're going to find yourself getting caught out, locked down. But then again, I don't want to be too quick to highlight this because we did also see the double Riven games come through.
That is true.
And in both of those games, we highlighted how much crowd control there was available to take down the Riven potentially. And
that
despite
was
that,
Nico's
Riven as well. Yeah. And so despite all of that, we're still able to make it a possibility and make it plausible. So I want to give some credit over to Rossetti here. And hopefully we get to see a very impressive Irelia gameplay.
Hopefully, you know.
Hopefully.
I have high hopes for him because in Game 2, like I said, he held his own on the Camille versus Fiora and what would have been like a disastrous matchup. Anyone else playing that would have like gone 0-7. After the early ganks as well and the botch dive, right? That lane should be over. But he still held on to the top tier 2. He was able to impact the map a little bit. And that's a testament to how like stable he is as a player. Now this time on the Irelia, he can't go even. He needs to come out ahead. He needs to finesse his opponent and like style him, flex on him a little bit in order to find these solo leads and hopefully carry his team's damage potential in the late game.
And we're on to the last match of the day. Aphrodite versus Renatus. This is match point. Winner continues their run in the upper brackets of the playoffs.
It's mid Irelia.
They decided to bring that there. Instead, Haraya will be the one to play it out. Very interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be mid lane
Gragas, right?
Gragas, because the setup with the
I don't blame you.
Insane.
They've conditioned us into thinking Irelia is now a Baron lane only kind of champion. And then Gragas is now a mid kind of champion. Looking for some damage back on the Muri. The Ignite flashing forward. Times the barrier perfectly. Gets on the board. First blood to Haraya.
And this is a very Haraya style pick now that I think about it. Like in the Baron lane, because the lane is long, you can get zoned away by bruisers. But in the mid lane, it plays a little bit more like an assassin, right?
Yeah.
You have windows of opportunity where the flawless duet connects and then you can go for the solo kill. He burned both of his summoner spells and he got, you know, Murray's barrier response, but now he has control again. He's able to consistently pressure out Murray. Granted, you know, the wave is shoving in, so if it was at a neutral position, he gets another solo kill there.
Yeah. Does manage to get good control here, and this forces the positioning or the pathing from Cape to become a little bit more telegraphed, to get some more intel on where they're going to be. And they trade Scuttlecraft, so both sides will take in a little bit of an exchange. Ryan now recalls to grab a couple of items.
Okay, interesting, he goes for first item Phage. I thought Sheen would have been the choice, just to be a bit more aggressive, but he values the health as well as the movement speed from the passive, so that he can get close on top of Murray, right? It's a utility item, it's not a heavy all-in item.
Dragon lane gonna get zoned out, so they move and put their attention to the Baron lane instead. Nico has to flash away, there's the 3-prong strike, gets the knock up, one more attack, confirms the kill. Aphrodite finds the second for the scoreboard.
Look at his Nasus and Senna just sitting here, they're getting stuck. The wave is gonna collapse and I think, okay, that is gonna get them out, right? Thankfully they're able to use the Shroud and escape
But look at how much counter damage Renegas have taken. Pain looking pretty low now. If 700 had mana, absolutely could stay in here and fight this.
This is what I mean by like double passive laners, right? When you get shoved up all the way like that, you have no choice but to take the L and try heal and sustain up. Even if they dive you, you don't have any counterplay. So it's kind of an awful like duo to have, and this is why I'm not a fan of it. The only value is it scales like really well.
Yeah, it has a really good mid-game window where the Nasus is strong, and then it gets you into this late-game window with the strong center. So they have multiple points they hit, but it does not negate the fact that they have an F-tier early game.
Yeah, literal F-tier early game. They just get shoved in and they lose plays to their opponents.
Very punishable. Unfortunately, Kate was not able to get the angle there. I think they really misplayed that bot side dive, because if that went the way they were looking for, that should have been 2 kills. And that should have been Renegas pulling up the lead.
There's a window to all in here. Murray burned his flash earlier because Haraya tried to go for a kill. So if I was mid here as Haraya, I freeze it in. And I use Vanguard's Edge to slow and try to get the kill and probably pressure the Ziggs out. He's already got like a 700 gold lead.
30 seconds on the Dragon and Rift Herald.
The goal is to freeze out the Ziggs so that he has no choice but to step up, and then you have kill potential, right? Not consistently shove the wave in like this.
Right, but,
the Ziggs is just
with the neutral objectives, it kind of forces the Ziggs to have to get shoved in a little bit. But I agree with you, it could have been timed a little bit better. But instead it looks like both sides are going to recall before heading over to the neutral objectives. Curious what they're going to try and go for, what their priority is going to be.
Looks like Rossetti wants Rod of Ages here. 700 is going for Winner's Approach again.
Both sides want the Dragon though. We'll touch on the items later, but it looks like Ashjadi are the ones to start things up.
They have the better team fight here.
Forward, they're jumping on the Fizzy Fizz first. Aqua Prison will get the lockdown to 700, pumps the ultimate, they get the Dragon, but in the meantime Fizzy Fizz looking low, he bashes away, the cat goes on the other end. And despite all that, Haraya makes a captain's play, takes down one in the midst of 4. Rossetti joins into the fight, body slam comes through, they get the displacement, knocked back onto the cast. Pain running for his life, 700, has the double buzzer, flash forward from Pain, he goes greedy for the kill, gets taken down, but the last auto attack cannot take down the Nasus.
Green is never good, granted. He went for the flash auto and he forgot that Winner's Approach gave him that additional health, and not only that, there was the heal coming in from the center as well, so it's really tough. But Haraya actually carried that fight. If you notice towards the blue buff entrance, he hit a Vanguard's Edge on 2 members and then completely zoned them away. Neither Pain nor Iggy were able to walk in. Now they're trying to go on Haraya, but again, he can turn and fight. Test the Trinity Force already.
This is terrifying for Renegas. They're collapsing in, 5 members towards this pit. Haraya over in the back end.
Vanguard's Edge almost up.
Walking towards Cape. There we go. Vanguard's Edge is going to be up. We'll have to see what Haraya has in store for us here. Riften are looking down pretty low now, 4,000 HP. He doesn't quite have information of where they are, so it's difficult to step forward over the back end. They decided to go in for this. Tidal Wave comes through, lost damage on 700 first. Vanguard's Edge couldn't be used to get the lockdown onto 2. Flawless duet. They try to move back on the Fizzy Fish. They grab the kill there. Haraya finally will go down. Renegas with a team ace with a big fight right around the Rift Herald.
Astrodaddy, they kited away from Haraya when he was setting up the flank, so as a result he had to like commit forward even more, and all the way he's walking for the flank, he's getting burnt down, right? It's tough to stand toe-to-toe against the Renekton and the Ziggs, who are just like sitting there preventing you from jumping in. Astrodaddy took that fight a bit awkwardly, even though the relay was pretty big, and Renegas get rewarded for team fighting even better in that choke.
Really would like to see who got the Rift Herald there. Wasn't quite able to make it out.
I think it was Renegas.
If that was the case, Renegas come up even bigger than before.
Can see the items, so we'll probably be able to check who picked up. Oh no, okay, it's the Astrodaddy.
Haraya.
Haraya.
So it's not the worst case scenario, but not much better than the worst case scenario.
It's the worst case +2.
In this time now, Astrodaddy definitely want to try and be able to pick something up. They do look for the engage onto Haraya. First, Haraya repositions back onto the mini wave, taking down Pain right away! You can't quite do this, man. Haraya survives through all that. The heal coming through, a little bit more burn damage. The Ziggs will take him down. Helena with the whip becomes lightning. Exhaust the Java stops the damage from coming through.
Oh my goodness!
Aqua Prison not able to find its mark. The Dragon Lance finally will take down Helena, but the rest survive. They barely escape. They walk out, but not with their heads held high.
If you had an actual AD carry there, like Varus or Kaisa, maybe you do something, but like the Nasus is getting kited so hard because the Nami is able to speed up the team, because there's so much CC. It feels like an awful game to be playing Nasus, not gonna lie.
Absolutely. They weren't even able to get the turret with the Rift Arrow there, so it's not the most amount of value. Renate is now pulling up even further
How many
ahead.
stacks is he at? Okay, can we check? Hopefully he's like 200 at least. Okay, it's not too bad. It's 400.
Right. Well,
Oh no, it's winners. Yeah, it's 400. Oh, it's tier rather. So we have to hover the queue to see how many stacks he has.
it's so weird.
Yeah. Do we not see?
Oh, this is interesting. Either way, Nasus at this point.
Wait, 25? Is that his stacks? No, that makes no sense.
No. That's the flat
Yeah,
bonus
I was like,
damage that
huh.
you get with it. 25 stacks, you can just quit playing Nasus
Yeah, I
forever.
was like, that is not a good Nasus game. Yeah, maybe it's something they probably need to input.
Granted,
To be
you know,
fair, we don't see a lot of Nasus at pro level, so it's like
Granted,
UI not necessary.
they had a tough early game. A lot of focus was placed around them. Kate was threatening to dive them, and so they had to be concerned about that.
21 stacks. Yikes. At 8 minutes ahead, it's not good.
A lot slower than they were at before. Viz wants to walk forward. Horizon's here in position as well. Ultimates, all key ultimates available. Rossetti wants to pull the trigger. Tidal Wave is massive on the floor.
Oh my
Busy Fish,
God.
the target, the focus is going to go down pretty soon. 700 comes in, and Haraya tries to step in and say something about the situation, but he gets shut down. He's silenced. He does not have anything to say. Renate is walking. Nico, he's hunting for more. Looking for Busy Fish, who's walked back into lane. Will get taken down. Payne gets the credit for the kill. Renatus also get the dragon and now down to the mid lane.
Notice how these fights keep breaking out. Renatus pull the trigger and converge on the 4 squishies of Aphrodite. I say squishies, there's a Gragas and Nasus there. And they kill them before Haraya is able to join the fight. The flanking Irelia is always the scary portion, right? It's not the rest of the team. It's her being able to set up and cut off the escape while the team runs at you. So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Every time Renatus makes the right choice, just kill the rest of the squad before Irelia gets in.
It's so important that they're making these plays to take them down before Haraya can jump in, because Haraya requires a clean slate to work with. With too much crowd control in the area, with too much residual damage, you just end up losing health too quickly, end up going down, and a lot of these fights have come down to the Ziggs ultimate paired together with the Javan ultimate.
Tidal Wave 2.
Tons of damage. Tidal Wave in that last fight was massive. Onto 4. Totally displaced them. They weren't able to get anything done. Rossetti has had very little impact compared to what many Graguses have been able to get done before him.
It's a fantastic game to be Jarvan, right? Once you hit Cataclysm with like 3 members, your job is done, you can just die. And then your team will take over. Double Trinity Force picked up, no core of Essence Reaver and Charge Blade yet, but we see Payne already locking that in. He is probably the second, if not the strongest person in the game right now. Probably rivaled with Haraya in terms of like outright DPS.
And looking towards Javan items right now. Talking about going in and then dying.
Yes.
He just has way too much. Look at this. Oh, can
Quick
tank up
Baron?
the Baron. They pick it up right after it spawns. Aphrodite cannot press the issue. You look into what he has. Steric's Gauge plus Gargoyle Stone Plate. Has so much tankiness. Can jump in, soak up the frontline damage. Not really have to worry about Haraya anymore.
That's pretty much his job, right? Just to get the engaged flag and drag Cataclysm. If he can tank like 3 crowd control spells, that'll be good enough. If you can take 1 person down with him, that's a bonus. All you have to do is set up for the Ziggs and the Corki to really free hit people.
And it feels like Aphrodite have entirely missed the window. In the mid game when Nasus is supposed to be strong.
You are right.
He is not.
I mean, you could still find these solo kills with the Irelia when you hit the flawless duet and so on, but the idea here is like, how are you going to translate it into a team fight, right? Very strong 1v1 power, but when your team gets caught out consistently in like 5v5s and they get crushed before you join in, there's not a lot of value in having a fed Irelia.
That's 2 critical ultimates expanded in that situation. They are looking to try and trade bottom side turret for top side turret instead. Lina makes his way down towards the bottom lane. They're trying to defend this as best as they can and buy time for Haraya to continue split pushing.
He doesn't have the stack, so he's not going to be able to finish off this tier 1. When you siege, you need to keep the passive at 4.
To see where Nico is going to be, if he's going to just walk his way back up or he's going to port back in.
Does have the teleport. Could look for a flank again. Ideally, whenever you see like Irelia players, they're using TP as a tool to flank, explosive cast to just disjoint the fight, but they will lose mid tier 2 to Satchel Charge.
Probably not the best use of the explosive cast. I mean, I understand the desire to just try and clear out the wave and displace them, but with Baron up minions, taking so little damage from the cask.
It prevents them from walking in and threatening inhibitor turrets, so I could see why he's doing that. And also, it's on a relatively low cooldown. It's just one of those things like, if I don't throw it now, I'm probably not going to throw it in the next minute, so might as well.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Phase rush on the Gragas is a bit of a different adaptation.
Normally we see like Grasp of the Undying, because you need to be a bit tanky, but because you went Rod of Ages, looking for a bit more damage, a bit more maneuverability in these fights.
It's a compromise.
It is a compromise. It's like the sort of midpoint for Baron Lane Gragas.
So you want some damage, but at the same time, want to be able to be tanky-ish.
They need the TP in from Harai right now.
Aphrodite will be watching as Renee start off the dragon and looking to pick this one up. Teleport coming through now to get the wind becomes lightning and jump
there
onto
you go.
Eggy should be able to take him down first. Zeta gets the kill credit for that. Fizzy Fish now has to deal with the Renekton over to the back, but Renekton, tanky as he is, does not have that much damage. Pain flashes with the wall, free hitting, dishing out damage, but it will be Helena coming back in, joining in to get the kill, finds a double, and now looking for the return back onto Nico. Wind becomes lightning, connects, and it finally looks like Aphrodite barely managed to eke out the semblance of an even fight.
Pain was super clutch there. He flashed over the wall, otherwise he would have died to Haraya, and a lot of time was spent from the Aurelia just to isolate the backline, and he still couldn't convert on any kills. That was your best case scenario. TPing in the center, splitting the backline and frontline with Vanguard's Edge, but just the kiting from Renatus allows them to get away from that fight between the Nami and the Valkyrie from Corki. It's really hard to lock them down.
And this is not the best case for... This is not the best case for Aphrodite for sure, because Dragon did ultimately go down. If Dragon was still up and Helena was alive, then they could have prevented that from happening. On the bright side, I suppose, at least Baron did not go over to Renatus just yet.
If they got the Dragon there, it would have been like the ideal outcome, right? So that was just them taking as good of a fight as they could get.
But 3-4-4 still not the worst case, so...
They've been getting slammed the past few times, so this is like an improvement.
Big improvement, but it honestly was very close to exactly what they wanted to go for already. Iggy was the one that soaked up a lot, and now looking to try and come in with the Aqua Prison, prevent them from getting the burst damage off. Redemption going to be used early, trying to give them a little bit more health, a little bit more safety to survive, but the lockdown back on the Fizzy Fish. The assassination from Cape ignores the crowd control, jumps onto the center, and they take down the Nasus. The Dragon Lane duo from Aphrodite are gone.
You can see that they're trying to play interference to stop Hiraya from walking in. Nico needs to guard this while the Baron is being taken. They're still very worried about starting this one off because inside the pit, the Vanguard's Edge is absolutely massive as they jump back in.
They don't have info. Vanguard's Edge barely misses out. Won't be able to find its mark. The false duet connects onto one, connects onto two at most. And Hiraya can only watch as Renatus force them off, push them away, take space around the Baron and send Aphrodite back to base.
Very good bait from Renatus. If they got tagged by the Vanguard's Edge there, Hiraya comes in to clean up, right? It's because of the stacks being applied. You immediately get to 4. Once Vanguard's Edge connects onto 4 members, and then your passive is activated, you're free to just jump into the back line. Renatus there, they hold on to control just by baiting it out. 9k in right now. They don't have to pull the trigger on the Baron just yet. I like the discipline coming in compared to Game 1. Game 2 and 3, they've been showing a lot more of this discipline.
Being able to hold on to situations when they need to, and only going to press the issue when the opportunity presents itself. Renatus,
like, compared to Game 1 when they had the Rengar, remember they were just running into the jungle with Rengar Twisted Fate and just straight up dying? This is completely different, right?
Huge difference, world of difference here. Fizzy Fish will take a decent amount of damage. Aqua Prison not quite able to connect, forces the flash away from the center. Stepping forward, Nico tries to end his life instead. Will have to back away. But look at how much was expended from Aphrodite, just to confirm that Renatus also expend quite a decent amount, so this might just be the fight that Aphrodite were looking for, to commit, to force this, teleport coming through, they displace some of the enemy team, now over to the back, Cape tries to take them down, Rossetti goes down low, Hiraya tries his best to set the fight that he's looking for, but won't be able to quite do enough, as he won't be able to take down Pain finally. Nico on the other end, flaws the wet, doesn't quite connect as Renatus decide not to press it on.
700 is still pretty big. If they jump in onto the Nasus, he does decent damage, so you have to respect the Aurelia and the Nasus combo. You need to one-shot them, otherwise they stand and deliver the damage and pretty much just punish you for walking up.
Aphrodite can barely prevent Renatus from getting the Baron. Elder, Inferno, Drake spawning soon as well. 2 objectives, they can only stop 1.
That was a TP used from Haraya to join in the fight. If you pull up the items real quick, I want to see if there's any TP on the side of... Nope, just picked up right now. Yeah. So they know that it's important for them to have some cross map after Haraya's TP is down.
This is it. This just might be it. Elder Infernal Drake coming through. Started up by Renatus. They get some information on the Nami. They get the knock up on the 700. You have to realize Nats may be strong, but Nami's crowd control the entire time.
Vigor's
Edge does not manage to connect the Senna too far away. Teleport's coming through now. Paid ready to join into the fight. Haraya will go down and Renatus take down 2. They're moving on to the Drake. They're happy to pick this one up. Helena hovering by the wall. He wants to try and steal this away. He can, but it's too difficult, man. Fizzy Fish might just go down to pay in the meantime. Instead, it will be Cape that comes through. They jump over the wall, they pull off the characters and lock them down. They're just too much mobility. The wall doesn't even exist for them.
Killing Fizzy Fish is like a good idea, but they need to secure this Elder Inferno. It's fully reset now, and there's a couple of seconds, like 15 seconds more before Renatus are going to be exposed to another fight. So they need to immediately take this.
Vicious charge used early, and Renatus have such a hard time committing to pick this one up. Helena is right around the corner, and they're afraid, they're worried that something might happen, that something might stop them, but he just does not have what it takes to prevent this from happening.
No way.
He's going into the pit.
No way.
He's trying to hit it up, but it's too little too late. The Sinjal goes down, and Renatus, with the Elder Infernal Dragon, secured in their back pocket.
So they get that one, they back off, and that's a big boon to them. They have this huge damage bonus coming in, which prepares them for the Baron fight. Baron is up right now. 19 minutes in. I think this is one of the longer games we had today, Granite and Renatus. They're still being very disciplined. 10k goldie. Here comes Nico with the stun onto 700.
Discipline no more. Who cares about that? When I can run down your tankiest member, maybe second tankiest. We don't really care about that anymore. Kate walks in on Rossetti, gets the flag and drag, finds the knockup on the Gragas. Fizzy Fish tries to give them some safety, but look at that. One hit from the Ziggs, one hit from the Corky is all it takes, and that's all she wrote. Eggy with the Aqua Prison gets locked that back on the Haraya. Haraya trying his best to clear out the wave, to delay and stall for time, but they're already on to the Nexus. And with 2,500 left, they have a Ziggs. The Ziggs is too big of a menace to deal with. Nexus goes down. Renatus with a hard-fought 2-1 will continue on in the playoffs in the upper brackets.
They will be meeting Alliance in the upper bracket finals tomorrow to try and book a spot in the grand finals. And game 1, a bit of a fiesta, let's put it that way. You know, if Shinzaka was watching this, he'd be sending me some clown emojis. But all things aside, all jokes aside, Renatus clean up their act in game 2 and game 3. A lot more conscious about how they approach the map, a lot more conscious about how they take these objective control fights, and they don't overstep their boundaries.
An amazing, well, big redemption. Big redemption from Renatus, where the first game was a little bit of a question mark. They came back. They came back phenomenally. Really were much more disciplined this time around and played for a strong composition. They knew what they had to do. Aphrodite brought them to a full 3-game series. Unfortunately, will drop to the lower brackets. And I believe that means that the next opponent is going to be Team Banana. That's not an easy opponent either.
That is a tough run up, and that's one thing we also should have mentioned earlier prior to this match is if you lose this, you have to play Team Banana, which is the only team so far to take a game off of the Lions in the upper bracket, and then you have to fight your way through into a potential rematch with this current, opponent, because they might just drop down 2 after playing Alliance, and you have another BO3 rematch in the lower bracket finals. So this is a tough one no matter how you slice or dice it.
Oh, I see what you did there. And big props to RTS as well as Aphrodite. That being said, we do have some highlights ready for you guys after the back of this sweaty 3-game series. Let's take a look at that. And now they're moving in for a second. Lean has splashed away. Cape will be the recipient of that kill as it gets delivered onto him. 700 will not be able to find more as Cape smites the captain, get the HP that he needs, and walks in for an early quadra kill. Renatus come up massive in that early engage.
Okay,
the center set them up for a great angle. Rossetti has them, but they steal away the Baron. And Aphrodite walk in on Renatus with their pants down. We're not prepared to deal with them. A double kill for Rossetti, and despite the early game, Aphrodite will not give up. They will move forward on the victory march. Great response from Nico to get out. Repulse used a little bit too early. There's a lot of damage. Hex ultimatum. They commit back on the grand challenge and looking to lock down the Helena. But that's juggling turret aggro. And they will not be able to make it happen. Nico is good for 2. For the team fight with the grand challenge with the damage to execute their maul, gets a little bit too antsy, jumps into the fountain, loses his life. But meanwhile, Nexus looking low with 1,800 left on the clock. Things are running out. It's time over for Aphrodite as we go into the final game of the series. This is the down 1 in the midst of 4. Rossetti joins into the fight. Body slam comes through. They get the displacement. Knocked back onto the cast. Pain running for his life. 700 has the double buzzer. Flash forward from Pain. He goes greedy for the kill. Gets taken down, but the last auto attack cannot take down the Nasus.
Greed is never.
Ultimates. All key ultimates available. Rossetti wants to pull the trigger. Tidal wave is massive on the 4. Busy Fish, the target of the focus is going to go down pretty soon. 700 comes in and Haraya tries to step in and say something about the situation, but he gets shut down. He's silenced. He does not have anything to say. He's going into the pit.
No way.
He's trying to hit it up, but it's too little too late. The Sinjao goes down and Renatus with the Elder Infernal Dragon secured in their back pocket. So they get down your tankiest member, maybe second tankiest. We don't really care about that anymore. Kate walks in on Rossetti, gets the flag and drag, finds the knockup on the Gragas. Busy Fish tries to give them some safety, but look at that. One hit from the Ziggs, one hit from the Corki is all it takes, and that's all she wrote. And once again, a great set from Renatus to continue their run into the upper bracket finals as they will face off against the Alliance against them tomorrow. That being said, we will see Aphrodite Gaming drop down to the lower brackets while they'll be playing against Team Banana in a second chance to get back into the Grand.
It's going to be a tough one because right now in front of them there is Team Banana, potentially Noblest Gaming, and then a rematch coming up with the loser of Alliance versus Renatus for a spot in the Grand Finals. I could see this going a lot of different ways, but there's only a couple of chances left for them to kind of make it all the way through. So hopefully they are able to kind of take a step back, right? Aphrodite Gaming, they need to have that time tonight to reset and think about how they're approaching the draft, because to me, like, objectively, the Nasus was quite an interesting pick, but it wasn't as effective as something like a traditional Bruiser.
Absolutely. You would hope for something a little bit more stable. They did manage to bring in something interesting, and I think they kind of got some confirmation bias off the fact that the first game working well enough for them to reassuringly tell themselves, yeah, Nasus might be the pick. They go for it again. Unfortunately, did not play off as well the second time around, but still bringing in something different. They're adapting. No longer just
fasting Senna's great.
No longer just playing for the Enchanter supports. Also now bringing in the Senna. We love to see these changes and these adaptations. This growth.
Yep. They just need to pick a Bruiser to pair with the fasting Senna. There's a bit more priority, a bit more initiative, right? When you're getting shoved in, you don't want to just sit under your tier 1 and take the L and, like, you know, cross your fingers and hope they don't dive you. So maybe switch that up tonight, have a conversation about, okay, we want the Senna, we definitely do enjoy having it in our composition as late game insurance. What else can we add into the fold? What else can we add into the mix to make it a bit more threatening in the Dragon Lane?
And for the last time tonight, if you guys managed to get a clip throughout this entire day, if you haven't, don't worry, we still have day number 2 tomorrow. But as always, we have our playoffs giveaway, so we're giving away one Secretlab Titan Evo 2020 League of Legends collection chair. So if you guys want to stand a chance to win that, go to the Facebook page on Versus Asia and see the post to figure out what you need to do to get that. And a big thank you to Secretlab for making all this possible, our official chair sponsor. You know, they have very cool lines. Like, you see, like, LCS has their own line, MSI has their own line, like Worlds has their own line. I love seeing these, like, little Easter eggs in every broadcast stream.
Hashtag support local.
And of course, being able to make all this possible for us and supporting local esports.
And not to mention our beverage sponsor for the Icon Series 100+. Thank you so much for having us, and having, all this available to keep us hydrated and make sure that we never run out of energy despite all the adrenaline, despite all the clownery and the foolishness that we go through on the broadcast. 100+ has always been there to keep us hydrated. So stay hydrated and up your hydration game with 100+.
So with that being said, we've come to the end of the first day of playoffs. Tomorrow we have even more games and we'll have our grand finals. Our top 2 teams will have a chance to represent Singapore and the Singapore region in the SEA Championships, playing up against some of the toughest teams in the region.
Yeah.
we're looking to see how that one might pan out. With that being said, I'm Game Nissan. With me has been Hungry Cast. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.